Chapter 455. It is time for me to attack. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He executed Wukuei shakes the heavens. A purple Wukuei tree as large as a mountain pressed down on Shifeng with the might of 1,000 troops. Shifeng's two swords spun quickly and formed two profound wind chops. She merged them into one and quickly welcomed the attack. Bang! Thunder rumbled. Xiao Chen's divine Wukuei tree shattered the storm formed by the swords. Xiao Chen pierced through the shock wave and brandished his saber, chasing after the retreating Shifeng. As the petals fell, Xiao Chen's speed increased again. In an instant, he caught up to the retreating Shifeng. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber continuously. Electric light flickered as Xiao Chen suppressed Shifeng, forcing her to retreat continuously. Shifeng brandished her two swords. However, she felt very depressed in her heart. Her killing moves, Clear Wind Chop, Peerless Lunar Shadow, and Profound Wind Chop, seemed to be very familiar with them. They posed no threat to her at all. It was like after she recovered her identity as a bladesman, Xiao Chen completely suppressed her. Boom! 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 Every time Xiao Chen swung his saber, thunder roared incessantly. The electric light on the saber was transmitted to Shifeng's arm, making her feel numb. Under Xiao Chen's suppression, the other party's state of wind was able to bring out its full potential. Defeat! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sword lit up alternately. Two beams of purple and red light merged with the state of massacre and state of thunder. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre stunned Shifeng. While she was distracted, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the short sword in her left hand. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen used his saber to knock away the second short sword in Shifeng's right hand. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. As his opponent retreated, he placed his saber on Shifeng's neck. You lost. Was he defeated? When Shifeng, who was under the mask, heard Xiao Chen's calm words, she still felt some disbelief. However, when she saw the flickering electric saber on her neck, she had no choice but to accept this reality. Damn it, if you didn't understand my killer moves so well, I wouldn't have lost to you. If she could successfully execute Peerless Lunar Shadow, she was 70% confident that she could turn the tide of the battle in one move. However, before the mysterious phenomenon truly formed, Xiao Chen found an opening and directly scattered the killing move. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You're taking it for granted. You can leave. For the sake of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, I won't hurt you." Gotcha. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and walked calmly towards the gray-robed old man. There, he would obtain the final reward for his 100 victories, 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Deep into the night, the lanterns flickered. There was not much noise in the vast wrestling ring. When the 20,000-odd cultivators in the spectator stand saw the white-robed youth holding a 1-meter-long saber, they were speechless for a long time. Originally, they thought that when they obtained 100 victories, they would be extremely excited. However, when they saw the miracle, they all calmed down. The shock they felt was over. In the 6 days of wrestling rings, this youth had brought too much shock to the crowd. Now, they could only sigh to themselves. The era of the youth had truly arrived. This youth seems to be no more than 20 years old. Such strength and mental state, it puts us to shame, a martial king old man sighed softly. His tone was somewhat desolate. Cultivators all had a desire to improve themselves. They desired to reach the peak. When they were young, who did not dream of becoming famous and shaking the world? The stories of their ancestors were passed down from generation to generation. Who did not have such fantasies when they were young? Why did they enter the martial Tao? Aside from being superior to others, it was probably to find their dreams. However, as they grew older, they gave up on their dreams. Perhaps they were restricted by the mundane affairs of the mortal world, unable to extricate themselves. Perhaps they were content with enjoying themselves, delaying their cultivation. Perhaps they had evil thoughts and walked the wrong path. The distance from the peak of the martial Tao became increasingly distant. Now, this was the budding era of the Age of Geniuses. The most glorious stage for cultivators had already been set up. However, they were no longer players. They could not even play a supporting role. They could only be silent spectators. When these people saw Xiao Chen's calm and indifferent expression after his victory, they sighed in their hearts. He did not look any different from before. Not to mention his strength, just his mentality alone was far inferior to theirs. In this age of geniuses, this person would definitely be one of the most important characters. Let's go. It is time to disperse. There is nothing left for us to do. We have already withdrawn our bets. Victory or defeat no longer has anything to do with us. Everyone shook their heads. In this vast night, they all had somewhat disappointed expressions. However, in an unremarkable corner of the spectator stands, Bai Lishi laughed loudly. His laughter was very strange and unimaginable. Bai Lishi was rather famous in the southern islands. Many people recognized him. One of them asked doubtfully, "Bai Lishi, what are you laughing at? His victory has nothing to do with you." Bai Lishi slammed his palm heavily on the armrest of his chair. He glared at that person and said, "This lord wants to laugh. It is none of your business. Are you not convinced?" Crazy, that person cursed in his heart. He ignored Bai Lishi and walked out of the arena. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen in the arena, he stood up. He could not stop laughing. If one looked carefully, they would discover that Bai Lishi's huge axe, which never left his side, was nowhere to be seen. His fingers were empty, there was not a single spatial ring. His feet were even more exaggerated, he was not even wearing shoes. After a while, Bai Lishi stopped laughing. When he felt the pain in his butt, he said, "You did not kick this lord's butt for nothing. It was worth it." After Xiao Chen kicked him out, Bai Lishi rested for one night. Then, he made a crazy decision. Not only did he pawn his medial grade secret treasure, but he also pawned the secret treasures that he obtained from Xiao Qin and the heaven-ranked body tempering secret manual. He also pawned some of the natural treasures that he had collected over the past few decades. Including his own wealth, he had a total of 600,000 medial grade spirit stones. That was not enough. Then, he went to some of his close friends and borrowed from them. Eventually, he managed to gather a total of 1 million medial grade spirit stones and bet them all on Xiao Qin. When the All-Victory Medallion was activated and everyone started to draw their bets, Bai Lishi did not hesitate at all. He continued to bet decisively. Based on his intuition, Bai Lishi was certain that Xiao Qin was someone with great luck. He would not lose. Indeed, he had made the right bet. Now, Xiao Qin had obtained 100 victories. If one asked who the biggest winner was, it would definitely be Bai Lishi. With a 32-fold multiplier, 1 million medial grade spirit stones became 32 million. Even though Xiao Qin worked himself to the bone, the total reward for all his consecutive victories was only 4 million medial grade spirit stones. It was not even a fraction of Bai Lishi's. I have to keep a low profile first. I cannot let others know that I took these 30 million medial grade spirit stones, Bai Lishi muttered to himself as he nodded. Bai Lishi nodded and muttered to himself. Then, he followed the crowd out barefooted, doing his best not to laugh. This caused Bai Lishi's expression to be extremely strange. His originally unsightly face became even more conflicted. Everyone could not help but look at him. Some people rejoiced, while others were sad. In the tall tower, when Gao Yangyu saw Shi Feng leave, all his hopes turned to dust. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Gao Yongyu knew that he had nothing left. He no longer had any power or status. More importantly, he no longer had any hope of advancing to martial monarch. In the ancient desolate land, all the wrestling cities in the various islands were under the jurisdiction of the desolate city's wrestling city. After causing such a huge loss, Gao Yongyu would definitely lose his city lord position. Who was the master behind the desolate city's wrestling city? Gao Yongyu was very clear on this. If he ran away with the money, there would be no place for him to hide even at the ends of the world. Gao Yongyu's gaze moved back and forth between Shifeng and Xiaoqin. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xiaoqin. He could not afford to offend Shifeng's adoptive father. However, it was different for Xiaoqin. Without the backing of a powerful clan, killing Xiaoqin was not a big deal. Since you made me lose everything, I will not let you have an easy time. Those who oppose me, Gao Yongyu, will not have a good ending. Gao Yongyu's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself. He hated that he could not go down now and personally skin Xiaoqin alive. However, Xiaoqin had already passed the first round of selections. If he killed him now, it would be a slap in the face of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Furthermore, Gao Yongyu was the most suspicious. If he left any clues, the Heavenly Extermination Union would make an example out of him. He could only wait for an opportunity. This is your 3 million medial grade spirit stones. Count them, the gray-robed old man said in a trembling voice as he watched Xiaoqin return victorious. Xiaoqin scanned them with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there were no mistakes, he placed the boxes of medial-grade spirit stones into his universe ring. Up in the spectator stands, all the outstanding talents revealed envious expressions. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Even a regular martial monarch would find it difficult to take out such a large sum. To these outstanding talents, even if they had the backing of a large sect and did not lack medicinal pills, secret manuals, or cultivation techniques, they would not be able to obtain so many medial-grade spirit stones. Jiang Zimo walked over and smiled at Xiaoqin. He said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. 100 consecutive victories and 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. In less than half a week, your name will spread throughout the entire southern islands." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "It is just an empty reputation. This is just the beginning. If I cannot obtain the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower, everything will be for naught." Indeed, the ancient desolate tower was very important to cultivators. It was not something that could be compared to spirit stones. This was only the first round of selections. No matter how outstanding his results were, if he could not obtain one of the 20 spots, it would be meaningless. Mu Xinya said softly, "It's good that you understand. After all, fighting in the wrestling ring is just exchanging blows with regular cultivators. In the arena battles, you will have to fight against people with talent, aptitude, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, secret treasures, and combat experience that are not inferior to yours. The nature of the two is completely different. Furthermore, there might be some people who gave up on consecutive victories to hide their trump cards. You cannot underestimate these people." Xiaoqin looked at Mu Xinya and smiled, "Like you?" Mu Xinya smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. She said, "Work hard, I look forward to entering the ancient desolate tower with you. I will take my leave first." After the two of them left, Xia Xian and Xiaoro walked over. Xiaoro had only obtained 50 consecutive victories and was eliminated in the first round of selections. Chapter 456. Xiaoro did not seem dispirited. One did not need to win in the wrestling ring to gain a harvest. After the many battles, her combat experience had improved significantly. To Xiaoro, this was a harvest as well. Xia Xian first congratulated Xiaoqin. Then, she reminded him, "Be careful for the next few days. I noticed a few people looking at you with hostile gazes. Thank you, I will take note of that. Xiao Chen understood what she meant. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones was sufficient for many people to take the risk. 3 days later, all the cultivators who obtained 60 victories received a notice. They gathered at Li Xiuzhu's residence once again. There were originally 200 people in the hall. Now, only 60-odd people remained. The first round eliminated 2/3 of the people. Those who were eliminated were not necessarily weak. Even if they were placed in a different place, they would still be outstanding talents with a bright future. However, in this era, there would always be someone stronger than the strong. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the future, these people would only end up as second-rate geniuses. The 60-odd outstanding talents in the hall excitedly waited for Li Xiuzhu's arrival. They chatted with each other in soft voices. The next stop was the famous desolate city. It was one of the 2 great cities of the Tianwu continent, the city that connected the 4 great empires. 10,000 years ago, that dynasty had even named the entire continent. Even now, that name had not changed. Several people were like Xiao Qin, they had never been to Desolate City before. They were very curious about this mysterious city. Dong! 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 Li Xiuzhu led his 4 assistants in through the back door. Then, he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. Li Xiuzhu's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's face for 2 seconds. Then, he snorted coldly before looking away. Originally, Li Xiuzhu thought that with Gao Yangyu's help, Xiao Chen would be eliminated in the first round. He would let everyone know that anyone who offended Li Xiuzhu would not have a good time. However, who knew, not only did Xiao Chen not get eliminated, but he even miraculously obtained 100 consecutive victories. He even attracted the attention of the upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union. When Xiao Chen felt Li Xiuzhu's gaze, he remained expressionless and ignored him. Gao Yangyu's actions of making things difficult for Xiao Chen was definitely related to this person. Li Xiuzhu collected his thoughts and said indifferently, I will not speak any more nonsense. Follow me to Desolate City first. After we arrive, someone will inform you of the start of the second round of selections. Follow me. After going out, Li Xiuzhu led his 4 deputies and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly followed behind them. Li Xiuzhu and the others did not increase their speed. If they traveled at full speed, given their strength as a half-step martial monarch, they would be able to shake them off in an instant. Hoo-hoo! The wind blew past them. The outstanding talents from all over the world continued to fly in the air. Although martial kings could fly in the air, staying in the air consumed a lot of essence. Most martial kings would not choose to fly unless there was something special. This was because, after a long time, no matter how much essence they had, they would not be able to withstand the drain. Only when one became a martial monarch could one truly learn to fly in the air. At that time, one would only need a small amount of essence to fly for a long time. After 4 hours, the group had already flown a long distance away from Longyang Island. Many of the cultivators following behind were starting to feel a little tired. They quickly took out medicinal pills to recover essence and swallowed them. Otherwise, if they could not hold on and fell down, it would be embarrassing. Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell and followed behind unhurriedly. He seemed to be at ease. The fact that the gravitational spell consumed little energy was evident here. After flying for another hour, a black warship appeared before everyone's eyes. This warship was more than 200 meters long and dozens of meters wide. On the side of the ship, there was a black flag, fluttering in the wind and making loud noises. A few old men stood on the deck, looking at Xiao Chen's group with interest. We have arrived. Let's go up. Li Xiuzhu took the lead and leaped onto the deck. The various outstanding talents heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not flying directly to Desolate City. Otherwise, they would have exhausted themselves to death. They quickly followed. Old Manly, you are a little slow. I have already waited for an hour. Who in your group obtained 100 victories? Call him out for me to see. An old man with a profound cultivation and extraordinary aura asked Li Xiuzhu curiously after sizing up the group. Li Xiuzhu said reluctantly, Xiao Qin, come out for a while. This is old Lu, one of the judges for the second round of selection. Xiao Qin leaped over the crowd and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Qin greets Senior Lu. As Xiao Qin spoke, he sized up the old man before him. Like Li Xiuzhu, this person was also a half-step martial monarch. However, for some reason, this old man gave Xiao Qin the feeling that he was stronger than Li Xiuzhu. When the spectators saw that Xiao Qin was already speaking to the chief referee before the second round of selections began, they could not help but reveal an envious expression. Old Lu carefully sized up Xiao Qin. Then, he revealed an astonished expression. He said, You are really only an inferior grade martial king. This is unbelievable. You do not seem to belong to a sect, right? Are you interested in joining the Blood Wolf Gang? Our Blood Wolf Gang is a peak faction in the ancient desolate land. We are no weaker than the peak sects of the other nations. Xiao Qin felt embarrassed. He had never met such a direct person before, inviting him to join the sect on their first meeting. The Blood Wolf Gang. When Xiao Qin first met Xia Xian, she had mentioned it before. At that time, the Blood Wolf Gang was fighting with the remnants of the Dark Church. Xiao Qin did not know if there was a result yet. The Blood Wolf Gang was indeed very strong in the ancient desolate land. They were much stronger than the Holy Fire Manor. If Xiao Qin joined the Blood Wolf Gang, even if the Holy Fire Manor's Manor Lord made a move, he would not dare to do anything to Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin had no intention of joining another sect. If he had such thoughts, he would have accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect's supreme elder back at Qianren Island. No matter how strong the Blood Wolf Gang was, there was still a large gap between them and the Haotian sect. However, Li Xiuzhu felt somewhat nervous. If Xiao Qin joined the Blood Wolf Gang, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Qin rejected politely, I'm sorry, this junior has no intention of joining a sect for now. Many thanks for old Lu's kind intentions. Old Lu smiled and said, There is no rush, there is no rush. I will wait for you to make your decision. The warship quickly flew towards Desolate City. It was several times faster than the crowd. Xiao Qin stood on the deck and looked at the scenery in front of him in boredom. Ha ha. Xiao Qin, you are really in high demand. The moment we meet, there are people fighting to recruit you. Melodious laughter came from behind him. When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw Xia Xian walking over. Xiao Rou, who had been following Xia Xian, had not obtained 60 victories. She could only take a warship or a flying spirit beast to Desolate City. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, In that case, are you here to represent the 1,000-sword pavilion to invite me to join? Xia Xian said straightforwardly, Sure. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. I guarantee that you will be a core disciple in the inner sect. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not reply. He knew that the other party was just joking. Don't think that I am joking. I am serious. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. Seeing Xia Xian's serious expression, Xiao Qin asked softly, Why? Xia Xian nodded and said, I believe that after you left the great Qin nation, you must have received invitations from some sections. Have you thought about why? When Xiao Qin heard this, he was slightly stunned. He said, I have definitely thought about it. I do not belong to any sect. My talent is passable. Aside from this, could there be other reasons? Of course. Xia Xian explained, the most important reason is that in the next 5-nation youth competition, if you can obtain a high ranking, you will be able to obtain an invisible amount of luck. This kind of luck will bring many unexpected benefits to the sect you are in. That is to say, they think that you have a chance of obtaining a high ranking, which will bring luck to their sect. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Although he believed in the existence of luck, he did not understand the concept of obtaining luck from a competition. Luck, something as elusive as comprehension, can be obtained this way. Xia Xian nodded and said, there is nothing to be confused about. This is already confirmed. The secret lies in the wind cloud arena of the competition grounds. I heard that it is a mysterious place that can connect to the upper realm. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Given this, I have to go to the 5-nation youth competition. From a certain point of view, what makes a cultivator successful is not talent, aptitude, or comprehension. Instead, it is the elusive and boundless luck. The black warship continued to fly at 4 times the speed of sound amidst the clouds. After 4 hours, the silhouette of a city appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a city built on water. It was boundlessly vast and majestic. The city walls were tall and thick, looking very ancient. It looked ancient and heavy. 6 ancient demonic energy cannons were erected on top of the city walls every 10 meters. When one counted carefully, there were at least 3,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the city walls that were more than 2,000 meters long. There were also countless holes of various sizes in the city walls. Unexpectedly, there were also ancient demonic energy cannons at the bottom of these holes. In total, there were at least 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons. With 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons firing at the same time, even a peak martial monarch would fall on the spot. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. The 18 city gates in front were open. Countless ships entered and exited the main city gates in an orderly manner. Rows of soldiers floated on the water in front of the city gates. They moved about like they were on flat ground, maintaining order at the city gates. The black warship slowly descended, but it did not fly over the city walls. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that there were merchant ships and flying beasts in the surroundings. They all descended towards the water as well. It looked like this desolate city did not allow any warship or spirit beast to fly over him. Paw! The warship landed on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake and splashed on both sides. Then, it slowly headed for the main city gate. Chapter 457. When the surrounding ships and cultivators riding on spirit beasts saw the banners on the warships, they all gave way. The guards in front of the city gate also glanced at the people on the bow of the ship and ignored them. They did not even need to pay the entrance tax. They were allowed to pass without any obstruction. After passing through the tunnel under the city walls, the view before the crowd suddenly widened. Countless people moved about on the streets on both sides of the river. There were cultivators from the various nations and fiend race cultivators. There were many of them, so many that they could not be counted. It was very bustling. The surrounding buildings all looked very grand. They still maintained the characteristics of the Tianwu dynasty, making them feel like they had traveled to 10,000 years ago. Is this desolate city? On the deck, outstanding talents from all over the world sighed in their hearts. The other cultivators, including Xiaochen, also looked around curiously. Just at this moment, a huge warship several stories tall appeared before everyone's eyes. This could no longer be described as a warship. It was simply a moving castle on the water. There were 3 golden banners on the bow of the warship. The words, Treasured Moon Pavilion, were written on the banners in bold strokes. Xia Xian, who was beside Xiaochen, said, "This is the Treasured Moon Pavilion, the largest auction house in Desolate City. They hold a large-scale auction every month." Xiaochen was surprised. He asked, "You've been to Desolate City before?" Xia Xian nodded and said, "I've been here a few times." The treasured moon pavilion has many good things. There will definitely be plenty of martial arts manuals that you are looking for. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "How did you know that I was looking for martial arts manuals?" Xiaochen's martial arts were actually not weak. His medial grade earth-ranked fish technique was sufficient for him to deal with most cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, he was slightly inferior to the geniuses of the same generation. Among the same generation, at his cultivation realm, which one of them did not learn superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques or even peak superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques? Xia Xian smiled and said, "Everyone can tell that if your martial arts improved and combined it with your physical body, you might be able to fight on equal footing with Shifeng without even drawing your saber." Xiaochen felt relieved. Xia Xian had watched so many of his matches. It was not strange for her to be suspicious of him. It's a pity that the Treasured Moon Tower only holds a large-scale auction once every 6 months. Only then will there be real top-notch treasures. If you are in urgent need of fist and leg-related martial techniques, you can go to the ancient desolate underground market to take a look. There are all sorts of people there. You might be able to find something good there. Xia Xian did not stop talking. She introduced many things to Xiaochen. The matters of Desolate City were an eye-opener for Xiaochen. Rivers crisscrossed the desolate city. The black warship followed the river, and after making several turns, it stopped at a bank. Li Xiuzhu came out of the ship's hold and led the group ashore. 1 hour later, he led the group to a plaza. A statue several hundred meters tall stood on a tall platform in the center of the plaza. The statue held a sword and pointed it at the sky. This was the Tianwu Emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. This statue had stood there for an unknown period of time. A simple and vast aura came from the statue, spreading throughout the entire plaza. When the group walked in the middle, they could feel a strange solemnity. Around the statue were 10 or so sturdy arenas arranged neatly. There were already many people gathered at the feet of the statue. An assistant beside Li Xiuzhu introduced, "The second round of arena battles will be held in the Tianwu Plaza. The exact date has not been decided yet. However, you can rest assured. I know that you have fought many battles and will need to recuperate. It will not be held anytime soon." When the group heard this, they relaxed slightly. They had fought 100 battles in 6 days. Furthermore, they were all high-intensity battles. Without sufficient time to rest, it would be difficult for them to return to their peak state. The people gathered at the feet of the statue were divided into 3 groups. If there were no surprises, they should be the outstanding talents of the other 3 islands that had passed the first round of selection. Xiaochen swept his gaze through the 3 groups of people. He revealed a slightly astonished expression. Duan Muqing, Ji Chongkong, Chu Chaoyun, Mu Qingxue, and Hua Yunfei were all here as well. Unexpectedly, these 5 people were all medial-grade martial kings. However, after thinking about it, Xiaochen did not care about it. If Xiaochen had not cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and consumed a large number of natural treasures when he made his breakthrough, resulting in such a large number of cultivators, he would not be surprised. Now that Xiaochen was a superior grade martial king, there should not be any surprises. Furthermore, cultivation was never the only factor in combat prowess. Unless there was a difference in cultivation realm, for example, if Xiaochen faced a half-step martial monarch, even the weakest half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Seeing Xiaochen and the others arrive, the participants of the other islands looked over as well. "I heard that someone obtained 100 consecutive victories on Longyang Island. I wonder who it is. He is not simple. The beast-taming abode Suamo is so strong." However, he only obtained 70 consecutive victories on the northern islands before ending in a draw. One of the 3 great experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace, Chu Mu, only obtained 60 consecutive victories. Unexpectedly, this person obtained 100 consecutive victories. He is not simple. The crowd started discussing in soft voices. They were all curious about this person who obtained 100 consecutive victories. Hua Yunfei looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He said to Mu Qingxue and Ji Chongkong, "Look over there." "Who is it?" The few of them quickly looked over and discovered Xiao Qin in white robes. He stood calmly in the crowd. Ji Chongkong clenched his fists tightly, cracking his knuckles. His gaze turned sinister as he said coldly, "Good, you came at the right time. I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me back then." Mu Qingshue's expression was unsightly as well. When he sensed Xiao Chen's cultivation, he felt it was strange. He said, "He seems to be only an inferior grade martial king, right? How did he get invited to participate in the ancient Desolate Towers competition?" Hua Yunfei mocked, "He probably got in because of his connections. Coincidentally, we can show him his true colors in the arena battles." Half a year ago, in the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qin had defeated all the major powers of the Great Qin nation by himself, becoming famous in one fell swoop. To these people, who had been regarded as the proud sons of heaven in the Great Qin nation since they were young, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The most important thing was that even before this, Xiao Qin had been a minor character that they could kill with a casual pinch of their fingers. However, 1 year later, he swept through everyone. With such a huge difference, no one would be willing to accept it. On the contrary, Duanmuking's gaze was very calm, there were not many fluctuations in it. It was as she said, the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had resolved the grudge between her and Xiao Qin. If she kept thinking about it, it would only cause her mental state to become even more unstable. As for Chu Chaoyun, he did not hear the conversation of the crowd at all. He was staring at the Tianwu Emperor statue, his expression changing unpredictably. Xiao. Just at this moment, a few old men descended from the tall platform. They were wearing the same clothes as Li Shuzhu, but there were 2 more golden lines on their collars. Clearly, they were of a higher rank. The leader of the group swept his gaze around, and a formless might spread out. The entire place immediately fell silent. The second round of selection will be held 10 days from now. I hope everyone will gather here at that time. If you fail to show up, you will be considered to have given up. Following that, the old man gave a simple explanation of the rules of the arena battles. Within 2 days, everyone would have to fight 30 matches. There would be 15 matches in a day. The victor would receive 2 points, the loser would lose 2 points, and a draw would result in 1 point. The opponents would be determined randomly by drawing lots. After the arena battles ended, the top 20 people would obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient Desolate Tower. After the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything more. Everyone returned to the ancient Desolate Tower and began their final push in the remaining 10 days. In 10 days, Xiao Qin should be able to reach great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. He should be able to open the remaining 4 acupoints on his left arm. In terms of pure strength, he should be able to reach 400,000 kilograms of force. If he combined it with his vital qi, he should have no difficulty reaching 500,000 kilograms of force. If he could obtain a superior grade earth-ranked fist technique or a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. Xiao Qin thought to himself as he headed out of the plaza. Xiao Qin, wait up. Just at this moment, Xia Xian's voice came from behind him. Xia Xian said softly, "You should not have a place to stay in Desolate City, right? My 1,000-sword pavilion has a special branch in Desolate City. Would you like to stay there? I guarantee that you will be able to cultivate in peace." After Xia Xian spoke, she looked at Xiao Qin in anticipation. She hoped that he would agree. The strength that Xiao Qin had displayed was sufficient for him to enter the top 50 of the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Qin was someone who could definitely obtain luck. It was just a matter of how much. Such a person was worth roping in for Xia Xian. Furthermore, Xia Xian was now inheritor of the Thousand-Sword Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be the next sect leader of the Thousand-Sword Pavilion. If Xia Xian established a good relationship with Xiaochen now, when Xiaochen grew up, he would be a great help to the Thousand-Sword Pavilion. Even without considering his strength, Xiaochen's character suited Xia Xian's taste. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and collected. He was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. No matter how Xia Xian looked at it, such a person was worth befriending. Xiaochen smiled gently and rejected, "Many thanks for your kind intentions. I am used to being alone." Xia Xian felt somewhat disappointed. She said, "Very well. If you run into any trouble, you can come to the Thousand-Sword Pavilion to look for me at any time." After Xia Xian spoke, she gave Xiaochen the address of the Thousand-Sword Pavilion branch in detail. Xiaochen nodded in agreement and thanked the other party again. He knew that this was a promise. Xiaochen was indeed in some trouble now. He had not been in the ancient desolate land for long. Although he could use the 2 medallions to deal with it, that was a last resort. It was best not to use it. After Xiaochen took his leave, he found a restaurant to eat. Then, he asked the waiter about a courtyard he could rent. Before the sky turned dark, Xiaochen found a courtyard that he was satisfied with. The price was 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones a day. Xiaochen practiced some fist techniques in the courtyard and practiced the Wukuei saber technique. Finally, he took out 2 medial grade spirit stones and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The vast essence in the spirit stones quickly poured into Xiaochen's body. After a great cycle, it turned into a pure essence liquid and dripped into the Qi whirlpool. Chapter 458. After 2 hours, the 2 medial grade spirit stones were completely drained. Xiaochen opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He felt somewhat helpless. After the Purple Thunder divine incantation reached the 6th layer, the amount of essence exhausted was simply too shocking. The 2 medial grade spirit stones had only turned into 10-odd drops of essence liquid. It looks like there is still some time before I can advance to medial grade Martial King. There is still some time before the bottle is full. Xiaochen sighed softly and entered the room. He lit an oil lamp and sat at the table to read Bai Lishi's cultivation notes. Bai Lishi was indeed a genius at cultivating the physical body. The experiences in there were very useful to Xiaochen. In the last battle, Xiaochen had used pure vital qi. His cultivation of the firmament body tempering art had improved by leaps and bounds. The most important thing was that his comprehension of vital qi had increased significantly. This proved that what Bai Lishi said was right. Xiaochen estimated that Bai Lishi's vital qi should have reached 1,000,000 vital qi now. Breaking a mountain with one punch would be child's play. Hence, Xiaochen had to continue studying these cultivation notes. This would allow him to avoid taking unnecessary detours and waste time. Deep into the night, Xiaochen did not know how much time had passed. The flickering oil lamp in the room started to shake violently as if it would go out at any moment. Xiaochen looked out the window and sent out his spiritual sense. After a while, he withdrew it and put down the notes in his hand. Xiaochen blew out the oil lamp and said indifferently, 3 million medial grade spirit stones will indeed attract some flies that do not care about their lives. 3 cultivators with withdrawn killing qi stood under a tree outside Xiaochen's courtyard. Xiaochen was very familiar with 2 of them. The person on the far right was the one who wanted to drag Xiaochen and Xia Xian down with him. He was the second disciple of the Lamenting Valley's Valley Master, Mu Nan. The person at the side was Yun Ping, who had been mocking Xiaochen and getting crippled by Xiaochen in the first round. These 2 had a grudge with Xiaochen. It was not surprising that they were working together. However, the other person wore black clothes and a black scarf that covered his face, revealing only his eyes, making him look quite mysterious. Mu Nan said somewhat worriedly, will we offend the Heavenly Extermination Union by doing this? He is someone who obtained 100 victories. A sinister look flashed in Yunping's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, it's not like I'm killing him. I'm just cutting off one of his arms. What is there to be afraid of? The black-clothed man nodded and said, that's right. A genius that has lost an arm is trash. Would the Heavenly Extermination Union care about trash? As I said earlier, the two of you will split the 3 million medial grade spirit stones equally. I only want the other things. When Mu Nan heard 3 million medial grade spirit stones, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. His last bit of worry completely vanished. He said fiercely, I'll do it. Back then, this brat nearly caused me to get killed by a demonic beast. It is time to collect some interest from him. The three of them reached a consensus. Without another word, they quietly leaped over the wall of the courtyard. Just as they were about to rush into Xiao Chen's bedroom, suddenly, they discovered Xiao Chen standing quietly under a small tree in the courtyard. He was not surprised at their arrival. I've been waiting for a long time. Cassier. Xiao Chen ignored the stunned expressions on Yunping and the others' faces. He instantly drew his saber, and a bright electric light shone on the three's eyes. The three of them were astonished. Originally, they were prepared to catch Xiao Chen off guard. Who knew that Xiao Chen would take the initiative? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he turned into 9 figures. 9 cool breezes blew in the courtyard, warming everyone's hearts. Retreat. When the three sensed that none of the figures had any killing chi and that strange cool breeze, they did not think too much. They drew their weapons and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? Xiao Chen focused his gaze on Yunping. He snorted coldly and activated the blood flame shoes. Then, he flew at Mach 3. 5, dang. 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 Yunping knew that he could not retreat, so he did not bother. A determined look flashed on his face as he brandished his sword to its limits, blocking the attacks of the 9 clones from different directions. However, Xiao Chen's attack used the cool wind chop. One could only see the cool breeze and not the saber, making it hard to predict. There was no killing chi at all. Yunping could only rely on his senses to block. Soon, wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. When Xiao Chen saw Mu Nan and the black-clothed man rushing over from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Chen stopped fighting them. The 9 figures merged back together. Xiao Chen moved back quickly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. He did not want to get surrounded by the other 3. In just one exchange, Xiao Chen had inflicted significant injuries on Yunping. The 3 could not help but feel afraid. I'll hold him back, and the 2 of you wait for an opportunity to attack. The black-clothed man said sullenly with a grave and stern gaze. Kill. Right after the black-clothed man spoke, he brandished his sword. Strands of pale white flames soared up from the sword, making it look very sinister in the dark night. It seems like an extreme flame. In that case, I will use a pure yang lightning attributed flame to completely suppress you. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the flickering electric light on his saber suddenly ignited, turning into strands of purple flame. Bang! The saber and sword clashed. The purple flame and the cold, pale white flame exploded in the dark night. The light flickered, making the dark night look like it was daytime. Yin and yang, 2 opposing attributes. When they clashed, the destructive power generated was very shocking. The air turned scorching hot. The chill of the night was dispelled without a trace. Yunping and Mu Nan took advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Xiao Chen did not panic. He dodged Mu Nan's attack in a flash. Then, he clenched his left fist and sent out a fist wind, forcing his opponent back. As for Yunping's attack, Xiaochen saw through it with one glance. He smiled coldly and kicked his opponent's wrist first. Xiaochen's wrist immediately shattered, and his sword fell to the ground. He did not stop there. He continued to kick his opponent's chest. Bang! Blood leaked out of the corner of Yunping's mouth. His body flew back and crashed heavily into the wall. Rage flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He did not expect Yunping to be so weak. He said coldly, "Mu Nan, why are you still hiding your strength?" Mu Nan did not say anything else. He casually threw the long sword in his hand into the ground and raised it up slightly with his palm facing up. When his palm reached his chin, he spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The expression in his eyes suddenly changed. He was wailing in pain. Lamenting palm. Mu Nan shouted and locked his aura on Xiaochen. Then, his figure flashed and he sent out a palm strike. When Xiaochen sent out this palm strike, he felt a state of grief in his heart for no reason. It made him feel extremely depressed. Unexpectedly, he felt like he wanted to leave this world. What a powerful state. It can actually invade one's mind, preventing one from raising their combat prowess. This was similar to Bai Zhan's state. It was also a state of emotion. Unfortunately, it had not been comprehended to great perfection. It did not have much of an effect on Xiaochen. Xiaochen's spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and rang in his mind. The state of grief that invaded his mind was instantly expelled. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiaochen used a powerful move and temporarily forced the black-clothed man back. Then, he quickly turned around. Xiaochen merged his vital qi and essence and clashed with Mu Nan's lamenting palm infused with his state. Just as the fist and palm clashed, the 8 acupoints on Xiaochen's left arm exploded. Since you want to clash head-on, I will clash head-on with you. I will use my full power to cripple you with one punch. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. He gathered his dragon qi and punched with his left fist. Bang! 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 Before Xiaochen's overwhelming strength, Mu Nan's palm strike, which was ineffective against Mu Nan's state, was knocked back by Xiaochen. The might of Mu Nan's attack did not diminish. There were 3 crunching sounds and Mu Nan's right arm exploded into 3 pieces. When the black-clothed man, who had just broken the Wukuei shakes the heavens, saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He had not expected Yunping and Mu Nan to be severely injured in a few moves. Yunping and Mu Nan had lost their combat prowess. Damn it! I should have known that since these two did not obtain 60 victories, they should not be very strong. Yet, I still sought them out to work together. They were blinded by their own benefits. Did they think that when the time came, they could take advantage of the situation and finish them off? Seeing the two unable to withstand a single blow, the black-clothed man thought in frustration, there is no more chance. Retreat! Flaming cross-chop! The black-clothed man shouted and drew a horizontal line with his sword. A pale white flame immediately burned on the horizontal line. The black-clothed man sheathed his sword and retreated. Then, he drew another vertical line made of white flames. The 2 lines intersected and formed a cross. Then, he flew at Xiaochen. The cross-shaped flame grew as the wind blew. Soon, it became incredibly huge. The black-clothed man did not even bother to look at the might of this attack. He turned around and quickly retreated. Trying to run. Do you think you can? Xiaochen said coldly as he placed his right hand on the saber's hilt. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiaochen shouted and brought out the state of thunder to its limits. The churning thunderclouds in the sky roared ferociously. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky. A Wukuei tree quickly formed above Xiaochen's head. The qi on the saber also slowly lit up. When the Wukue tree was completely formed, the beam of light on the saber also completely formed. A boundlessly resplendent purple beam of light extended from the saber to the front. Bang! In an instant, the beam of light broke through the intersection point of the cross. The cross-shaped flame shattered and turned into sparks. They turned into sparks and swayed in the night sky like sparkling and translucent flowers. The black-clothed man in front was startled. He had not expected his trump card to be broken by Xiaoqin so quickly. The black-clothed man could not even block the attack for a moment. He could not help but increase his speed. Mu Nan lay on the ground. He had lost an arm and had lost most of his blood. He stood up weakly. Mu Nan quickly ran out of the courtyard. He did not even have time to bandage the wound on his arm. All he could think about was escaping. Xiaoqin looked around and saw the fleeing Mu Nan. His expression turned cold. Since Mu Nan intended to kill someone, he should have been prepared to fail. Die! A dark light flashed and the palm sword shot out. A bull-sized bloody hole appeared in Mu Nan's chest. He had lost all signs of life. On the other side, Yunping had already climbed to the top of the wall. His sternum was broken. Normally, he only needed to jump lightly. Now, he had to put in a lot of effort to climb up. Chapter 459. Xiaoqin flicked his finger and sent out an extremely dense strand of purple thunder true fire. Then, he ignored Yunping and quickly chased after the black-clothed man. The purple fire pierced through the back of Yunping's head. Yunping's eyes lost their color as he fell heavily to the ground. Two strands of red light flew out from the two corpses and chased after the fleeing Xiaoqin. Then, they entered his sea of consciousness. The pool of blood in the scarlet throne had increased in size. At the same time, the intoxicating pleasure appeared. Xiaoqian's gaze was resolute. He did not hesitate to cut off this disharmonious feeling and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense could sense that the black-clothed man was moving at 3 times the speed of sound. Given Xiaoqian's current speed of 5 times the speed of sound, he would catch up soon. However, the downtown area was not far away. There were many experts in Desolate City. Xiaoqin was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble, so he planned to block the black-clothed man. Lightning evasion. Lightning evasion. Lightning evasion. Xiaoqin ignored the exhaustion of his essence and mental energy. Bolts of lightning crackled on the vast land as lightning descended. Xiaoqin moved like he was teleporting. He advanced continuously, slowly closing the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Thunder roared endlessly, and the black-clothed man could not help but turn his head to take a look. It would have been fine if he had not looked. However, when he looked, he was even more astonished. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, Xiaoqian's figure would appear together with it. The distance between him and Xiaoqin shortened rapidly. The black-clothed man was startled. What movement technique is this? Why does it seem like teleportation? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended in front of him. Xiaoqian's figure suddenly appeared before him. The black-clothed man quickly turned his head around and took a few steps back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. Xiaoqin pointed his saber at the black-clothed man and shouted coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Who exactly are you? You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that sooner or later, I will come and take your high-class monster core." The man in black calmed himself down and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to use his trump card today. Holy fire burns the heavens. With a light shout, the black-clothed man quickly formed a seal with his hands. His abdomen and dantian suddenly became transparent. A wisp of pale white flame quickly burned in the dantian as the black-clothed man formed hand seals. Boom! When the hand seal was completely formed, pale white flames immediately surged out of his body, forming a white flame vortex that rushed toward Xiaoqin. The flames were incomparably cold. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill. It was as if their blood was being frozen. What a strong extreme flame, Xiaoqin thought to himself. It looks like I have to use the purple thunder true fire to block it. Before an ordinary saber move could even get close, this extreme flame would burn it into ice shards. With a thought, a fierce purple flame quickly burned in Xiaoqian's right eye. Soon, it formed a purple whirlpool and spewed out. Bang! In the dark night, the purple whirlpool and the white whirlpool quickly clashed with each other. The two flames did not give way to each other, but they restrained each other. The moment they came into contact, they intertwined intensely, trying to swallow each other up. However, the two whirlpools were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. They could only mix together and eventually explode. The surging shock waves spread out in all directions. A deep, spiral-shaped pit appeared in the ground. A few strands of cold wind blew out of it. When the shock wave struck the two, their complexions paled. However, Xiaoqian's physical body was strong. He could endure it much better than his opponent. If Xiaoqian suffered the same blow, he would not be as severely injured as his opponent. Xiao! The whirlpool scattered, and a strand of purple flame flew toward Xiaoqin. That was the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. On the other side, the extreme flame's origin flame also slowly flew toward the black-clothed man. Glittering Wukue. Qi breaks Wukue. Wukue transforms to Qi. Xiaoqin felt excited. This is a good opportunity. Without waiting for the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to enter his eye, Xiaoqin immediately attacked the black-clothed man. Xiaoqin quickly executed the three foundational moves of the Wukue saber technique in a short time. A chain of purple saber qi flickered with crackling electric light. Each wave was stronger than the one before as they attacked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man focused on controlling the origin flame and absorbing it into his body. After all, that was an origin flame. He had refined it for 10 odd years before succeeding. If 10 odd years of hard work were lost, any cultivator would despair. The black-clothed man originally thought that Xiaoqin would be like him, focusing on absorbing his origin flame. Who knew, this fellow did not play by the rules. Xiaoqin directly gave up on retrieving his origin flame and took the initiative to attack. This made the black-clothed man feel like vomiting blood. The saber qi surged. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man got a few bloody wounds from the purple saber qi. The purple electric light instantly poured into the black-clothed man's body, giving off a crackling sound. The black-clothed man's wounds felt incredibly painful, and his movements immediately slowed. While you are down, I will take your life. After gaining the initiative, Xiaoqin did not spare the black-clothed man. His aura soared into the sky, and his qi and blood surged endlessly. Xiaoqin executed the extremely tyrannical Wukue shakes the heavens again. The divine Wukue tree suddenly appeared, carrying the force of thunder. It pressed down on the black-clothed man like a 5-ton cauldron. Bang! The black-clothed man received this move head-on and went flying back. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his clothes immediately became tattered. Xiaoqin, consider it my loss today. However, as long as you remain in this ancient desolate land, I will take back what you owe me 10-fold, 100-fold. The black-clothed man looked at the drifting white origin flame with extreme dissatisfaction. After leaving behind these words, he quickly left this place. Xie. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and did not give chase. He had already guessed this person's identity. It was the holy fire manners Leng Yun. From the moment Leng Yun mentioned the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, Xiaoqin had already suspected it. When he saw the pale white extreme flame, Xiao Chen was certain of his suspicions. If Xiao Chen gave chase now, he was 90% confident of finishing off this person tonight. However, when he saw the white origin flame floating beside him, Xiao Chen completely gave up on chasing after him. The earlier fight was too intense, it had already attracted the attention of some people. If Xiao Chen gave chase, he would lose these two origin flames. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiao Chen retrieved his origin flame into his right eye. Then, he used his spiritual sense to wrap around Lang Yun's origin flame and placed it in his sea of consciousness. After Xiao Chen did all that, he quickly left this place and headed for his courtyard. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived in front of his courtyard. The moment he stepped in, his expression suddenly turned strange. For some reason, the four lunar true flames that originally existed in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness all tangled with each other and started fighting with all their might. The four even paler lunar true flames in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness headed for the extreme flame's origin flame. They quickly tangled with each other, trying to swallow up the origin flame. Looking at the situation, it was as if four slightly weak middle-aged men were besieging a strong young man. The youth was stronger, but the middle-aged men outnumbered him. When they surrounded him, they held the advantage. The fluctuations in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness were caused by the intense resistance of the origin flame. Although it did not have any intelligence, it instinctively did not want to be swallowed up by the lunar true flames. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he entered deep thought. Among the Yin flames, the flames were also divided into different grades. There were the extreme Yin flame, the extreme Yin flame, and the lunar true flame. Of the three, the lunar true flame was the highest. It was as famous as the extreme solar true flame. As for the legendary heavenly flame, it was said that it could only be resisted by perfectly merging the lunar true flame and the solar true flame. However, Yin and Yang were two opposing energies. Even the lowest grade heavenly flame would cause an intense explosion. It was even more difficult to merge the highest grade lunar true flame and solar true flame. This was why the Heavenly Emperor had been able to use his powerful martial techniques and the heavenly flame to sweep through the world, unrivaled. Now, it looked like energies of the same attribute could swallow and merge with each other to strengthen themselves. With a thought, Xiao Chen decided to help the lunar true flame. After all, the lunar true flame was of a higher grade. Furthermore, it was a flame that Xiao Chen needed to refine equipment in the future. It would be unreasonable not to protect it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into small, sharp arrows and pierced into the origin flame in his sea of consciousness. Then, he started to slice the origin flame apart. The origin flame's advantage was its high density. Hence, it could not be swallowed up by the lunar true flame. Now that Xiao Chen scattered the density of the origin flame, the four strands of lunar true flame immediately found an opportunity to quickly swallow it up. As time slowly passed, the power of the origin flame grew weaker, while the lunar true flame grew stronger. It would not be long before it completely devoured the origin flame. Xiao! The space in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. The lunar true flame finally swallowed up the origin flame. The 5 strands of lunar true flame turned into 1 strand of lunar true flame. With a thought, Xiao Chen summoned out the brand new lunar true flame. Then, he placed it on his palm and looked at it carefully. The pale white flame floated above Xiao Chen's palm. It looked no different from before. However, there was a rice grain-sized bright spot in the center of the flame. In the past, the lunar true flame was just 4 strands of flame without an origin flame of its own. Now, it finally had one. It could be considered a true lunar true flame. Although that origin flame was pitifully small, almost negligible, Xiao Chen was very satisfied. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain tonight. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With a foundation, there was no need to fear that it would not grow stronger. He finally had some progress on refining the origin flame. Xiaochen returned the lunar true flame to his sea of consciousness again. Then, he muttered, "The holy fire manor is famous for its holy fire. Perhaps there really is an extreme flame seed there. If there is an opportunity, I should go and take a look." After dealing with the 2 corpses in the courtyard, Xiaochen entered his bedroom and lit an oil lamp. Under the flickering flame, he continued to read Bai Lixi's cultivation notes. When it was late at night, Xiaochen started to struggle to keep his eyelids open. He had not had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He could no longer endure it and fell asleep on the table. Chi. It was unknown when, but the melodious chirping of a bird resounded outside the house. Xiaochen slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The glaring sunlight shone through the cracks of the door and window. Piercing sunlight shone through the cracks in the door and window. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed as he spat out a long breath of turbid air. Then, he stretched his body and felt refreshed. Chapter 460. I have not slept so well in a long time. Unexpectedly, it is already noon. It is time to go out and find a fish technique. In a restaurant in the city, Xiaochen ordered a table full of food and wine. Then, he called a waiter over and tossed a bag containing hundreds of inferior-grade spirit stones to him. The underground market of the ancient desolate land. Do you know where to go? When the waiter saw the heavy bag, he smiled happily and said, "Is young hero going to take something out or sell something?" Xiaochen put down his wine cup and asked, "Is there a difference?" The waiter smiled and said, "There is no difference. The place is the same. However, if you are going to sell something, you have to go to the Heavenly Extermination Union to register. It seems like this is your first time coming to Desolate City. I'm afraid you will take the wrong path." Xiaochen felt relieved and said, "It's fine. I am not going to sell anything. Just tell me how to get there." The waiter said, "After you leave the shop, head west. There will be a lake in the middle of the city. We call it the Hidden Dragon Lake. The underground market is at the bottom of the lake." After Xiaochen finished his food and wine, he left the shop and immediately flew west. There were many cultivators in the air. Occasionally, Xiaochen would run into some cultivators rushing around without any fear. He did not want to invite any unnecessary trouble, so he increased his height by a kilometer. Only then did he have much more peace and quiet. The higher he flew, the more essence he exhausted. If there was nothing urgent, most cultivators would not fly more than a kilometer. Xiaochen's vision immediately widened. Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be a pagoda behind the many buildings in the distance. There were 5 sharp corners protruding from the top of the pagoda. A formless spiritual energy soared into the sky from the tip of the pagoda. It scattered the clouds and formed a semicircle of empty space. Xiaochen muttered, "Is this the ancient desolate tower?" Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not have time now. Otherwise, he would have to go and take a look. He did not know what was inside this mysterious tower. An hour later, a lake filled with spiritual energy appeared in Xiaochen's vision. The lake was calm without any ripples. But there seemed to be undercurrents surging within, and one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Hidden Dragon Lake. Could it be that there really is a dragon hiding in this lake? They really dare to randomly name it. Xiaochen smiled lightly and landed on the surface of the lake. Boom! At this moment, a loud roar came from the center of the lake. The lake water suddenly exploded, creating waves. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Under the pressure of the aura, a circular wall of waves immediately appeared on the surface of the lake, continuously expanding. A moment later, it arrived in front of Xiaochen, passed through his body, and spread further away. Xiaochen's clothes were instantly drenched, and he looked like a drowned rat. Strange, I seem to have been frightened by something just now. I could have dodged it, but I couldn't even muster my ki. I have to use my essence to dry my clothes. Xiaochen thought it was strange. At the same time, he felt very curious about that roar. How unlucky. I don't know what happened. This old ancestor has not been angry for several years. Stop talking. Let's go down first. It's just that our clothes are a little wet. We can use our essence to dry them. Some of the cultivators beside Xiaochen, who were also standing on the surface of the water, cursed softly. Xiaochen stopped thinking about other things. In any case, he could not figure it out. So, he covered his body with essence. Xiaochen held his breath and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake with the cultivators beside him. Many cultivators could be seen below the surface of the lake. They moved about, bobbing up and down. Xiaochen followed the crowd and slowly sank. 10 minutes later, Xiaochen saw a bright white light in the center of the lake. Before he could react, a strong suction pulled him down. When Xiaochen reacted, he discovered that he was already in midair. There was a transparent barrier above him, separating him from the lake. However, below him was a bustling market. It was brightly lit, and people moved about. The sound of people haggling could be heard everywhere. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen slowly floated to the ground. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. The market was densely packed with trade routes, like a spiderweb. As Xiaochen walked along the streets, he looked around with interest. Indeed, it was as Xia Xian had said. There were many people from all walks of life here. He even saw many rare demonic cultivators. The cultivators who set up stalls sold everything. There were spirit beast corpses of various ranks, demonic beast materials, spirit cores, demonic cores, medicinal pills, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, spirit weapons, and secret treasures. There were countless of them. Furthermore, these were just the ordinary items. What was even more surprising were some extremely sinister items. For example, there was a living woman placed at a stall with a price tag. After asking around, Xiaochen found out that this woman had a rare absolute Yin body. She was a good cauldron for evil cultivators to practice. Furthermore, to refine the 10,000 blood demon pearl using human souls, one would have to kill 10,000 martial saints to refine it. All sorts of extremely sinister items were common here. Along the way, Xiaochen met many cultivators with deep cultivations. Xiaochen carefully withdrew his aura. He was nothing here. Those strong cultivators could easily squash him to death with one finger. However, there was no need to worry about them killing him in the market. No one dared to disobey the rules of the Heavenly Extermination Union. However, once Xiaochen left the market, it would be hard to say. Suddenly, Xiaochen stopped in front of a stall. He stared at a black stone the size of a human head. This is an embryo of astral iron. After refining it, you can extract astral iron the size of a palm, Xiaochen said, his heart thumping with excitement. Astral iron was obtained from a meteorite. It could be used to repair strong ancient secret treasures. It was also an important material for refining. Xiaochen had once obtained a small piece of astral iron and used it to repair the Eastern Emperor bell. Unfortunately, the Eastern Emperor bell's grade was too high. That small amount of astral iron was not enough to repair it completely. As a result, the Eastern Emperor bell became a piece of scrap metal again. The owner of the stall was barely an inferior grade martial king. He did not seem to recognize this astral iron. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He squatted down and picked up a rank 7 demonic beast demonic core beside the astral iron. He asked, "How much is this demonic core?" When the owner of the stall saw that there was business, he immediately smiled and said, "This is the demonic core of the rank 7 wind-attributed demonic beast, the green hummingbird. When embedded in a spirit weapon, it can increase the attack speed of the spirit weapon. If you are a wind-attributed cultivator, you can use the turbidine water to extract the demonic beast's evil chi. You can absorb the demonic beast's energy directly and use it to refine medicine. When Xiaoqin saw the other party introducing the demonic core non-stop, he interrupted, I know. I am asking how much it is, not what it is used for. The owner of the stall smiled embarrassedly and said, it is not expensive. If it is inferior grade spirit stones, I will give you 20,000. If it is medial grade spirit stones, I will give you 100. Xiaoqin took out 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones and tossed them to the other party. He said, I want this demonic core. Straightforward. The demonic core is yours. The owner of the stall revealed a smile and tossed the demonic core to Xiaoqin. Clearly, he did not expect Xiaoqin to accept it so readily. Xiaoqin played with the demonic core for a while. The expression on his face seemed to be very happy. His intuition told him that Xiaoqin might be a big customer. He might even be a disciple of a noble clan. Since he was so generous, he could not miss this opportunity. Seeing that Xiaoqin was preparing to leave, the owner of the stall quickly said, Young hero, do you want to continue looking? I still have some good things that I can't hide. Xiaoqin turned around and asked interestedly, what good things? The owner of the stall chuckled and took out some secret treasures from his spatial ring. Then, he placed them on display. Xiaoqin held them in his hand and felt them carefully. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. They were all trash secret treasures. They would be useful for martial saints. However, after martial kings, they would be useless. They were similar to the jade pendant that Xiaoqin obtained in the past. They were already outdated. However, the expression on Xiaoqin's face did not change. He nodded his head heavily and said, Good things, I want them all. How much are they? Don't talk nonsense with me, introducing a bunch of things. Just tell me how much they are. When the owner of the stall heard this, he was slightly stunned. After a while, he rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had met the rumored rich man. Xiaoqin clearly did not know anything, yet he acted like he did. He said that a pile of trash was good. Secret treasures were valuable, but not all secret treasures were valuable. This pair of inferior grade secret treasures was just a pile of trash to martial kings. Seeing the owner of the stall remain silent, Xiaoqin said somewhat impatiently, How much are they? If you are not going to make a price, I will be leaving. The owner of the stall recovered his wits and clenched his teeth, 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiaoqin remained silent, not saying anything. The owner of the stall knew that he had exaggerated the price. He quickly said, 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones is fine as well. Xiaoqin seemed to have just recovered his wits. He said, 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. That's fine. Deal. When the owner of the stall heard this, he could not help but vomit blood in his heart. It turned out that this fellow did not hear what he said earlier. I lost 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones just because I spoke too much. The owner of the stall was filled with regret. When he saw Xiaoqin preparing to leave after paying the bill, he said unwillingly, Wait a moment, young hero, I still have something good here. Xiaoqin smiled and said, You still have something good. Bring it over and let me take a look. Good stuff, good stuff. The owner of the stall looked around his stall, but he could not find anything that he could use to bluff his way out of. Suddenly, he saw that swarthy astral iron raw stone. His eyes lit up and he smiled, This is it. What is this again? The owner of the stall was put in a difficult position. He did not know what this thing was. He only felt that it looked useful, so he casually put it out. Now that he had to introduce it, he did not know how to do so. He felt very anxious, hoping that Xiaoqin would say, Cut the crap, just make a price. Xiao said doubtfully, "What is this?" "Ha ha. Young hero, you still don't know what this is." The owner of the stall laughed embarrassedly. He said, "You know what this is. I'll just make a price, right?" Xiao shook his head, "I don't know." "What is this? Isn't it just a black stone? What is its use? Just tell me." The owner of the stall was very anxious. He did his best to search for words to describe this black stone. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything. Chapter 461. This was because he did not know what this black stone was. Even if he wanted to make something up, he would not have a good reason. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not come up with anything. He could only feign a strange smile and say, "Young hero, you understand." Xiao shook his head and said, "I really don't understand." The owner of the stall was in a rush to make an offer. However, when he saw that Xiao did not take the bait, he felt very depressed. He really did not know how to continue making things up. Xiao lips curled up as he said, "If you don't want to say, then never mind. I'll take my leave first." The owner of the stall quickly stood up and blocked Xiao. He said anxiously, "Young hero, don't go. If you really don't understand, then I'll explain it to you." Xiao asked curiously, "What exactly is it?" The owner of the stall thought very quickly. After a while, he quickly said, "This black stone is the egg of a rank 10 spirit beast. You can hug it and sleep on your belly every day. After 49 days, the life within the egg will sense your source of life. After 49 days, the eggshell will slowly transform. After that, after 49 days, a young rank 10 spirit beast will come out." The owner of the stall said a lot in one breath. After he finished, he heaved a sigh of relief. He praised himself in his heart, "I did not expect myself to be so quick-witted." Xiao laughed in his heart. He really admired this person. It must have been hard on him to boast to such an extent. However, the expression on Xiao face did not change. He only said with some doubt, "A rank 10 spirit beast egg. Is that true?" The owner of the stall said very seriously, "It is definitely true. As long as you give me 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones, it will be yours." Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't believe you. How about you sleep for 49 days first? When its eggshell has transformed, I will come back and buy it." Originally, Xiao was starting to believe him. He did not expect the owner of the stall to say that this was just a stone. How could it transform while sleeping? The owner of the stall smiled awkwardly and said, "This thing can only be slept by itself. Otherwise, the spirit beast will not recognize it as its master." Xiao did not say much and directly said, "You must have slept until your balls hurt. I'll give you 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If you sell it to me like this, even 10,000 would be too much. Goodbye. Don't go. 10,000 it is. This black stone is yours." The stall owner immediately shoved the raw astral iron into Xiao arms, refusing to let him leave no matter what. The stall owner smiled and said, "All right, young hero, you've already bought it. Pay up." Xiao did not expect the owner to shove it for 10,000 spirit xiao with. Spirit stone astral spirit stone. Xiao wanted to give it for two. It. For it. Xiao spirit out to him. It spirit out only with 10 spirit astral Xiao spirit 10. The owner of the stall made it seem like he had gained a great advantage. He was afraid that Xiao would go back on his word. Without saying anything more, Xiao tossed 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to the other party. Then, he put away the astral iron stone and left without looking back. The owner of the stall took the spirit stones and watched Xiao leave. A smile bloomed on his face. If there are a few more rich people like him coming every day, it would be hard for me not to get rich. Xiaochen smiled faintly and continued to stroll around the market. As he searched for fist technique manuals, he also looked for opportunities to pick up leftovers. Time slowly went by. Xiaochen saw dozens of fist technique manuals. However, they were all medial grade earth-ranked martial techniques. There were very few superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Even if there was an attribute, it would not be suitable for him. It was extremely difficult to find a pure lightning attributed cultivation technique. As for peak superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques, Xiaochen did not see a single one. After strolling around for a while, Xiaochen could not help but feel disappointed. It looked like it would be difficult to find a suitable high-ranked cultivation technique within 10 days. Xiaochen put down another secret manual in his hand and said to the owner of the stall, "Sorry, this one is not suitable for me either." The owner of the stall was an old man in his 60s. He glanced at Xiaochen and said, "I did not expect little friend to have such high standards. If you really have enough spirit stones, I can recommend someone to you. If you go to him, you will definitely be able to buy the secret manual that you need." Xiaochen asked interestedly, "What do you mean by that?" The old man smiled but did not say anything. Xiaochen understood what the old man meant. He took out 200 medial grade spirit stones and handed them over. "Senior, please help me out." The old man casually weighed the spirit stones in his hand and said in satisfaction, "After you leave this street, turn 3 streets to the left. That is the street that specializes in selling secret manuals. Go to stall number 1 and take a look. The things there are very expensive, but they will definitely have what you need." Xiaochen thanked the old man and took his leave. 10 minutes later, Xiaochen arrived at the street that he mentioned. Indeed, it was as the old man said. Although the street was small and there were not many people, it was very quiet. However, the stalls were filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. As Xiaochen counted in his heart, he slowly arrived at stall number 1. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a ferocious-looking face. He glanced at Xiaochen and smiled faintly. Although it was a friendly smile, it made one's hair stand on end. "Are you here to buy secret manuals?" the middle-aged man asked. Xiaochen nodded. "I only want superior grade earth-ranked fist techniques and above. It would be best if they are lightning attributed." The middle-aged man did not say anything more. He flipped through the stall and found 4 secret manuals, handing them over. Xiaochen received them and flipped through them one by one. The first manual was a tyrant fist that did not have any elemental requirements. There was a total of 10 moves. The fist technique was incomparably tyrannical, each move more ruthless than the one before. This fist technique focused on one's aura, using one's aura to suppress others. If one met a cultivator weaker than them, they could deal with them with one punch. If a stronger cultivator wanted to break the fist technique, they would have to learn an extremely ingenious move. Otherwise, they could only clash head-on and suppress themselves with their aura. The weakness was that it exhausted a lot of essence. A regular superior grade martial king's essence would be completely drained after one set of fist techniques. The other weakness was that the moves were not flexible enough and focused on being straightforward. This fist technique was a superior grade earth-ranked fist technique. Xiaochen thought to himself, "Not bad. If there is nothing else, I will choose this. This tyrant fist technique suits my requirements." Xiaochen had abundant essence, much more than a regular martial king. Even if he ran out of essence, he would still have vital qi to support it. The first weakness could be ignored. As for the second weakness, Xiaochen did not need to worry about it. This fist technique was only a support. He still had more ingenious saber techniques. The second manual was a wind-attributed fist technique. It focused on fast punching speed and ingenious techniques. Xiaochen shook his head and gave up on it. Saber techniques focused on speed and technique. Fist techniques did not need to focus on speed. Xiaochen continued to look at the third manual. It was a lightning attributed superior grade earth ranked fist technique, Thunder Rock Fist. This was a fist technique created by a senior expert after observing the lightning attributed superior grade spirit beast, the Thunder Rock. This fist technique contained the speed of the Thunder Rock, the berserk nature of the Thunder Rock, and the techniques of the Thunder Rock when it hunted. In addition, Xiaochen's own comprehensions formed this strong Thunder Rock Fist. Xiaochen thought to himself, that old man did not lie to me. He managed to find two fist techniques that suited him in one go. Xiaochen continued to look. If there were no better ones, he would just randomly choose one of these two. The fourth manual was called Dragon Claw Fist. It was a martial technique that combined fist techniques and claw techniques. It was very hard to defend against when one switched between a fist and a claw. Dragon Claw. Xiaochen liked these two terms. Perhaps it could be combined with the blue dragon Qi. Xiaochen continued to read. The Dragon Claw Fist was a peak superior grade earth ranked fist technique. His expression could not help but change. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between peak superior grade earth ranked and peak superior grade earth ranked fist techniques, their might was completely different. The might of a peak superior grade earth ranked fist technique was already infinitely close to that of a heaven ranked martial technique. However, heaven ranked martial techniques could not be used without reaching a certain cultivation realm. If one forcefully used it, there would be the danger of the body exploding. Xiaochen himself had an unbearable experience. Hence, if one could find a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique, it would be the most powerful martial technique under martial monarch. Xiaochen felt suspicious. He asked, is this Dragon Claw Fist really a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique? The secret manual that the other party handed over only had a name and a rough introduction. It did not have the actual incantation or the circulation route of essence. Hence, Xiaochen could not make a judgment. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I did not build up my reputation in a day or two. Since I said it is a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique, then it is. However, that manual of yours is a little special. Even if you bought it, it would be useless. Why? The owner of the stall explained, this fist technique can only be circulated with pure vital qi. Furthermore, it has very high requirements for the physical body. If the physical body is not strong enough, even if you are a vital qi cultivator, if you use it rashly, you will end up with severe internal injuries. Even if you do not manage to kill your opponent, you will end up killing yourself. Seeing how your essence is surging, naturally, you are not a physical body cultivator. It would be even more impossible for you to circulate your vital qi freely in your body. Hence, even if you bought it, it would be useless. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. This Dragon Claw Fist was prepared for him. He casually asked, how much is it? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully, you want to buy it? Xiaochen did not beat around the bush. He said directly, as long as the price is not too exaggerated, I will buy it. The middle-aged man said sullenly, don't worry. I always get what I pay for. Although the martial technique you want is a peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique, it is too unpopular. I will not ask for a random price. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones will do. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiaochen nodded and prepared to pay. He knew that the other party did not ask for a random price. A peak superior grade earth ranked martial technique of the other category was sold for 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. There were no surprises. Xiaochen probed, can I use inferior grade spirit stones to pay? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, no. Past inferior grade earth ranked, all martial techniques have to be paid with medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He had only asked casually. He had already guessed that the other party would not agree. After the middle-aged man paid the spirit stones, he counted the number. Then, he took out the true copy of the secret manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen looked through it and verified that there were no mistakes, he placed it in his universe ring. Before he left, Xiao Chen looked at the many secret manuals on the stall. He asked curiously, "Where did you get these secret manuals from? If the information is confidential, I can pay with spirit stones." With such a secret manual, it should be a land of fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters were very attractive to cultivators. Xiao Chen was no exception. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It is not confidential. After you leave, this secret manual might end up in my hands again." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He now knew how the other party obtained these secret manuals. They were obtained by killing people and robbing them. For this person to be able to snatch so many secret manuals, he was probably a half-step martial monarch at the very least. Ha ha. Don't worry, I never make a move on my customers. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he laughed loudly. Chapter 462. This fellow is a madman. Xiao Chen did not linger. He turned around and left the place. Now that he had obtained the secret manual, there was no need to continue looking around. Xiao Chen left the street and prepared to soar into the air. However, just at this moment, a cultivator wearing a black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, landed in front of Xiao Chen. Then, he immediately headed north. Xiao Chen felt that this person looked familiar. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense, and his expression changed. Chu Chaoyun. What is he doing here? He should be here to get something. After all, if Xiao Chen could come, it would not be strange for him to come as well. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped paying attention. However, he suddenly discovered a strange problem. After Chu Chaoyun landed, he did not look at anything. He just headed north, not even bothering to look at the surrounding stalls. Something is strange. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and decided to follow. He withdrew his aura and maintained a 2-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen followed Chu Chaoyun stealthily. Soon, Chu Chaoyun left the vicinity of the market. Xiao Chen found it even more strange. What is this fellow doing here? Outside the market was an extremely desolate land. Only some flourishing weeds grew. The cold wind howled, making it look very desolate. Chu Chaoyun did not stop at all. His destination was very clear. He kept walking until he finally stopped before a tombstone. Beside the tombstone, there was a deep pool of water. The surface of the pool was covered with ice, and it looked very strange. Xiao Chen removed his black cloak. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun was wearing the golden robes of the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun's perpetually calm face revealed a faint sadness. He squatted down and started to pull out the weeds around the tombstone. The tombstone was already very dilapidated. The words on it were already cracked. Xiao Chen took a long time before he could see them clearly. Then, he slowly read, "Grave of Chu Jiaoyang. Chu Jiaoyang, Chu Jiaoyang." Xiao Chen repeated this name twice in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. The Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty and moved unhindered across the continent, the one who was praised for tens of thousands of years. Wasn't the real name of Chu Jiaoyang? Impossible. This is impossible, Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. The Tianwu emperor, Chu Jiaoyang, was a peerless genius, unrivaled in the world, praised for tens of thousands of years. Even to this day, he was still an unsurpassable legend of the Tianwu continent. The title of the strongest person since the ancient era definitely belonged to him. However, his tombstone was so simple and crude that it was even a bit dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Currently, the grave of any city lord of a small city would be many times more luxurious than this gravestone. He was the Tianwu Emperor. How could his gravestone be so simple? Waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He couldn't figure out how this was possible. The tomb of the Heavenly Arch was actually so simple. What Xiao Chen couldn't figure out was why Chu Chaoyun was here. Furthermore, logically speaking, this gravestone should not have been hard to find. Why did he not think of attacking the tomb of the Heavenly Arch? After all, no matter how simple it was still the tomb of the Heavenly Arch. Even the corpse of a Heavenly Arch was priceless and inestimable. All sorts of doubts lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Then, he carefully recalled the past. Suddenly, Xiao Chen remembered the first time he met Chu Chaoyun. There was a Heavenly Thearch's tomb there as well. However, it was the last one, the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Compared to Chu Jiaoyang, he was worlds apart. As the biggest winner of that fortuitous encounter, not only did Chu Chaoyun obtain the corpse of Emperor Wu, he even absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame and obtained the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay. Now that Chu Jiaoyang appeared here, perhaps everything that happened that day was not a coincidence. Everything was within his calculations. If Xiao Chen thought deeper, the map that the Yu clan obtained back then might have been purposely obtained by the Yu clan. If all this was true, then the depths of Chu Chaoyun's schemes were truly horrifying. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, the ice-covered pond shattered with a ka-ca sound. A drawn-out aura soared into the sky from the cracks in the ice. That aura was like a long, straight line. Soon, it pierced through the barrier of the underground market and pierced into the lake. Xiao Chen was startled. When he first arrived at the hidden dragon lake, the aura he felt came from here. Boom! The ice completely shattered, and a snow-white flood dragon leaped out of the pond. Its body was more than 200 meters long. White scales lined its body, and auspicious clouds spread out from its body. An ancient dragon might spread out into the surroundings from its body. Immediately, everyone in the underground market felt an enormous pressure. Their gazes were filled with doubt. Why did this ancestor come out for no reason? Could it be that someone has designs on the Heavenly Emperor's tomb? He is too bold. He really does not know how to spell the word death. However, no one dared to go and watch the excitement. They all remained where they were and did what they were supposed to do. Even if they were curious, they did not have the guts to go and watch. There is actually a dragon in this hidden dragon lake. Xiao Chen thought in horror. This was a rank 10 frost flood dragon, an existence equal to a peak martial sage. Looking at the auspicious clouds covering its body, it clearly showed signs of transforming into a true dragon. Such a flood dragon had lived for an unknown period of time. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to do anything to it. It was an existence that truly stood at the top of the food chain. No wonder no one had any designs on this simple Heavenly Emperor's tomb even though it was placed here. 2 kilometers away, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and lay on the ground even more carefully. At this moment, he did not even dare to send out his spiritual sense. With just a thought from such a strong frost flood dragon, Xiao Chen would be able to sense it. No matter how strong Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compare to a flood dragon. Before the gravestone, Chu Chaoyun waved at the soaring frost flood dragon and said, "Ao Yang, it has been a long time." It has indeed been a long time. The last time you came here was probably 4 years ago, the flood dragon said in an extremely aged voice. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then, he took out a stack of yellow paper and the items of the priest and placed them in front of the gravestone. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and all the offerings started burning. Chu Chaoyun looked at the burning yellow paper in a daze. The sorrowful expression on his face became even more intense. Then, Chu Chaoyun touched the mottled gravestone with his right hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Even if you were a peerless talent, unparalleled in the world, unrivaled in the world, in the end, you are just a pile of dirt, a broken gravestone. Even after 10,000 years, your name still remains. However, your dynasty no longer exists. Your descendants do not even have the qualifications to be a proper human being." Xiao Qin could not hear what Chu Chaoyun said. However, when he saw the burning offerings, he was startled. Could this Chu Chaoyun be a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty's royal court? Xiao. Just at this moment, an extremely cold gaze stared at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. He knew that the frost flood dragon had sensed his emotional fluctuations earlier. Bang! Without any hesitation, Xiao Qin smacked the ground heavily and immediately shot forward. The lines on the blood-flamed shoes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he soared into the sky. Ca. 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 The moment the frost flood dragon left, a layer of cold chi appeared where Xiao Qin had been lying earlier. The frost flood dragon froze all the dirt into ice shards. After that, the ice exploded, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions. The surrounding cold chi spread out and a cold wind howled. A huge pit appeared in the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin did not even notice how the frost flood dragon made its move. He felt extremely nervous as he quickly flew into the sky. He only wanted to leave this market as soon as possible. He had no intention of resisting. The frost flood dragon looked at Xiao Qin in the air. Its eyes flickered slightly as it prepared to spit out another dragon breath to kill Xiao Qin. However, after a while, it discovered something else. It stopped opening its mouth and raised its claws, sending out an extremely sharp cold chi. Bang! Xiao Qin felt a cold chi explode behind him. A horrifying energy surged over and the lightning-attributed essence in his body was immediately destroyed. Pu Ci. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood. That huge force pushed him forward continuously. Soon, he was out of the barrier and into the lake. The huge force did not diminish as it carried Xiao Chen's body forward. After an instant, Xiao Qin appeared above the hidden dragon lake, leaving behind a pillar of water. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he checked his internal injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that he had not suffered any injuries. The cold chi that had rushed into his body and caused him unbearable pain did not injure him. Instead, it forced out some of the impurities in his essence. That was to say, not only did Xiao Qin not suffer any losses, but he even gained something for free. Splash! The water pillar fell, and the lake rippled for a long time before it slowly stopped. Xiao Qin stared at the water for a long time. He could not figure out why that rank 10 frost flood dragon helped him. Beside the heavenly emperor's grave, the frost flood dragon's aged voice rang out again. Chu Chaoyun, don't bring anyone with you next time. Even if you are the successor of the Qing emperor, there is no exception. Chu Chaoyun said somewhat helplessly, I really did not know that he followed me here. Furthermore, I do not know when I will come again. The frost flood dragon's voice rang out again. I don't care what you want to do. You had better not have any designs on the things in the heavenly emperor's grave. After saying that, the frost Jiao dragon dived back into the deep pool of water. Chu Chaoyun clenched his right fist tightly. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the simple heavenly emperor's grave. He muttered, the dead are already dead. I still have some respect for you. Xiao Qin cautiously returned to his courtyard. Under a small tree in the courtyard, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He started to carefully sense the cold chi that the frost flood dragon gave him. He felt that there was still some remnant cold chi in his body that had not been used yet. It would be a waste not to make good use of it. Chi! Chi! As Xiaochen circulated his essence, the cold chi that permeated his flesh, meridians, and internal organs was quickly absorbed by Xiaochen. Chapter 463. This was clearly a bone-chilling cold chi. However, at this moment, Xiaochen felt warm. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Aside from the benefits of this cold chi, he also thought of some other things. He also thought of something else. Cold chi could hurt people, but it could also help people. Xiaochen did not know if this logic applied to other attributes. The wind had a berserk side, but it also had a gentle spring breeze that warmed the human body. Fire had a temperature and could kill. However, it was also a necessity for ordinary people when cooking. If Xiaochen were to apply these principles to his state, he wondered if his comprehension of the state would reach a higher level. This logic was still too profound. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it for now. Then, he focused on absorbing the cold chi. After about 7 minutes, Xiaochen opened his eyes. He felt a warm and numb sensation throughout his body. Waves of turbid chi gathered in his abdomen from all over his body. Xiaochen flicked his finger, and a stream of black blood spurted out of his fingertip. The instant the black blood left his body, Xiaochen felt his entire body relax. What a powerful cold chi! Unexpectedly, it managed to heal all the hidden injuries that I did not notice before. Xiaochen stretched his body and felt astonished. He could not understand why that rank 10 Frost Flood Dragon would help him. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Xiaochen's thoughts. When Xiaochen opened the door, he saw an ordinary person wearing gray robes with 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This person held a letter in his hand. "May I ask if this young hero's surname is Xiao?" the person asked respectfully with a cupped fist salute. Xiaochen nodded to indicate his acknowledgement. The other party smiled and said, "In that case, you have found the right person. This letter is for you. Goodbye." The letter floated in his hand. Xiaochen did not immediately pick it up. The person who delivered the letter looked ordinary, but his attitude was very appropriate. He did not have the reverence that a high-ranked cultivator would have. Furthermore, poisoning the letter was a rather common method. It was better to be cautious. Xiaochen waved his hand gently, and a strand of essence shot out. The letter immediately tore open, revealing the letter inside. The paper unfolded and floated in the air. After Xiaochen finished reading it, he flicked out a wisp of purple flames and completely burned it to ashes. Strange, why did Zhuo of Beast Taming Camp gather everyone? Zhuo was Pei Xiaoshuan's first Shixiao, the strongest third-generation disciple of the Beast Taming Camp. He was very strong. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he managed to rank within the top 20. He was one of the few who could withstand the pressure and enter the top 20. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 young master of Great Tang. The content of the envelope was very simple. It was to invite Xiaochen to attend a gathering in 5 days. It seemed like he wanted to gather all the participants of the second round of selection and familiarize themselves with each other. Xiaochen said softly, "That's good too. If we all go, it's not a bad thing to scout ahead." Keeping this matter in mind, Xiaochen took out the peak earth-ranked fist technique, the Dragon Claw Fist, and carefully looked at it. The Dragon Claw Fist was a fist technique that perfectly merged the fist with the claw. The switching between the fist and the claw was very hard to defend against. According to the introduction in the secret manual, when practiced to great perfection, there would not be much of a barrier between the fist and the claw. When the Dragon Claw Fist technique was executed, it contained the might of the fist and the sharpness of the claw. The fist technique had a total of 7 moves. The first 3 moves were the basics. They did not have names and only allowed the cultivator to switch between the fist and the claw freely. From the 4th move onwards, the might of the dragon claw fist technique increased. Each move was stronger than the one before, and every move was a killing move. Furthermore, each move had 2 different ways of executing it. Using the fist or the claw would result in a completely different move. This meant that the 4 moves could be turned into 8 moves. These 4 moves were Berserk Dragon, Burning the Heavens, Breaking Armor, and Seizing the Heart. After Xiaochen finished reading the secret manual, he closed his eyes and started to carefully comprehend it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. Xiaochen put away the secret manual and started to circulate his vital qi according to the method in the manual. Boom! Boom! Xiaochen circulated his vital qi in his chest and transferred it to his right arm. He immediately felt a swelling pain in his arm, like his flesh would explode in the next moment. Along with the swelling pain, Xiaochen felt an incomparably strong force pour into his arm. What a tyrannical force! No wonder the middle-aged man said that people who had not reached great perfection could not practice this palm technique. Xiaochen knew that he had overestimated himself. The moment he started, he circulated all his vital qi. He quickly reduced the amount of vital qi he used by half. The pain immediately vanished, and the circulation of vital qi became very smooth. Soon, it entered his palm. Paw! When Xiaochen punched, the force exploded in the air. A strong wind immediately blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Without losing any momentum, Xiaochen followed the method in the dragon claw fist and formed a claw with his 5 fingers. The scattered force in the air was instantly absorbed. Xiaochen merged the remaining vital qi with Xiaochen's. When he swung his claw, a strong wind blew and 5 deep claw marks appeared in the air. After a long time, they slowly faded away. Just half of my vital qi is already so strong. When I bring out all my vital qi, how ferocious will it be? Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile as he spoke happily. Furthermore, he did not even use the azure dragon energy in his arm. If he layered his vital qi and dragon qi together, he would be able to defeat the azure dragon. The might of a fist and a claw strike made even Xiaochen feel that it was somewhat monstrous. A peak Earth-ranked fist technique is indeed an Earth-ranked fist technique. I did not spend so many spirit stones in vain, Xiaochen thought, smiling happily. 2 days later, Xiaochen had already mastered the first 3 moves of the dragon claw fist. The transition between fist and claw had already reached the initial stage. Xiaochen had reached small perfection. However, he was still a distance away from being able to move freely. However, that would require time to accumulate. It was not that Xiaochen's comprehension ability was lacking. It was just a matter of time. Fist! In the courtyard, Xiaochen shouted. All the vital qi in Xiaochen's body circulated in his abdomen and poured into his right arm. After 2 days of practice, Xiaochen's physical body could already contain this vital qi without feeling any pain. When the vital qi flowed through his arm, the blue dragon tattoo moved slowly. Strands of dragon qi slowly seeped into the vital qi. The strength in his arm increased by more than 20%. He clenched his fist tightly. When he felt the surging energy, Xiaochen punched. Explode! A cyan energy visible to the naked eye exploded, causing a violent gale to blow in the courtyard. A few small trees were actually pulled up by this gale. Cassier! Cassier! When the energy surged out, the small trees immediately shattered into countless pieces. Claw! Xiaochen shouted again and formed a claw with his fingers. The surrounding azure energy surged over and merged with the remaining energy in his arm. Pu Ci! The 5 cyan claw marks seemed to break through the air. The falling leaves in the courtyard that were flying all over the sky suddenly had 5 extremely obvious gaps. Fist. Xiao Chen's lower body sank down. The instant he retracted his claw, he pushed forward. His aura suddenly changed, turning into a fist wind and attacking forward. After this happened more than 10 times, Xiao Chen slowly stopped. After thinking for a while, he said softly, "The force of the fist wind looks very ferocious. However, it seems to be somewhat scattered. I have to think of a way to gather it together." Following that, Xiao Chen started to focus on practicing the fist wind. He focused the force of the fist wind on one point, not spreading it to other places. Time passed slowly. After another 2 days, Xiao Chen had completely stabilized the 3 basic moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. The problem of the scattered fist wind was also solved. After all, it was not a particularly profound technique. Xiao Chen had been able to do it in the past. Now, he only made a small improvement to the Dragon Claw Fist, making it more suitable for himself. It is time to practice the official moves of the Dragon Claw Fist. Berserk Dragon Fist, Berserk Dragon Claw. There is clearly only one move, but there are 2 different ways to deduce it. I have to think about it carefully. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said with a resolute gaze. In the western district of Desolate City, Zhua Mo of the beast-taming abode had already reserved the entire courtyard. The tables and chairs in the courtyard were arranged very neatly. The 200-odd people who passed the second round of selection were gathered together according to the different empires. The Tang Nation's people were with the Tang Nation's people, and the Chu Nation's people were with the Chu Nation's people. After all, the people from the same nation were the most familiar. It was hard to avoid competition between geniuses. When the cultivators from the same nation gathered together, it was like they were in a group. There were close to 300 outstanding talents. The Great Qin Nation's cultivators were in an awkward position. Aside from Duanmuqing, Hua Yunfei, Mu Qingxue, and Ji Chongkong, there were only a few outstanding talents from the imperial capital. Compared to the other nations, there were only a few dozen people. The difference was very obvious. Even with the addition of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, who had not arrived yet, there were less than 20 people. When the outstanding talents of the surrounding nations looked at where Hua Yunfei and the others were, disdain occasionally flashed in their eyes. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, making the Great Qin Nation's people feel very embarrassed. In reality, the Great Qin Nation's spiritual energy was sparse. It had been at the bottom of the 4 great nations for a long time already. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, no one had made it into the top 100. Unfortunately, the 5-nation youth competition had a rule that the royal clan disciples could not participate. Otherwise, with Ying Yu's strength, she would have no problem making it into the top 20. The royal clans of the various nations formed their own system. It was said that they could communicate with the upper realm and had their own blessed lands. Hence, the invitation to the ancient desolate tower was the same as the 5-nation youth competition. It would not be sent to the royal clans of the various nations. Lu Yong, we have not met for 3 years already. It is rare for us to meet again. I wonder if your sword is still better than mine. Just at this moment, a cultivator from the great Xia nation, Zhou Wei, spoke to a great Tang nation disciple with a soaring aura. In other words, this gathering was a chance for everyone to test each other's strength before the arena battles. There were many familiar faces here. They all wanted to know how much the other party had improved. Then, they could estimate their own strength and their chances of obtaining one of the 20 spots. Half of the reason why so many people came was because of Zhuemo. The other half was because of the 20 spots. The great Tang nation's Lu Yong stood up and smiled faintly. I had the same intention. I could defeat you 1 year ago. 1 year later, I can still defeat you. Xiao. As soon as the 2 of them stepped forward, the sounds of discussion immediately stopped, and everyone's gazes converged on them. Chapter 464. In the arena battles, everyone could be an opponent. If one could understand each other's strength in advance, it would save them a lot of effort. Dang! Dang! In the courtyard, sword chi crisscrossed and the two of them quickly got into a fight, unleashing all sorts of sword moves. The two were evenly matched, no one could do anything to the other. Lu Yong was somewhat surprised. He said, "I did not expect you to have comprehended sword intent in 1 year. Furthermore, you have cultivated it to 30% comprehension. You are not simple." Zhou Wei executed his sword intent to the extreme. He said with some pride, "1 year is enough for many things to change. If this is all you are capable of, you should just admit defeat when you meet me in the arena battles." Boom! The sword in Zhou Wei's hand trembled, and an even stronger sword intent surged out. Even the sword chi became sharper. Dang! 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 As Zhou Wei swung his sword, he forced Lu Yong back a few steps. The advantage in the arena started to tilt in Zhou Wei's favor. That is 50% comprehended sword intent. The cultivators watching outside the arena exclaimed softly. 50% comprehended sword intent was already at the peak of small perfection. As long as one crossed this threshold, it would be a great perfection sword intent. For a regular swordsman to achieve 50% comprehended sword intent at such a young age, it was already very strong. No wonder this person dared to challenge Lu Yong. So it turned out that he had such confidence. Now he felt relieved. Lu Yong's expression also changed slightly. However, he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, 50% comprehended sword intent. I achieved it half a year ago. You should have just reached it. Boom! Lu Yong's sword intent soared as well, and his aura immediately recovered. Furthermore, his grasp of sword intent was even higher than Zhou Wei's. Furthermore, Lu Yong's state was stronger than Zhou Wei's. He instantly gained the upper hand. Zhou Wei could only bitterly defend at some point in time. After 100 moves, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes. He found an opening and thrust his sword at Zhou Wei's face. This attack was cold and sharp, it was extremely dangerous. Zhou Wei was startled and quickly withdrew his sword to block. Who knew that Lu Yong was just faking it? The instant Zhou Wei withdrew his sword, Lu Yong's sword stabbed forward. It struck Zhou Wei's wrist and immediately cut open a wound. The sword flew out of Zhou Wei's hand. Lu Yong took advantage of the situation and took a step forward. The cold edge of the sword rested on Zhou Wei's neck. Thanks for letting me win, brother Zhou. It looks like you've wasted a year of training. It's best if you don't meet him in the arena. Lu Yong laughed heartily and sheathed his sword, returning Zhou Wei's words back to him. Zhou Wei went back to his table, feeling a little depressed. His friends next to him immediately comforted him, "Don't be depressed. You have comprehended 50% of your sword intent, and you have also comprehended the state of wind to the peak of small success. There is still hope for you to get one of the 20 spots." Zhou Wei smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. It just allowed me to see myself more clearly. Originally, I thought that although I was not one of the peak people, unable to compare to Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and the others, I was still within the top 20. I didn't expect such an ending. I'm improving, but so are the others." Following that, a few more people went down to exchange pointers with each other. Among them, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Mu Xinya, the 3 young experts of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, fought each other. There was also the match between Pei Shaoxian and Xia Xiyan, as well as the match between Ding Fengqiu and Zui Mo. These were the most eye-catching. The strength of these people was publicly acknowledged to be at the peak of this place. After a series of battles, everyone was even more certain of this. Even Lu Yong shook his head and sighed after he saw Ding Fengqiu and Zhuo Mo's match. He said, I am not comparable to him. If I meet him, I will immediately admit defeat and conserve my strength for the next battle. On the great Qin nation side, Hua Yunfei and the others all had unsightly expressions. Originally, they thought that even if there was a gap between them and the people of the other nations, there would not be such a huge gap. At the very least, there would be a chance to turn things around. After watching a few battles, Hua Yunfei shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself, I was truly a frog in a well. Bang! A swordsman from the Great Qin nation kicked a cultivator from the imperial capital of the Great Qin nation. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was one of extreme pain. That swordsman shook his head and said, the cultivators of the Great Qin nation are still not strong enough. Sorry, I should not have challenged you. These words sounded nice. However, when Hua Yunfei and the others heard them, it was worse than humiliation. Don't go. I, Hua Yunfei, challenge you. Hua Yunfei's expression turned sullen as he stood up. He held a scarlet sword and slowly walked towards that swordsman. That swordsman glanced at Hua Yunfei and said seriously, you are stronger than him. I accept your challenge. Boom! The two of them clashed. Hua Yunfei knew that his opponent was not easy to deal with. The moment he stepped up, he executed the bloody kill sword technique to its limits. A scarlet light filled the sky, a sea of blood surged, and a baleful aura rushed into the sky. That swordsman's expression did not change. He retreated step by step, blocking Hua Yunfei's continuous attacks. When that swordsman had nowhere to retreat to, he suddenly stopped. He shook his head and said, what a strong martial technique. Unfortunately, you cannot even comprehend sword intent. It is a waste of this martial technique. Lose. Sword intent rushed into the sky, and that swordsman's aura suddenly soared. His sword technique became very ferocious. With just one sword strike, he managed to repel Hua Yunfei's attack. The sword left a faint wound on his face. After that, that swordsman withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. If he had not been merciful, Hua Yunfei would have died on the spot. Ji Changkong took advantage of the situation and stood up. He said to that swordsman, Ji Changkong, do you mind giving me some pointers? Before that swordsman could reply, a bladesman friend beside him stood up and smiled, you have fought 2 consecutive battles. How about I help you block? Sure, I'll leave Shi Yong to you. The swordsman nodded in agreement. He returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Even though he had won 2 battles in a row, he did not care too much about it. In his opinion, defeating the people of the Great Qin nation was not something to be proud of. Mu Qingxue said softly, very good. Fight with your full power. That way, you will be convinced of your defeat. Shi Yong smiled and said, don't brag and make others laugh. Speak after you win. Xiao. Ji Changkong took the initiative to attack. He executed the astral swordplay, and a sky full of stars revolved around him. However, that bladesman did not care about his opponent's mysterious phenomenon. He shouted a war cry and hacked down with his saber with all his might. His cultivation was higher than Ji Changkong's. Combined with his tyrannical saber technique, it was sufficient to suppress his opponent. Bang! After clashing head-on a few times, Ji Changkong's arm became numb. His chest ached. He knew that his essence was still lacking compared to his opponent's. He stopped hiding his strength and merged his 20% comprehended sword intent with his sword technique. Finally, he recovered some of his disadvantage. That bladesman smiled and said, interesting. However, a 20% comprehended sword intent is nothing here. You should still lose. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the saber. This bladesman finally used his full strength. Dang! 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 Ji Changkong blocked 3 strikes in a row. In the end, he could no longer block them. The sword in his hand was knocked away, flying out of the courtyard. Mu Qingxue, who thought that he could show off with his holy weapon, saw Ji Changkong's sword knocked away, and his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and drank his tea, pretending not to see anything. He had completely given up on challenging others. Just accept your fate. The spiritual energy in the great Qin nation is insufficient, and the competition is not big. Even if we are equal, we are still much weaker than the geniuses of the other nations. In this budding age of geniuses, you are destined to be supporting characters, Shi Yong said expressionlessly. Ji Changkong's face was filled with dissatisfaction. However, he had to admit that what Shi Yong said was true. Wang! Wang! Just at this moment, a melodious sword hum resounded outside the courtyard. It sounded melodious and resonant. Everyone quickly looked over. They saw a bladesman in white grabbing a sword with 2 fingers outside the door. The force of the sword was very strong. However, that bladesman only used 2 fingers and casually grabbed the tip of the sword. He casually clamped the tip of the sword, and the sword could no longer move forward. It shook and trembled violently in the air. Shi Yong's expression changed slightly. He had used his full power in his final 3 attacks. They were his peak killing moves. He was very clear on how strong they were. The sword that he knocked away contained at least half the might of his peak strike. It would not be strange if Shi Yong had dodged it. After all, he was already too slow. However, this person only used 2 fingers to grab the tip of the sword and casually blocked it. This was somewhat unbelievable. Today happened to be the 5th day that Suemo had set. Xiaochen practiced the Dragon Claw Fist's 4th move, Berserk Dragon. He was too engrossed in it. Originally, he had planned to practice it once more in the morning before setting off. However, who knew? He suddenly comprehended something and became engrossed in it. By the time Xiaochen reacted, it was already noon. He rushed over in a hurry. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a sword flying at him. At first, Xiaochen thought that someone was trying to make a move against him. When Xiaochen saw Ji Changkong and Shi Yong, he understood. It was just the shockwaves from the fight. It was clear that Ji Changkong had lost. When Ji Changkong saw Xiaochen holding his sword, he said with an unfriendly expression, "Give me my sword." Xiaochen smiled faintly and flicked his finger. The sword started spinning and flew towards Ji Changkong. Xiaochen flew towards Ji Changkong and caught the sword. Ji Changkong had an unsightly expression as he returned to his seat. He had not expected that after leaving the great Qin nation, he would not even be able to deal with a minor character. Xiaochen slowly walked over to Shi Yong and said calmly, "The people of the great Qin nation can only be supporting characters. Could it be that you think you are the main character? Do you dare to repeat what you said earlier?" Xiaochen had heard every single word that the other party said. He found it very laughable. Although the spirit veins in the great Qin nation were rare and the competition was not strong, there were still peak experts like Ying Yu, Chu Chaoyun, and Leng Liusu. This person would not be a match for any one of them. Xiaochen did not know where this person got his confidence from. Shi Yong mocked, "You are from the great Qin nation as well. So what if I say it once? I can say it twice, thrice, or even 4 times. What can you do to me? Don't think that you can scare me just because you showed off your skills. If you are not convinced, you can make a move against me. I will show you what a true bladesman is." Xiaochen did not say anything more. He took a step forward and circulated the Dragon Claw Fist. He held his saber in his left hand without moving and punched with his right. The fist wind howled, and its aura was overwhelming. When Shi Yong saw that his opponent did not even draw his saber, he could not help but smile coldly. Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish. Shi Yong leaned back slightly and held his saber with both hands. A saber light spat out as he hacked at Xiao Chen's fist. Chapter 465. Bang! Xiao Chen's fist wind exploded, and a surging shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up fallen leaves. Shi Yong felt his arm tremble, and his saber nearly flew out of his hand. He had not expected Xiao Chen's vital qi to be so strong. Startled, Shi Yong quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he activated the blood flame shoes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Shi Yong. Xiao Chen formed a claw with his fingers and gathered all the scattered vital qi. Then, he swung his claw heavily, and a bloody mark appeared on Shi Yong's chest. Damn it! I fell for his trick. So, this fellow specializes in claw techniques. Shi Yong retreated again. At the same time, he swung his saber at lightning speed, trying to stop Xiao Chen from continuing to attack. Xiao Chen instantly clenched his fist tightly and turned the claw into a fist. An intense fist wind surged forward. This time, Xiao Chen used the blue dragon's qi. The might of this punch blasted away the saber in Shi Yong's hand. It did not stop there. When it struck Shi Yong's chest, it exploded. Boom! Shi Yong's clothes were blasted into tatters, and he was flung more than 100 meters into the air. The might of this punch completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When they saw this, they were all horrified. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not even draw his saber. He used only 3 moves to defeat Shi Yong, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Only the people who came from the same wrestling ring as Xiao Chen were not too surprised. Xia Xian smiled gently and said, "This fellow finally found a superior grade earth-ranked fist and palm technique. His strength has indeed soared." After Xiao Chen punched, Shi Yong's body landed heavily on the ground after a long time. He gave off a dull thud before he fainted. Shi Yong's friends looked at Xiao Chen with hostile gazes. They quickly came over and carried Shi Yong away. This was especially so for that swordsman. A hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Hua Yunfei and the others saw Xiao Chen finish off Shi Yong in 3 moves, their hearts involuntarily sank, as if something had shattered within them. Back in the plaza, when the other party first saw him, he had declared that he would personally defeat Xiao Chen. Who knew that he couldn't even deal with a small fry, and the person he had said he would defeat easily defeated him in 3 to 5 moves. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, after being left behind by Xiao Chen, in less than half a year, the gap between them had widened so much. In his lifetime, he might not even have the chance to surpass him. Perhaps he might not even have the chance to close the gap between them. Paw paw paw. Zuemo, who was seated in the middle, looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen and clapped gently. He smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, you are truly worthy of being the only one to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Incredible. Is he the contestant with 100 wins?" Many people immediately cast curious gazes at Xiao Chen, clicking their tongues. Although most of them had heard of someone obtaining 100 consecutive victories, they had never seen that person before. They did not know who that person was. At this moment, they sized up Xiao Chen again. They were even more astonished than before. When Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others heard this, they could not help but exchange glances. They were speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Muking said calmly, "Back then, we were all defeated at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We already lost most of our luck. We should have expected such a situation." The few of them sighed, feeling bitter in their hearts. They did not want to speak anymore. This was probably the so-called stepping stone. Now, they did not even have the qualifications to be stepping stones. It was easy to imagine how upset they were. Xiaochen looked at Zuomo, Pei Xiaoshuan's mysterious senior brother. He said softly, "It is just luck. It is not exaggerated." Zuomo smiled gently and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that luck is also a kind of strength? I have long wanted to experience your great moves. I wonder if I will have the chance." Xiaochen nodded and said, "It would be my honor." "Very good, I will not stand on ceremony, then." Zuomo's gaze turned cold. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward, sending a palm strike at Xiaochen. Ka-xie. Xiaochen stabbed his saber into the ground along with its scabbard. Then, he charged forward without hesitation. Xiaochen executed the dragon claw fist and punched the other party's palm. A huge force spread out, and ripples spread out like a screen of water. Who? The two of them retreated upon contact. Their bodies started spinning at the same time. As they spun, they slowly dissipated the force from their opponent. After the two landed, they looked at each other in shock. The essence that came from Xiaochen's palm made Xiaochen's fingers ache. This person's essence was much purer than his. Xiaochen did not know how many natural treasures this person consumed. His cultivation technique might even be a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Zuomo's shock was no less than Xiaochen's. Pure vital qi surged out from Xiaochen's fist wind. However, Xiaochen's essence was no weaker than Zuomo's. Zuomo did not expect Xiaochen to be able to match Xiaochen with just vital qi. Xiao. After pondering for a while, the two of them quickly started fighting again. Relying on their fists and legs, they began to fight from top to bottom in the courtyard. The two of them moved very quickly. The weaker ones could only see two blurry figures moving up and down. They could not catch their moves. Interesting. These two fellows. One of them is good at summoning spirit beasts and the other is good at using the saber. They are actually fighting with their fists and legs. The myriad fiend palace's Chumu smiled gently and said, "Zimo, Xinya, who do you think will win with their fists and legs?" Xiaochen. The two of them said at the same time without hesitation. The strength of Xiaochen's fists and legs, as well as his physical body, had left a deep impression on the two of them in the wrestling ring. At this moment, it was clear that Xiaochen had obtained an even higher-ranked fist technique. He had made up for his only weakness. It was hard to imagine that he would be at a disadvantage. Chumu smiled and said, "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." Zuomo's superior Great Earth-ranked martial technique, Flowing Cloud Palm, reached great perfection the day before yesterday. Furthermore, he has incredibly pure essence. There is no reason for him to lose. Figures flashed in the wrestling ring and the wind howled. As the strong wind rose and fell, the fallen leaves in the courtyard started falling. Dang! Dang! When the fallen leaves struck the tables and chairs, they were like blades embedded in them. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were even injured by the falling leaves. The clothes on their bodies became tattered. They quickly used all sorts of methods to shatter the fallen leaves. What a strong wind! Unexpectedly, even the aftershocks are so strong. This is still not their true strength. They are just supporting moves. If they were to fight for real, how strong would they be? The crowd thought to themselves. As they looked at the two people in the plaza, a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. To these people, the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower were already in the bag. In the air, Xiaochen's fists danced. Sometimes, he would use his left hand as a claw and his right hand as a fist, alternating between the two. Sometimes, he would directly use the wind generated by his fists to face his enemies. Zuomo's strange style was unpredictable. Zhuo Mo's expression remained calm as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's attacks. It was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack Xiao Chen. With two different styles, he did not dare to act rashly. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out in the air again. Vital qi and essence collided, creating ripples. The strong wind in the courtyard intensified once more. Both of them took 5 steps back and stood in the air. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the strong wind. This is the first time I have seen a martial technique that alternates between the fist and the claw. However, if this is all you have, then it ends here. Zhuo Mo shouted and launched another sneak attack. His palm wind danced, and the clouds in the air linked together, making it seem like he was in a sea of clouds. Explode. When Zhuo Mo sent out a palm strike, the clouds gathered. When they got close to Xiao Chen, they exploded in the air. A horrifying shock wave surged out. Xiao Chen crossed his arms, forming the stance of a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Then, he retreated 100 meters. Flowing cloud burst. The unending stream of flowing cloud palms was like a cannonball, causing the clouds to explode violently at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step forward in the air, no longer retreating. His body roared like a tiger and a dragon as he clashed head-on with the unending stream of flowing cloud burst. Bang! 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 The surging flowing clouds exploded in the air. The energy formed by pure yuan qi exploded with a loud bang, forming beautiful clouds that radiated light in all directions. The boundless clouds covered Xiao Chen's figure, preventing others from seeing the exact situation. When Chu Mu felt the energy of the clouds, he smiled faintly. I was right, right? After the flowing cloud palm reached great perfection, its might more than doubled. The mysterious phenomenon it creates is even more shocking. After the light scatters, it should be the time of Xiao Chen's defeat. Even if he still has a saber technique that he has not used and Zhuo Mo has not summoned his spirit beast, in the end, Zhuo Mo is stronger. His 100 consecutive victories can only be attributed to luck. Jiang Zimo looked at the bright clouds in the sky and shook his head. That might not be the case. Are you still going to persist? Let's see the result. Chu Mu could not understand why Jiang Zimo persisted. Xiao. When the light completely scattered, Xiao Chen slowly revealed himself. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the air. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he did not seem to be in a sorry state. Zhuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He felt incredulous. He thought to himself, how strong is this fellow's physical body? Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to receive my flowing cloud burst. Xiao Chen slowly lowered his crossed arms and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He said softly, flowing cloud burst, not bad. In that case, receive a punch from me as well. Berserk Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen shouted and his figure flickered. He circulated his vital qi in his abdomen and the berserk vital qi quickly flowed to his arm. The muscles on Xiao Chen's right arm immediately swelled up. The blue dragon tattoo also started to move quickly. Xiao Chen felt like he was filled with boundless energy. Roar! The image of an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's arm. It carried the might of a blue dragon as it rushed at Zhuo Mo, flowing cloud burst. This move was very ferocious. Zhuo Mo did not dare to be careless. The surrounding white clouds immediately infused into his right palm. A white jade-like light appeared on his palm. Everyone present held their breath and watched carefully. The myriad fiend palace's Chu Mu also had a surprised expression on his face. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to send out such a strong punch. Bang! The jade-like smooth palm collided with the dragon head and immediately gave off a deafening explosion. A semicircle of energy formed in front of the two as they clashed intensely. Chapter 466. Zhuo Mo's face turned slightly red. His surging essence poured into his smooth, jade-like palm like a flowing river. The glazed white light became even brighter. Interesting, this is the first time I met an opponent with such surging essence. Xiaochen could not help but feel excited. The qi whirlpool in his body spun and his essence merged with his vital qi. Boom! This time, Zhuo Mo's strength increased explosively. After the dragon head roared, Zhuo Mo was immediately knocked back. Xiaochen shouted again and took 5 steps in the air. Then, he changed his fist into a claw and executed the berserk dragon. Hu Qi! The dragon head twisted and quickly turned into an azure dragon claw. Xiaochen retracted his arm and swung it forward. Qi! Qi! The azure dragon claw instantly left 5 bloody wounds on Zhuo Mo's chest. It looked very horrifying. Defeat! Xiaochen's gaze turned stern and stern. He extended the dragon claw and pressed it heavily on Zhuo Mo's chest. Zhuo Mo vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a sandbag. Xiaochen stood proudly in the air and scattered the blue dragon's energy. The berserk energy immediately dissipated into the strong wind. Unexpectedly, even Zhuo Mo is not a match for him. Could this Xiaochen already be the strongest person in the 4 nations? It is hard to say. Zhuo Mo's greatest strength is summoning spirit beasts to fight. I heard that he already has a rank 8 spirit beast in his spirit blood jade. That might not be the case. Xiaochen is a bladesman. He did not even draw his saber. No matter what, Xiaochen only has the upper hand in terms of punches and kicks. As for who is stronger between the two of them, they will have to fight for real before it can be determined. When the crowd saw Zhuo Mo fall to the ground, they were all extremely shocked. Zhuo Mo had already become famous 2 years ago. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he had managed to get into the top 20. He had fought his way up without any exaggeration. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen, who had just risen up, had beaten him into such a sorry state with his fists and feet. Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "Chu Mu, I was right, right?" It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiaochen's physical defense is the strongest under martial monarch. Now that he's obtained a top earth rank fist technique, he's like a tiger that's grown wings. I'm afraid that in terms of fist techniques, ordinary fist masters aren't a match for him. Chu Mu muttered in a low voice, "It looks like we really underestimated him. 100 consecutive victories is not as simple as luck. 2 years from now, this person will be our main competitor." Zhuo Mo climbed up in a slightly disheveled manner. Looking at Xiaochen in the air, he grimaced and said, "It seems that I was rash to use my fists and legs to fight against you. I am going to use my true power. Please use your blade." Xiao. When Xiaochen landed on the ground, he waved his left hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ground. The beast taming abode focused on taming and summoning spirit beasts. Zhuo Mo being able to use his fists and legs to fight against him for so long had already surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. If Zhuo Mo continued to use his fists and legs, it would be hard to avoid being careless. Xiaochen said softly, "You are too polite. Please make your move." Zhuo Mo, oh, Zhuo Mo. It has only been a year since we last met, and you can't even deal with an inferior grade martial king. You've really disappointed us. Just at this moment, a disharmonious voice resounded in the air. Everyone looked up and saw 4 handsome and elegant youths in embroidered robes. 4 handsome and elegant young men dressed in embroidered robes floated in the air with gloomy eyes. Their auras surged to the heavens. Zhuo Mo's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, a boundless hatred appeared in his eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "Xie Ziwen." Some of the more knowledgeable people below also had ugly expressions on their faces. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin nation. Furthermore, he was the person who eliminated Zhua Mo in the previous five-nation youth competition. Why is he here in the ancient desolate land? Everyone wondered suspiciously. Ha ha. There are quite a few familiar faces here. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Pei Shaoxian are here as well. Xie Ziwen led the three and slowly descended 100 meters above the ground. Then, he called out names in a frivolous tone. Aside from the few people he called out, the others did not even bother to look at them. They were extremely arrogant. Although most of the people present were unconvinced, they did not show much dissatisfaction on their faces. In the previous five-nation youth competition, Xie Ziwen had stopped at rank 12. He was just short of entering the top 10, standing at the peak of the entire continent. Xie Ziwen had the capital to be arrogant. He could indeed look down on them. Senior brother, it looks like there are no experts worth paying attention to here. Even if they enter the ancient desolate tower, it would be pointless. The three people behind Xie Ziwen also had the symbol of the Evil Moon Pavilion embroidered on their collars. Clearly, they were from the Evil Moon Pavilion as well. The people from the four great nations are still as trash as they were in the past. Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "That is not a problem. This is good as well. Our chances of entering the ancient desolate tower have increased." When the people below heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Since when could the people of the Great Jin nation participate in the selection for the ancient desolate tower? When Xie Ziwen saw the expressions of the people below, he smiled and said, "Ha ha. Don't be so shocked. The current Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief owes my master a big favor. Now is the time for him to return the favor. You must be very sad. We lost another 4 spots in an instant." Ha ha. Xie Ziwen revealed a playful smile as he hovered in the air. He did not care about the crowd at all. It was as if he could defeat them all and had already secured 4 spots. Let's go. It looks like there are no worthy opponents. The great Zhua Mo could not even defeat an inferior grade martial king. This is pointless. Xiao. Veins bulged on Zhua Mo's face as he quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. He immediately summoned out a peak rank 7 red-tailed eagle. This red-tailed eagle had lived for an unknown period of time. Its body was incredibly huge. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 meters wide. Zhua Mo stood on it, blocking the path of Xie Ziwen and the others. "I don't think I invited you to this gathering. Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Have you asked me, the host?" Zhua Mo said coldly as the red-tailed eagle flapped its wings. He looked expressionlessly at the person who had caused him to lose miserably in the previous five-nation youth competition. Xie Ziwen stood in the air and looked at Zhua Mo. He said indifferently, "Do you want to fight? Have you thought it through? If I really injure you, you won't be able to participate in the arena battles 5 days from now. Don't blame me for being too ruthless." Zhua Mo said coldly, "Go ahead and make your move. I have been waiting for the day to take revenge for the past 2 years. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I do not have to wait for another 2 years. Senior brother, do you want us to make a move? He looks like he is only a superior grade martial king. He is still far from his limits. There is no need for you to make a move." Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Let him know the difference between us. The times are different from 2 years ago. That way, he will not be dreaming of entering the top 20 again." When the others heard this, they did not say anything more and quickly moved aside, leaving space for the 2 of them in the air. Zhua Mo's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He leaped up and left the red-tailed eagle below him, charging at Xie Ziwen. Boom! Boom! As Xiao Chen retreated, his hands quickly formed hand seals. There were a few cracking sounds, and another 3 rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared in the air. Go! Zhuemo waved his hand, and the 3 flying spirit beasts flew at Xieziwen. Together with the red-tailed eagle, they surrounded Xieziwen. A rank 7 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior grade martial king. Furthermore, these spirit beasts had undergone special training. Their combat prowess was stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. The beast taming abode would make every spirit beast they tamed undergo all sorts of fights and competitions. The ferocity of these spirit beasts was much more terrifying than regular cultivators. However, this was not the most important thing. The most dangerous thing was that the beast taming abode disciples could use special techniques to control these spirit beasts like they were their own arms. Hence, even though Xiaochen had suppressed Zhuemo earlier, many people did not think that Zhuemo would lose. Controlling spirit beasts was the true combat prowess of a beast taming abode disciple. Bang! 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 Xie Ziwen sent out strong winds with his palms, blocking the attacks of the 4 flying spirit beasts. As the strong winds blew, the feathers of the birds fell continuously. Although Xie Ziwen could not break out of the spirit beast's encirclement, he did not feel suppressed. Xiaochen had a relaxed expression. With one palm strike, he managed to suppress the 4 spirit beasts. When Zhuemo saw the situation slowly tilting in his opponent's favor, his expression changed. While he did his best to control the 4 spirit beasts, he summoned out another 2 flying spirit beasts. This time, 6 flying spirit beasts appeared. Controlling so many spirit beasts at the same time put Zhuemo in a very difficult situation. Sweat dripped down his forehead. However, the effort paid off. Under the pincer attack of the 6 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression finally turned cautious. He was no longer as relaxed as before. How strong! I did not expect Zhuemo to be able to control 6 spirit beasts at the same time. He has probably cultivated the beast-subduing art to the 7th layer. Perhaps this time, he might be able to wash away his previous humiliation. No matter how strong the geniuses of the great Jin nation are, there is a limit. When the crowd saw the advantage tilting in Zhuemo's favor, they all felt excited. No matter what, they were all people of the 4 great nations. Being looked down on by the people of the great Jin nation would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, they all knew their limits. They knew they were not a match for Xie Ziwen. If Zhuemo could help them vent their frustrations, they would naturally feel better. Xiao! Just at this moment, Zhuemo clenched his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. 2 more rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared. 8. There is hope now. The crowd could not help but exclaim excitedly. Xiaochen held his lunar shadow saber and glanced at Xie Ziwen's 3 juniors. He discovered that they were extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations in their expressions. He thought to himself, it looks like things are not that simple. No matter how many rank 7 spirit beasts there are, they might not be able to suppress Xie Ziwen. There is no end to this. Break for me. Seeing Zhuemo summon another 2 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression turned cold. He snorted coldly and a resplendent fiery light appeared on his palms. Ring of Wind Flaming Palm. Xie Ziwen pressed his palms together, and a fiery ring of fire immediately spread out from his body. Bang! The first ring of fire knocked back the 6 spirit beasts. The second ring of fire ignited all the feathers on the 6 flying spirit beasts. Chapter 467. The third wave of flames exploded. All the spirit beasts that came into contact with the flames cried out in pain. Rings of flames appeared one after another. From a distance, Xie Ziwen's body looked like he was bathed in a fiery light. The might of the rings of flames grew stronger with each wave. By the 6th ring, all the spirit beasts were severely injured and on their last breaths. Zhuo Mo's expression changed greatly. He quickly recalled the severely injured spirit beasts. He had raised these spirit beasts since they were young. Every one of them was worth cities. As long as they did not die, there was still hope of saving them when they returned to the spirit blood space. You think you can escape? You are just a bunch of beasts, yet you want to injure me. Xie Ziwen, who had his palms pressed together, looked coldly at Zhuo Mo's actions. Then, he waved his fiery palms 6 times. Bang! 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 6 huge palms made of flames appeared from nowhere and blasted Zhuo Mo's spirit beasts into pieces. They died without a complete corpse. Zhuo Mo revealed a pained expression. He had not expected Xie Ziwen to be so ruthless, actually killing all his spirit beasts. A resolute look flashed in Zhuo Mo's eyes. His hand started to form complicated hand seals. A piece of spirit blood jade on his chest slowly released a bright light. A horrifying aura spread out from Xie Ziwen's body, causing others to feel a faint pressure. Rank 8 spirit beasts, huh? Unfortunately, you do not have the chance to summon them out. Xie Ziwen's figure flashed, and a blazing flame appeared behind him. Wherever he went, the air seemed to burn. The 2 rank 7 spirit beasts quickly pounced at Xie Ziwen, trying to buy time for Zhuo Mo. Xie Ziwen laughed maniacally and disappeared. Unexpectedly, he broke through the obstruction of the 2 spirit beasts. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhuo Mo. 9-winged demonic ape, come out. Zhuo Mo finally completed the last hand seal. His face was very pale. A ring of light appeared in front of his chest. A horrifying aura came from it, and a beast roared. The sound waves were very horrifying. Xie Ziwen bore the brunt of it and was nearly blown away. He calmed himself and looked at the 9-winged demonic ape, who had already peeked its head out. Xie Ziwen roared angrily, go back. The dazzling flame appeared on his right palm once again. The flame was dazzling and extremely hot, making it seem like he was holding a small sun in his palm. Bang! The palm print landed on the 9-winged devil ape's head. The 9-winged devil ape let out a painful cry as it was forced back. The circle of light also began to slowly close. Puchi! Summoning an 8th grade Ling beast already took up large amounts of mental energy. Now that the summoning had failed, Zhuo Mo's face was completely bloodless and he spat out an arrow of blood. His entire body swayed in the air, as if he would fall at any moment. Xie Ziwen smiled coldly and said, you are seeking your own humiliation. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Scram! The flames in his palm gathered again and pressed heavily towards Zhuo Mo. If this pressed down, Zhuo Mo would have to rest for at least half a year. In the arena battle 5 days later, he would have no chance at all. His entire future might be ruined. Hu-chi! Just at this moment, a dazzling purple saber chi flickered with electric light as it quickly flew towards the center of the 2. The timing of the person who attacked was very accurate. It happened to be the instant Xie Ziwen's palm pressed down. It was neither too late nor too early. This forced Xie Ziwen to give up on attacking and turn around to defend against this saber chi. Bang! Xie Ziwen turned around and sent out a palm strike at the dazzling saber chi. The saber chi instantly shattered and turned into motes of starlight. The saber chi was not very strong. However, the state it contained was very strong. Xie Ziwen was not prepared and was forced back a few meters. Zhuo Mo quickly took advantage of this opportunity to land on the ground. His fellow sect members immediately took out medicinal pills and infused essence into him to treat his injuries. Xie Ziwen stabilized himself and looked down with a lightning-like gaze. When he saw Shaochen maintaining his saber stance, his expression turned cold and he landed on the ground with a so sound. You are just an inferior grade martial king and you dare to attack me. Are you tired of living? When faced with Xie Ziwen's angry shout, Xiao Chen said calmly, "It is just an exchange of pointers. There is no need to be so ruthless." Xie Ziwen and Zui Mo had only met by chance. There was no need for him to help Zui Mo. However, when Xie Ziwen saw that Zui Mo did not care about the people of the four nations, he felt dissatisfied. Since Xiao Chen could help, it did not matter. He would just treat it as sowing good karma. When Xie Ziwen heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "Interesting. Since when did an inferior grade martial king dare to lecture me like this? It looks like you have been watching the sky from the bottom of a well for too long. Did your elders not teach you any principles? Today, I will kick your elders and teach you how to respect the seniors from the great Jin nation." Paw. After Xie Ziwen spoke, he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm made of flames smashed down at Xiao Chen with a high temperature. Pu Chi. Xiao Chen leaped up and a purple saber light flickered on it. He raised his saber and instantly chopped the huge flame palm in half. The flame palm quickly scattered into the surroundings, turning into motes of starlight and disappearing into the air. Xie Ziwen's expression changed slightly. When he saw the flickering electric light on his saber, he focused his gaze. This fellow's cultivation is not very high. However, his state of thunder is extraordinarily strong. It is comparable to Xie Ziwen's great perfection state of fire. It looks like I have to use 70% of my strength to defeat him. Dance of 1,000 flames. Xie Ziwen shouted, and resplendent flame ribbons appeared on his fingertips. Then, he quickly soared into the sky. After a while, Xiao Chen soared more than 500 meters high. The 10-finger-sized flame ribbons instantly extended to 600 or 700 meters long. Xie Ziwen's 10 fingers moved gently, and the ribbons of flames danced like ribbons under the refraction of the sunlight. They looked very beautiful. The 700 or 800 meters long flame ribbons crisscrossed in the air, looking like ribbons dancing in the wind. Under Xie Ziwen's control, the flame ribbons quickly wrapped around Xiao Chen. The flame was not as tempting as it looked. When Xiao Chen felt that horrifying temperature, he gave up on using his physical body to test it. Dang! 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 When Xiao Chen's saber, which contained the power of thunder, struck the flame ribbons, it was like he struck a weapon. It gave off clanging sounds and countless sparks flew. Xie Ziwen laughed maniacally and increased the speed of his fingers. His figure followed Xiao Chen's advance, constantly changing positions in the air. This resulted in Xiao Chen trying to escape a few times. However, he was blocked by the flame ribbons. Chi! Xiao Chen took in a deep breath. The flame ribbons brushed against his right hand, which was holding his weapon. It immediately burned him painfully, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Hu Chi! Xie Ziwen took advantage of this opportunity to spin his index finger. The flame ribbons immediately formed a knot and flew towards Xiao Chen's right cheek. Not only did Xie Ziwen want to defeat Xiao Chen, but he also wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He wanted Xiao Chen to know that, given his status, he was not qualified to interfere in certain matters. Dang! Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart. This fellow is really ruthless. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he sent the flame ribbons flying with a flicker of electric light. Looking at the burn on the back of his hand, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like I have a way to deal with this. I should observe for a while longer. The flame ribbons filled the air. Xiao Chen's figure moved along with the dancing ribbons. His body flipped sideways, up and down, left and right. Occasionally, Xiao Chen brandished the lunar shadow saber and dodged some of the flame ribbons that he could not avoid. The people below all stood up unknowingly. When they saw the long flame ribbons dancing in the air, they were so astonished that they could not close their mouths. What martial technique is this? Why is it so strange? It completely traps him in there, preventing him from escaping. Such proficient flame control techniques. This Xie state of fire has truly reached an unimaginable level. I wonder how Xiaoqun will deal with this. It feels like there is no way to deal with it. Unless he scatters this dance of 1,000 flames before it is activated, he will lose. In my opinion, once he is trapped in it, he will basically fail. This might be a martial technique from the ancient era. In the entire Tianwu continent, only that place has a complete inheritance of an ancient era martial technique. Otherwise, it would not be so strange. The crowd discussed among themselves as they marveled at this strange martial skill. Many of them tried to imagine what they would do if they were in Xiaoqun's shoes. They wondered if they could do better than Xiaoqun. However, the results were disappointing. Unless they could interrupt Xiaoqun immediately or surpass him in terms of essence, they could break the flame ribbons. Otherwise, if they were trapped in it, defeat would only be a matter of time. Let's see how long you can last. Seeing that he could not truly injure Xiaoqun, Xie could not help but feel frustrated. After all, in his opinion, Xiaoqun was barely strong enough for him to make a move. If he could not deal with Xiaoqun after a long time, even if he won in the end, it would be unbefitting of his status. Suddenly, Xie index finger started to move rhythmically. The 5 flame ribbons on the outermost layer suddenly formed a pillar, trapping Xiaoqun firmly. However, the innermost 5 of them condensed together and shot out. Their speed was twice as fast as before, leaving almost no time for anyone to dodge. Xiaoqun's expression did not change. However, he rejoiced in his heart. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. An azure vital qi quickly poured into Xiaoqun's palm. Just as the condensed flame ribbons were about to approach him, Xiaoqun tilted his body slightly and grabbed them with his right hand. He tilted his body slightly and grabbed with his right hand. A cyan dragon claw suddenly appeared and grabbed the flame belt. Pu Qi. The dragon's claws gripped the scorching flame belt, producing intense friction. Clusters of sparks sputtered in all directions. Xiaoqun had tested the temperature of the flames earlier. He knew that the flames were not as scary as he had imagined. With the quality of his body and his full vital qi, he would not be able to withstand the heat of the flames. As long as he endured the heat, he would be able to grab the flame ribbons without getting injured. Xiaoqun had been waiting for the other party to condense the flame ribbons for a long time already. Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique, activate. Xiaoqun shouted, and the patterns on his shoes instantly lit up. His speed instantly reached Mach 4. Xiaoqun's figure flickered as he grabbed the 5 flame ribbons and leaped out of the barrier. He immediately felt relaxed. Chapter 468. Xie stared at the 5 flame ribbons in shock. He could not understand how Xiaoqun was able to withstand the temperature of the flame ribbons. After being stunned for a while, Xie reacted. He moved his fingers and controlled the other 5 flame ribbons to lengthen again. He wanted to envelop Xiaoqun again. This time, as long as he could envelop Xiaoqun, he would rather spend more time than take any more risks. Xiaoqun looked at the lengthening flame ribbons and smiled gently. How could he make the same mistake twice? Get down! Xiaoqun shouted and merged his vital qi in essence. His strength reached a horrifying 400,000 kilograms of force. He held the 5 flame ribbons in his right hand and flung them at the ground. Hence, the crowd saw a shocking scene. The owner of the flame ribbons was actually flung up by Xiaoqun and smashed into the ground. Bang! Outside the courtyard, Xie body landed heavily on a river a kilometer away. He kicked up huge waves and rippled the water. Chi! Chi! When the flame ribbons landed on the water, they burned continuously. Water and fire were incompatible. The temperature of the flame ribbons caused the water to boil. Steam rose from the surface of the river. Soon, steam filled the air, and steam filled the air. When Xiaochen felt the flame ribbons in his hand weaken, he did not hesitate to pull them up again. The huge force immediately pulled Xie Ziwen out of the river. It looks like this dance of 1,000 flames cannot be dispersed so quickly, Xiaochen thought to himself. Otherwise, Xie Ziwen would have dispersed the flame ribbons the moment he grabbed them. This is good. Xiaochen grabbed the flame ribbons and infused all his vital qi and essence into the dragon claw on his arm. Then, he flung them at the ground. It was like Xie Ziwen was tied up by a rope and tossed around on the ground in all directions. A kilometer away, with Xiaochen as the center, Xie Ziwen's body bounced up and down in the air. When he landed, he immediately created a huge crater. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, huge pits appeared in the surroundings of the courtyard. Such a commotion attracted the attention of some of the cultivators passing by. When Xiaochen saw Xiaochen tossing a peak superior grade martial king in the air like he was tossing a toy, he gaped in disbelief. F***ck, this guy is a little too exaggerated. In the courtyard, an outstanding talent from the Great Chu Nation could not help but exclaim. An expert from the Great Ji Nation's Evil Moon Pavilion was actually toyed with by Xiaochen. Half a quarter of an hour ago, Xiaochen was still in a perilous situation. Half a quarter of an hour later, everything was reversed. The speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react. Xiao! When Xiaochen relaxed his grip, he discovered that the flames had completely disappeared. He looked at Xie Ziwen, who was on the ground, without hesitation. His figure flickered as he charged forward. While he was flying, he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating 9 identical clones. Xie Ziwen was in a sorry state in the deep pit. His hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips, and his clothes were in tatters. When Xie Ziwen saw Xiaochen descending, rage flashed in his eyes. He pressed his palms together, and rings of flame spread out from his body. This was Xie Ziwen's unique consummate technique, the ring of wind flaming palm. Bang! 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 The fiery flames carried a ferocious energy. They blasted Xiaochen's clones into energy fragments, causing them to vanish into nothingness. Xie Ziwen glanced at the last remaining clone, and his gaze turned cold. He said coldly, "Die." Xie Ziwen withdrew the rings of flames around him, and all the fire-attributed energy gathered in his right palm. A scorching, resplendent, sun-like flame immediately ignited on his palm. The surrounding air began to boil from the heat of his palm. Countless sparks appeared in the air, looking like stars in the sky. Boom! The palm wind struck Xiaochen's body. The last Xiaochen was instantly blasted into smithereens, dying without a complete corpse. Oh no! I killed Xiaochen in one move. However, Xie Ziwen's expression changed drastically. Xie Ziwen quickly turned around and sent out a palm strike. An intense flaming palm wind instantly exploded. Ka Xie! Xiaochen's true body flashed, and he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He instantly executed drawing the saber, his fastest move. A purple bolt of lightning tore through the surging flames and hacked down at Xie Ziwen. Pu Xi! As the electric light flickered, Xiaochen's sudden attack immediately broke through Xie Ziwen's defense and left a long wound on his shoulder. Bang! The surging force of the saber sent Xie Ziwen flying back 100 meters. When Xie Ziwen saw the flickering electric light on the wound on his shoulder, he was horrified. What kind of martial technique is this? Unexpectedly, it can completely hide its killing intent. This fellow is too terrifying. I cannot leave him alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Even though he is only an inferior grade martial king, he is already so strong. If I give him another 2 years, he might even have the strength to suppress me in the 5-nation youth competition. After Xie Ziwen made up his mind, he swallowed a medicinal pill and looked coldly at Xiao Qin. He said, "Very good. You actually managed to injure me. Cripple yourself now, and I will spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." The lunar shadow saber sent out a saber light from his wrist. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "You are really arrogant. Open your eyes and look at the world properly. Stop being immersed in the legends of the great Jin nation. The times have changed long ago. Do you really think that the geniuses of the great Jin nation can do whatever they want now?" Now that the era of geniuses had just sprouted, geniuses appeared everywhere. No matter who it was, being arrogant would only lead to being abandoned by the times. Even though Xie Ziwen was one of the top 12 contestants in the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was no exception. This was the general trend. Only by being at ease and keeping one's feet on the ground could one truly walk down this path. I will not shed tears until I see the coffin. Whether I am arrogant or not, you will know soon enough. Xie Ziwen snorted coldly and brought out his state of fire to its limits. The temperature within 500 meters immediately soared. An ethereal and formless fire spread everywhere. 1,000 flame palm. Xie Ziwen sent out another palm strike. The palm of fire looked very solid. Even the lines on the palm became clear. Boom! 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 Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released his killing qi. His palm images danced around, and a palm of fire filled the air, pressing towards Xiao Qin. The peak state of fire is indeed powerful, Xiao Qin thought to himself as he looked at the palm images filling the air. Xiao Qin tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. The red mark on Xiao Qin's forehead started to flicker quickly. The purple saber immediately flickered with a scarlet light. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Qin grasped his saber with both hands and merged the state of thunder and state of massacre. The purple and red lights on the saber formed a strange pillar of light. When the Wukuei tree above Xiao Qin's head completely formed, the pillar of light quickly elongated. With the support of the state of massacre, the pillar of electric light swept out. All the palm images were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. When the pillar of light touched them, they immediately disappeared, turning into countless sparks. After breaking his opponent's 1,000 flame palm in one move, Xiao Qin did not stop. He executed the Wukuei saber technique's 8th move, which he had never used before. Under the blazing sun, the sky suddenly turned dark. Boundless thunderclouds spread out and thunder roared, raising Xiao Qin's aura to its limits. Xie Ziwen's expression changed greatly. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated. Earlier, Xiao Qin had tossed him around like a toy. He had already sustained significant internal injuries. After that, he made a mistake in judgment and got struck in the shoulder by Xiao Qin's saber. Originally, Xie Ziwen thought that when he executed the 1,000 flame palm with his state of fire, he would be able to take down his opponent in one move. Who would have imagined that Xiao Qin would use one trump card after another? Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin grasped 2 different states. When the state of massacre and state of thunder merged together, it completely suppressed Xie Ziwen's state. Now that Xie Ziwen saw such a horrifying saber technique, fear rose in his heart. He only wanted to dodge quickly. Wukuei moves heaven. Xiao Qin shouted, and the thunderclouds in the sky quickly gathered under the guidance of the saber. A kilometer high in the sky, Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. The thunderclouds formed the trunk of a scarlet Wukuei tree. The tree trunk grew rapidly, and soon, leaves covered the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Rumble! 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 It was unknown whether it was a misperception or an illusion, but the instant the Wukuei tree completely formed, the people below felt like the sky shook. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Xie Ziwen moved back continuously. However, he discovered that he could not move at all. He was still moving around in his original spot. Damn it! The laws of heaven and earth have changed slightly. There is no way to dodge this move, Xie Ziwen thought in horror. The Wukuei saber technique was an ancient martial technique modified by the Thunder King, Sang Mu. The final 3 moves were all killing moves. Each move was stronger than the one before it. It could be said to be the limit of a peak earth-ranked martial technique. Ever since Xiaoqun learned the Wukuei moves the heaven, he had not used it yet. This was because this move was so mighty that even he did not dare to be confident of it. This was especially so after he merged the state of massacre. Xiaoqun did not dare to estimate how strong this move would be. Once he used it, no one under half-step martial monarch would be able to receive it. Even a half-step martial monarch would have to pay a heavy price if they dared to receive it head-on. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, there would be no turning back. Xie Ziwen was strong and talented. Since Xiaoqun had already offended him, there was no need to hold back. Xiaoqun wanted to severely injure Xie Ziwen and disqualify him from competing for the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, he would have created an opponent for nothing. Boom! Under Xiaoqun's guidance, the 100-meter-tall Wukuei tree descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, thunder roared and scarlet lightning flashed in the air. The sky changed color, it was like the end of the world. Xie Ziwen was frightened into an unsightly expression. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. A gentle flame slowly enveloped him. Since Xie Ziwen could not dodge or escape, he could only face this move head-on. Just as the Wukuei tree was about to descend, Xie Ziwen suddenly opened his eyes. The gentle flame gathered in his palm. Chapter 469. Xie Ziwen shouted and smashed his palm against the base of the tree. Bang! The 2 huge forces clashed in the air. A purple energy ripple spread out rapidly in the air. It seemed like space had been sliced in half. The huge force pressed down, and Xie Ziwen vomited a mouthful of blood. Blood leaked out of all the pores on his body. Xiao! This palm strike knocked the divine tree into the air again. However, it did not show any signs of damage. Even the direction in which it was falling did not change. The rebound from the divine Wukuei tree made Xiaoqun feel uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this person is indeed strong. Unexpectedly, he can still counterattack like this after receiving the heavy blow from Wukuei moves the heavens. Again. Bang! Bang! Under Xiaoqun's guidance, the divine Wukuei tree with a vast and boundless aura smashed into Xie Ziwen repeatedly. Xie Ziwen was indeed very strong. Although his injuries were more severe each time, he managed to endure it after repeating the process 4 or 5 times. When the many cultivators in the air saw this, they were all astonished. The ground under Xie Ziwen's feet had already caved in when the divine tree smashed into it. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was a frightening sight. Just as Xie Ziwen could no longer hold on, an extremely strong aura flew over from the horizon. A black-robed old man smashed his palm against the divine Wukuei tree. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! This palm strike contained an unknown amount of force. The entire divine Wukuei tree instantly cracked. After a while, it turned into a scarlet shockwave flying through the air. When Xie Ziwen saw the black-robed old man, his expression relaxed. He said somewhat weakly, "Second martial uncle, why are you here?" The black-robed old man supported the divine Wukuei tree with one hand. He glanced at Xie Ziwen and said, "You still have the cheek to say that. If I had not heard the commotion and rushed over, you might have been beaten to death. I told you long ago that times have changed. If you maintain the same attitude as before, even if you enter the ancient desolate tower, you will still be crushed to death by the waves." Xie Ziwen did not take the old man's words to heart. He pointed at Xiao Qin and said, "Second martial uncle, kill him. You cannot let him off. My internal organs are all injured. I am afraid I will not be able to participate in the arena battles in the ancient desolate tower." When the black-robed old man heard this, he checked Xie Ziwen's injuries. His expression immediately changed as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. Immediately, Xiao Qin felt a frightening force staring at him. His heartbeat slowed under the old man's gaze. Xiao Qin could not help but be astonished. This black-robed old man was actually a martial monarch. The black-robed old man withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "You are really bold. You even dare to offend the evil moon pavilion. I pray that you never leave the ancient desolate land." After Xiao Qin spoke, he ignored Xie Ziwen's words and quickly left with Xie Ziwen. He left as quickly as he had come. Just as Xiao Qin was wondering why the other party would stop, an extremely powerful aura came from behind him. This was the old man who announced the date of the arena battles at the Tianwu Plaza. As he looked in the direction that Xie Ziwen's second martial uncle left, he smiled coldly and said, "At least he is tactful. What kind of place is this? It is not a place for the evil moon pavilion to be arrogant." Xiao Qin felt relieved. He now knew why the old man did not dare to do anything to him. He said to the old man in the air, "This junior is Xiao Qin. Many thanks for senior's help. May I ask for senior's name?" The old man smiled gently and floated down from the sky. He carefully sized up Xiao Qin and said, "Not bad. 100 consecutive victories is indeed not a fluke. This old man is called Shi Hailong. You can just call me Senior Shi." Xiao Qin nodded and thanked him again. When the other outstanding talents in the courtyard saw the old man, they all flew over and respectfully greeted him. Shi Hailong looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Today, you have helped the Heavenly Extermination Union greatly. As long as you are in the ancient desolate land, I can guarantee that no one from the evil moon pavilion will dare to touch you. I have something here to thank you personally." Shi Hailong tossed a medicinal pill bottle over. When Xiao Qin opened it and smelled it, he smelled a heavy medicinal fragrance that intoxicated him. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Qin had suffered some internal injuries. When he smelled this fragrance, he immediately felt better. It was actually a medicinal pill for treating internal injuries. Just the fragrance alone was so effective. It was easy to imagine the rank of this medicinal pill. Xiao Qin quickly thanked Shi Hailong. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin understood what this meant by doing the Heavenly Extermination Union a huge favor. The Heavenly Extermination Union probably did not wish for Xie Ziwen to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. However, Xie Ziwen had used a favor to pressure Xiao Qin, so he had no choice but to do so. Now that Xiao Qin had severely injured Xie Ziwen would not be able to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Qin had already repaid the Heavenly Extermination Union's favor and achieved his goal. It would be hard for him not to be happy. Those 20 spots should not be a problem for you. The ancient desolate tower is looking forward to seeing how many floors you can climb. After the old man spoke, he did not linger. With a few flashes, he was already a kilometer away. The strength of a martial monarch was truly unfathomable. Just his speed was enough to astonish the outstanding talents. Xiao Qin, many thanks for your help earlier. Zhuo Mo of the beast taming abode thanked Xiao Qin as he stepped forward and performed a cup fist salute. Xiao Qin said softly, "There is no need to thank me. It was just a small matter." However, Zhuo Mo smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, it was just a small matter. However, at that time, Xie Ziwen was extremely arrogant. Furthermore, he had the evil moon pavilion behind him. Anyone who dared to help would have to consider the consequences. Not just anyone would dare to make such a move, and not just anyone would be able to do it so accurately. Zhuemo raised his head and looked sincerely at Xiaoqin. He said, "There are no words to express my gratitude. We will meet again in the ancient desolate tower. I hope that we can reach heights that no one before us can reach. At that time, we will go to the 5-nation youth competition and make those arrogant geniuses of the great Jin nation lower their heads." Xiaoqin smiled gently and did not say anything more. The gathering came to an end. Originally, it was just a gathering for the members to test each other out. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this. When everyone looked at Xiaoqin, their earlier shock had turned into awe and veneration. Although the battle between Xiaoqin and Zhuemo had not officially started, it was already clear who was stronger. Now, Xiaoqin had completely suppressed Zhuemo, becoming the strongest of the younger generation of the 4 nations. Among the young geniuses who were ranked above him, only the top geniuses of Dajin were left. The gap between him and the others had completely widened. After the crowd left, Xia Xian looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Xiaoqin, now that you have offended the evil Moon Pavilion, although the Heavenly Extermination Union is protecting you, it is hard to avoid them playing tricks. How about you stay at the 1,000-sword Pavilion's branch before the arena battles begin?" Xia Xian invited him again. Xiaoqin was too embarrassed to reject her again. Furthermore, Xia Xian's words made sense. It would be easy for the other party to play tricks. Although Xiaoqin was not afraid of such things, it would still be troublesome. So, he agreed to Xia Xian's invitation. As the two of them headed for the 1,000-sword Pavilion's branch, a middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood at the top of a tree outside the courtyard. A middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood on the top of a tree and stared at Xiaoqin expressionlessly. If Xiaoqin noticed this person, he would discover that this person was the Dark Church remnant that stole the martial sage's corpse. It is indeed the blue dragon Qi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the Vice Church Master. It is indeed the blue dragon Qi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the Vice Church Master. On a nameless island outside Desolate City, a black stone coffin lay in the center of a secret room. A robust corpse lay in the coffin. The coffin was filled with a viscous red liquid that bubbled continuously. Strands of red energy slowly poured into the corpse. The corpse looked like it was alive. Its skin glistened as it soaked in the liquid. It did not look like a corpse at all. When Xiaoqin saw the corpse's appearance, he discovered that it was the martial sage's corpse that the scarred man had stolen from Qianren Island. A few cultivators wearing black robes embroidered with red clouds stood around the coffin. They watched the corpse in the coffin anxiously, occasionally adding some materials into the coffin. Even closer to the wall was a black-robed old man with a gloomy aura. He looked excitedly at the corpse in the coffin, his expression filled with anticipation. As he stood there, he looked like a dark shadow hiding in the room. The originally dim secret room seemed to turn even darker because of him. How is it? How long will it take before this corpse can be completely refined into a demonic corpse? The black-robed old man's hoarse voice resounded in the secret room. A cultivator stopped what he was doing and said respectfully to the old man, reporting to Vice Church Master Ding, "It will take another half a year before it can be completely refined. We are incompetent, it has taken too long. Otherwise, we could have taken it out in the battle with the Blood Wolf gang." No one knew if the Dark Church's church master was dead or alive. Normally, only the 3 Vice Church Masters appeared before the members of the Dark Church. Aside from this old man, the other 2 Vice Church Masters spent most of their time wandering around and did not care about the Dark Church's affairs. Hence, this old man could be considered the true Church Master of the Dark Church. Old Man Ding smiled and said, "It is not long at all. It is only half a year. This is a rare physical body martial sage that appears once in 1,000 years. As for the Blood Wolf gang, there is no need for you to care about them. They are just some small fries. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door of the secret room. Then, the stone door opened. A member of the dark church surrounded by black chi arrived before Church Master Ding and whispered a few words to him. After Old Man Ding heard this, his face lit up in joy again. He waved his hand, dismissing this person. Then, he said to the 4 people refining the martial sage's corpse, "Stay in this secret room for half a year and do not leave. When the matter is done, I will reward you." The 4 nodded quickly. Then, the old man left the secret room and arrived at a large hall. The scarred man had been waiting in the hall for a long time already. When he saw the old man, he quickly bowed and said, "Wu Yang greets Church Master." A smile appeared on Church Master Ding's wrinkled face. He said, "There is no need to be so polite. What good news do you have for me?" Wu Yang nodded and said, "The brat who snatched away the martial sage's burial items on Qianren Island is indeed the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit." When Church Master Ding heard this, his expression changed slightly. He entered deep thought. Before the Church Master went into closed-door cultivation, he said that the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit would definitely appear. It looked like this was true. Chapter 470. The sect leader had said that he would give this person a little test. If he couldn't pass the test, he would be a piece of trash and could be killed directly. Sect leader Ding sized up Wu Yang for a while and came up with an idea. He said, "Wu Yang, the minor fiend essence pill that I gave you not long ago is pretty effective, right? You advanced to half-step martial monarch in just half a month." The fiend essence pill was a high-rank medicinal pill unique to the Dark Church. It was extremely effective for cultivators with demonic beast martial spirits. It could help them break through bottlenecks in a short time. In the eyes of the Nether Church's cultivators, they were extremely attractive. Under normal circumstances, the Nether Church's cultivators would not be able to defeat the Nether Church. Apart from the 9 great elders, the others had to make great contributions in order to receive such a reward. After Wu Yang brought back the corpse of a martial sage, Church Master Ding bestowed him with 3 minor fiend essence pills, which immediately increased his strength and allowed him to break through to half-step martial monarch. Wu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something good was coming. Suppressing his joy, he said, "Many thanks to sect leader for nurturing me. The effect of the small fiend essence pill is indeed very good." Sect leader Ding gently smiled and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Find an opportunity to kill this person. After you're done, I'll give you a major demon essence core. Greater demon essence core." The scar on Wu Yang's face couldn't help but twitch. The Grand Demon Essence pill was something that even the 9 great elders could only obtain once a year. If he could obtain it, he would have a 70% chance of becoming a martial emperor. "Thank you, sect leader. I, Wu Yang, will not disappoint you." As Church Master Ding watched Wu Yang leave, he muttered to himself, "This fellow just advanced to half-step martial monarch not long ago. He is the most suitable candidate to test him. If he could pass the test, he would be of some value. If he couldn't, the sect master wouldn't feel the pinch even if he died." If Wu Yang knew that he was just a chess piece, who knew if he would still be so excited? In a quiet guest room at the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, Xiaochen worked on breaking through to peak consummation of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. For days had passed since the gathering, and they hadn't encountered any trouble in the Thousand Sword Pavilion. This allowed Xiaochen to focus all his attention on cultivation. He now had a new understanding of his own strength. Under half-step martial monarchs, Xiaochen was probably truly unrivaled. Unless a half-step martial monarch appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to deal any substantial damage to him. As long as the geniuses of the Great Jin Nation were not half-step martial monarchs, Xiaochen was confident of fighting them. After his fight with Xie, Xiao Qin was filled with anticipation for the top geniuses of the great Jin nation. Xie was only ranked 12th. He was already so strong. Despite being injured both internally and externally, he could still resist Wu Kuei moves heaven several times. If Xiao Qin was at his peak, he might have been able to catch the Wu Kuei moves the heavens. The possibility was very high. If one thought about it carefully, Xie defeat had more to do with his mentality. From the very beginning, he had not taken Xiao Qin seriously and had only used 70% of his strength. After that, his dance of thousand flames was broken by Xiao Qin in an overbearing manner. If they were to fight again, it might not be so easy for Xiao Qin to win. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the remaining 4 acupoints on Xiao Qin's left arm exploded. The dragon qi in the 12 acupoints quickly flowed out. The dragon qi merged and formed a lifelike blue dragon with overwhelming spiritual energy. Finally, the blue dragon imprinted itself on Xiao Qin's arm and turned into a blue dragon tattoo. The strength in his left arm suddenly increased explosively. Xiao Qin clenched his fist tightly and the blood in his veins started to throb intensely. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and smiled gently, peak great perfection of the 4th layer. I wonder what layer Bai Lishi is at now. Do I have a chance of catching up to him? That fellow's physical body cultivation was monstrous. In a short 2 months, he had already broken through the 4th layer. Now, another 2 months had passed. Xiao Qin would not find it strange that Bai Lishi had broken through to the 5th layer. The cultivation of the physical body had a higher requirement for talent than the cultivation of essence. Xiao Qin got up and pushed open the door. He went to the courtyard and started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. He had already completed the Berserk Dragon Fist. There was still 1 more day. Xiao Qin decided to focus on stabilizing the Berserk Dragon Fist. He could only practice burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart after he entered the ancient desolate tower. Fist! Xiao Qin shouted and circulated his vital qi. He activated the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm and executed the Berserk Dragon Fist. An azure dragon head quickly appeared on his fist. When Xiao Qin punched, the air rippled like water. The dragon head slowly split in half, forming ripples. Claw! Xiao Qin withdrew his right fist. The dragon head did not scatter, looking majestic. He took half a step forward and formed a claw with his left hand, clawing at the air. An azure dragon claw immediately appeared. As the 5 claws moved, they left 5 deep marks in the air. It was like space was torn apart. Roar! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Qin was about to scatter his energy, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left seemed to fuse together. The head and tail connected, and a complete dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qin. It let out a loud roar, and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, causing the grass to bend. Dragon might spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Qin. In an instant, it was like a dragon descending from all directions. With a thought, Xiao Qin held his palms together. The blue dragon behind him immediately turned into a beam of dragon qi and soared into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the boundless clouds and entered the vast world outside. The leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch suddenly opened his eyes in a pavilion. When he saw the dragon qi soar into the sky, a strange look flashed in his eyes. As he looked at the distant dragon qi in the sky, doubt flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He had never heard of the dragon claw fist having such might, able to summon out a complete dragon image. If that was the case, it had something to do with his blue dragon martial spirit. The 2 blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Qin's arm started to move. Before the dragon might scattered, Xiao Qin executed the dragon claw fist from start to finish. However, the previous situation of the dragon descending into the world did not happen again. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Qin continued to explore. The ancient holy beast, the azure dragon martial spirit, had too many secrets. He had a premonition that if he could use this move as he pleased, he would be able to use it as he pleased. He had a feeling that if he could execute this move as he pleased, its might would not be much weaker than Wukuei moves the heavens. It would become Xiao Chen's new trump card. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen tirelessly practiced the dragon claw fist in the courtyard. Fist winds flickered, kicking up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Who? At some point in time, a flood dragon made of fallen leaves appeared in the courtyard. As Xiao Chen advanced and retreated, it swam freely in the air. As Xiao Chen brandished his claws, the flood dragon made of fallen leaves looked very unsightly. There was only a vague silhouette. However, there was an aura coming from the flood dragon's body. It contained a faint might that spread throughout the courtyard. Dong! Footsteps entered Xiao Chen's ears. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped his cultivation technique. The soaring flood dragon immediately scattered. The flood dragon turned into countless fallen leaves drifting in the courtyard, dancing in the cool breeze. Ha ha! Senior sister, I knew it. Xiao Chen must be practicing. Xiao Rou's melodious laughter resounded outside the courtyard. Xia Xian and Xiao Rou slowly walked in. As the fallen leaves drifted down, Xia Xian could clearly feel a strong wind slowly dissipating. When she looked at Xiao Chen, she could not help but feel that he was unfathomable. Xiao Chen casually waved his hands twice, and a strong wind blew the leaves on their heads to the side, splitting them in the middle. You are here, Xiao Chen said with a smile as he withdrew his hands and stood upright. Xia Xian sized up Xiao Chen and smiled helplessly. After not seeing you for a few days, your strength has increased significantly. Compared to half a month ago, you are probably a completely different person. Xiao Chen nodded and did not deny it. He said seriously, it is still not enough. With the current situation, the era of geniuses has just sprouted. The path of a cultivator will be even more difficult than before. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Even if you do not move, you will be left far behind by others. Xiao Rou curled her lips and said, You are really boring. Every time you speak, you are always so serious, like a block of wood. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. He preferred peace and quiet, not liveliness. This was something that would never change. He looked at Xia Xian and asked, Why are you looking for me? Xia Xian said, The two of us are looking for you because we want to take a look around Desolate City. There is nothing urgent. However, before my martial uncle left, he suddenly said that he wanted to meet you. However, it should not be anything major. Xiao Chen was surprised. The martial uncle that Xia Xian spoke of was called Luo Qin. He had met him once before. Luo Qin was the leader of this branch. He was in charge of the 1,000 Sword Pavilion's matters here. He was a martial monarch. As for how strong he was, Xiao Chen did not know. In any case, he was very strong and could easily kill the current Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, In that case, wait for me. I am also very curious about this desolate city. It would be good to take a look around. With the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer at peak consummation, Xiao Chen could relax for a while. It would be a good idea to take a look around Desolate City. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't make us wait too long. Otherwise, we will not bring you along, Xiao Rou threatened with a smile. Xiao Chen smiled gently and headed for the main building of the branch. After he went up to the pavilion and reported the matter, the guards of the pavilion immediately led Xiao Chen up to the top floor. The pavilion was 100 meters tall and had a total of 15 floors. When Xiao Chen reached the top floor, he could see the surrounding scenery. When Xia Xian's martial uncle saw Xiao Chen, he quickly stood up to welcome him. You are here. Have a seat. This is the freshly brewed rank 4 spirit tea. Try it. Xia Xian's martial uncle smiled warmly. The tea leaves of the spirit tea were brewed using a special method. They were only sold in Desolate City. After rank 3 spirit tea was sold in limited quantities and was very difficult to obtain. The martial uncle used it to entertain Xiaoqin. This was enough to show his sincerity. Xiaoqin sat down and brought the teacup to his lips. He looked at the steaming tea and gently blew on it. He said, "Senior is too polite. Why are you looking for this junior?" Luochen smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, since you are straightforward, I will not beat around the bush. May I ask if little friend's martial spirit is the ancient holy beast, the blue dragon?" When Xiaoqin heard this, he was stunned. He placed the teacup that was already at his lips back on the table. He looked at Luochen and said, "Senior, why do you ask?" Luochen smiled and said, "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. I do not have any malicious intentions. It is just that I saw an azure dragon chi soaring into the sky earlier and had some doubts." Chapter 471. The blue dragon martial spirit has not appeared for 1,000 years. It is incomparably mysterious. This old man just happened to know a little about it. If little friend is willing to tell me the truth, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Xiaoqin shook his head and smiled. "Senior is overthinking. The so-called dragon chi is just my cultivation technique being special. I do not have a blue dragon martial spirit. If you do not believe me, you can come and check." Luochen looked at Xiaoqin's indifferent expression. His heart could not help but waver. Could it be that he really does not have a blue dragon martial spirit? Xiaoqin stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." This mountain was not cold yet. As Luochen watched Xiaoqin leave, he entered into deep thought. He did not have any malicious intentions. If the blue dragon martial spirit really appeared, it would affect the many powers of the continent. The 1,000-sword pavilion would inevitably be dragged into it. If he could form a relationship with Xiaoqin in advance, the 1,000-sword pavilion would be much more at ease when faced with such a change. From the looks of it now, perhaps he was overthinking. How many secrets does the blue dragon martial spirit have? Xiaoqin left the pavilion and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion. As time goes by, this secret will be exposed sooner or later. Never mind, I will deal with it when it comes. The most important thing is to raise my strength. Xiaoqin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this problem. Then, he left with Xiao Rou, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The scenery of Desolate City was very unique. Xiaoqin followed behind the two girls and looked at the world of mortals. He put down the burden in his heart and did not think about anything else. His body and mind relaxed significantly. Under Xiao Rou's instigation, he agreed to pay for the two of them. The two of them immediately walked around the streets in high spirits. They spent money like flowing water. Anything that interested them, they immediately bought it. "How much is this hairpin?" 300 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Senior sister, let's take one each. This floral dress is very exquisite. How much is it? 500 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Give me 2 of each color and size. All sorts of noises came out of Xiao Rou's mouth. At some point in time, the smile on Xiaoqin's face started to stiffen. "Sorry, my stomach hurts a little. You guys go ahead, I'll go back first." If this went on, no matter how many spirit stones he had, he wouldn't be able to spend them. Xiaoqin pretended to be in pain, found an excuse, and hurriedly slipped away. When Xia Xian saw this, she could not help but giggle. She thought of Xiaoqin, who remained unfazed despite facing outstanding talents from all over the world, as if he wasn't afraid of anything. He was actually scared by Ruer to the point that he pretended to have a stomachache and fled. Xiaoro asked doubtfully, "Hey, why do you have a stomachache?" "I still have a few things that I haven't bought." If Xiaochen hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger after hearing this. Early the next morning, when the morning sun set, Xia Xian and Xiaochen went out together again, rushing to the Tianwu Plaza in the city. When they arrived at the plaza, many cultivators had already gathered there. However, because they were not participants, they could not enter. They all looked around curiously. Xia Xian stopped and sighed softly, "What will come will come. Let's meet again at the ancient desolate tower." There were 20 spots. Xia Xian did not dare guarantee that she would obtain them. Thus, she said this to boost her morale. Xiaochen nodded and said, "See you at the ancient desolate tower." Xiaochen is here. Even Xieziwen is not a match for him. If we run into him, it will be difficult. Just admit defeat. What else can they do? They clearly know that they are going to lose, but they still want to continue fighting. They probably won't be able to participate in the next round. This ancient desolate tower has 20 spots. In my opinion, there are only 19. This Xiaochen is definitely one of them. Seeing Xiaochen arrive, the cultivators who had already arrived before the Tianwu Emperor statue all sighed. To them, it was a tragedy for them to have someone like Xiaochen. They could only pray to the gods that they would not draw him when they drew lots. Xiaochen did not bother with them. After he wished Xia Xian good luck, he blended into the crowd and waited quietly for Shi Hailong and the others to arrive. Not long after, a group of cultivators with the Heavenly Extermination Union's emblem on them flew over and landed on the platform. The one leading them was Shi Hailong, whom Xiaochen had seen before. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the 200-odd cultivators. Then, he said to the person beside him, "Go and do a head count. If there are fewer people, wait another 15 minutes. If there are more, we will start immediately." That person received the order and went to do a head count. After he was done, he flew back to the platform and said, 276 people are all here. Shi Hailong nodded and said, "Good. Let's start the first round of drawing lots." 4 black wooden boxes had already been prepared on the platform. There were holes in the boxes that only allowed one arm to fit through. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Extermination Union, Xiaochen followed the crowd and drew out a red wooden token from one of the boxes. The number 18 was written in black on the wooden token. After the lots were drawn, Shi Hailong said in a deep voice, "Numbers 1 to 18 will enter the arena first. Those who drew the red token will enter the arena first. Then, hang out your number. Those who drew the blue token will find the same number and start the match." The rules were simple and clear. The opponent could be chosen randomly. Xiaochen approved of the rules. There would be 30 matches in 2 days. Under such rules, it would be able to test a person's strength to the greatest extent. Xiaochen happened to be number 18. After Shi Hailong spoke, he immediately found an arena and leaped onto it. Then, he hung his token on a pillar. After a while, a great Chu nation cultivator with an extremely unsightly expression slowly walked up to Xiaochen's arena. "My luck is really bad. I got this jinx in the first match," that person muttered in a soft voice. As he looked at Xiaochen, he could not muster any fighting spirit in his heart. The two of them took their stances and bowed to each other. Then, they prepared to fight. The two's auras clashed in the air. When the great Chu nation cultivators saw the calm expression on Xiaochen's face, he thought of all the rumors about Xiaochen. Also, when he personally saw Xiaochen fight Zuemo and Xieziwen, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was not a match for Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was about to make his move, the cultivator sighed helplessly and said, "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." There were more than 200 contestants here who had passed the first round of selection. They were all outstanding talents from various places. Naturally, they had their own pride. If they said that they would admit defeat before the fight started, it would be hard to avoid a knot in their hearts. First of all, it would not be easy for them to get over it. However, when facing such a strong person like Xiao Qin, the cultivator did not have much confidence in continuing to fight. It would only hurt his essence and increase his exhaustion. This would be very disadvantageous for the next match. After weighing the pros and cons, the cultivator could only helplessly admit defeat. After all, the slot to the ancient desolate tower was the most important. The cultivator could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage in the next match just because of his pride. Xiao Qin shook his head helplessly and walked off the arena. He did not agree with the other party's decision to give up. If it were Xiao Qin, no matter how strong his opponent was, he would have to give it a try before he would know. Cowering before a fight would greatly affect the sharpness in a cultivator's heart. If this continued for a long time, that sharpness would completely disappear. Even if his cultivation improved in the future, his combat prowess would not increase by much. Cultivators were not afraid of failure. What they were afraid of was losing their sharpness, losing that pride in their heart. After the first round of drawing lots ended, the second round of drawing lots started. However, Xiao Qin was disappointed. His second opponent chose to give up again. This continued all the way until the fifth match started. Only then did Xiao Qin officially meet with an opponent. His opponent was none other than the Myriad Fiend Palace's Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo looked at Xiao Qin in the arena and smiled. How helpless. I still ended up meeting you. Let's stop here, there is no need to hurt our friendship. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. Make your move. Jiang Zimo nodded and said, sorry for the offense. Hu Qi. Jiang Zimo pushed off the ground and sent out an intense palm wind at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin knew the uniqueness of Jiang Zimo's martial technique. From the moment he started, he would use his full power. If Xiao Qin held back too much, once he was at a disadvantage, it would be hard for him to turn the situation around. So he immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. Bang! The dense palm winds clashed with the unending saber qi, producing a loud sound. Horrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions in the arena. Jiang Zimo sent out 3 palm strikes, using his full power. He broke Xiao Qin's saber light and was about to press forward. When a cultivator used their fist or palm against a cultivator who used a weapon, they would be at an innate disadvantage. This was the principle of the longer one was, the stronger one was. However, once the opponent got close, the weapon would lose its effect and the situation would turn around. Naturally, Xiao Qin understood this principle. As he moved, he brandished his saber continuously. He executed all sorts of martial techniques to prevent his opponent from getting close. The two of them moved quickly on the arena. They both executed their exquisite movement techniques. Soon, they exchanged dozens of moves. Both of them advanced and retreated. The two of them were very cautious. The battle slowly entered a stalemate. 8. Only Jiang Zimo dares to not admit defeat against Xiao Qin. Just thinking about it makes me feel sullen. I have been in this world for more than 10 years, and I have never admitted defeat before a fight. Today, I met with Xiao Qin. I do not even have the courage to fight. I am the same. When I see him, I think of his fight with Xie Ziwen. You all know how strong Xie Ziwen is. In the end, he still lost to him. How could I dare to continue fighting? Let's just pray that we do not get Xiao Qin. Even if it is Suemo, I will not take the initiative to admit defeat. When the group of people watched the fight between Xiao Qin and Jiang Zimo, they were shocked at Xiao Qin's strength and admired Jiang Zimo's courage. Even though he knew that there was not much hope, he still dared to make a move. When they thought about themselves, the gap between them was obvious. They could only sigh helplessly. The battle continued for another hour. Xiaochen slowly discovered some problems. It seemed like he had fallen for Jiang Zimo's tricks. The moment Xiaochen entered the arena, Jiang Zimo used his full strength. Although Xiaochen's essence was abundant, he did not have the strange cultivation technique that his opponent had. In terms of endurance, he would not be able to last longer than Jiang Zimo. If this stalemate continued, the one who would have the last laugh would definitely be Jiang Zimo. Xiaochen reacted and quickly thought of a countermeasure. After exchanging dozens of moves, Xiaochen made a decision. He decided to give it his all. A arc-light chop forced his opponent back. Xiaochen placed his saber on the ground and circulated his vital qi in his left arm. An azure light started to gather as he rushed forward. Chapter 472. Qi. Qi. The tip of the saber created countless sparks on the ground. Xiaochen charged at Xie Ziwen and faced the palm strike aimed at his chest. Xiaochen did not dodge or retreat at all. It was like he was letting Jiang Zimo hit him. What is he doing? His chest is full of openings. One palm strike is enough to decide victory. When the spectating contestants saw this, they all shook their heads in confusion. However, Jiang Zimo's expression changed slightly. Just as the palm strike was about to land on Xiaochen's chest, he pushed off the ground. Xiaochen retreated quickly, leaving behind several afterimages. When he reached the edge of the arena, he stopped and scattered the palm energy. He smiled bitterly and said, "You win, I admit defeat." What's going on? Jiang Zimo won the moment he landed that palm strike. Why did he admit defeat for no reason? I don't understand. What the hell is going on? I don't understand either. What exactly is going on? Can anyone tell me how he won with just one charge? Jiang Zimo's moves are too strange. When the crowd saw Jiang Zimo suddenly admit defeat, they could not figure it out. They could not understand what was going on. Up on the high platform, Shi Hailong smiled and nodded gently. The few old men beside him also nodded to themselves. There were some things that could not be seen on the surface without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "Of these two, one is courageous and dares to go all out. The other knows when to advance and when to retreat. He does not pursue victory on purpose. There are so many geniuses. Actually, this is why they stand out from the rest." An old man at the side nodded and said, "In terms of techniques, it is hard to tell who is superior. Xiaochen's saber techniques and Jiang Zimo's palm techniques, neither can do anything to the other. If they want to win, they can only fight beyond techniques. They have to use strategy and their specialties to tilt the scales in their favor." Another person continued, "Jiang Zimo's specialty is his endurance in combat. Thus, we need to delay the battle as much as possible. When the other party's essence qi weakens, we can truly deal a heavy blow to decide the victor. Xiaochen's specialty is his strong physical body and explosive essence. However, if he continues, he will exhaust too much of his essence. Thus, he used an internecine situation to force Jiang Zimo to decide the victor in one move. Even if he is severely injured, he does not care." Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "These two are geniuses. I really look forward to the ancient desolate tower. I wonder how far they can go. Perhaps they will shock us." When the martial monarch experts on the stage explained the simple battle, the crowd below was flabbergasted. They did not expect that this seemingly ordinary move would have so many tricks to it. All of them fell into deep thought and started to comprehend it. Xiaochen scattered the blue dragon qi on his left hand. He looked at Jiang Zimo, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, and said, "Actually, you can take a gamble. After I am severely injured, my body will definitely weaken. I might not be able to defeat you. Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. There is no need to be humble. I will not gamble without a 70% chance of victory. You win this match. Let's see who can go further in the ancient desolate tower. Geniuses naturally had the confidence of geniuses. Although Jiang Zimo had lost this match, he did not doubt that he would get one of the 20 spots. Xiao Qin nodded and said, in that case, let's meet again in the ancient desolate tower. The arena battles continued. Xiao Qin felt somewhat helpless. Aside from Jiang Zimo, his opponents for the next few rounds all gave up before they even fought. After the 15th round of drawing lots ended, Xiao Qin drew a blue wooden token with the number 8. When he walked to the arena with the number 8, he found an interesting person. Xiao Qin discovered that his opponent was a rather interesting person. It was the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Ling Yun, whose extreme flame's origin flame had been stolen by Xiao Qin. When Ling Yun saw Xiao Qin leap into the arena, his lips could not help but twitch. He clenched his fist tightly, nearly releasing his killing chi. Ling Yun calmed himself down and his expression returned to normal. He said, I am not comparable to you. I admit defeat. However, Xiao Qin did not want to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, why admit defeat? Don't you want your origin flame back? When Ling Yun, who was preparing to enter the arena, heard this, his expression immediately turned cold. The suppressed rage in his heart erupted. He clenched his fists tightly and cracked them. Ling Yun had cultivated the extreme flame origin flame for 10 years before it was barely the size of an infant's fist. 10 years of hard work had been snatched away by Xiao Qin. This was worse than killing him. Ling Yun closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then, he said in a cold voice, it's fine. Keep it safe for now. When the time comes, I will take it back with interest. As Xiao Qin watched Ling Yun leave, he frowned slightly. This fellow's temperament is indeed calm. Even after receiving such a shock, he can still remain calm and not do anything rash. Xiao Qin's plan to cripple Ling Yun openly in the arena ended in failure. After the battle ended, Xiao Qin returned to the area below the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Then, he and the others started to pay attention to the battles. This Chu Chaoyun is really low profile. Unexpectedly, he won 15 matches in a row without anyone noticing. Even Pei Shaoxian lost to him. The most important thing is that I have not seen him draw the sword on his back. I did not expect the great Qin nation to have such a powerful person aside from Xiao Qin. I underestimated them in the past. That Duan King seems to have won 10 matches as well. His strength is not to be underestimated, either. The contestants who were not fighting or had already finished their matches started discussing in soft voices as they watched the crowd in the arena. Xiao Qin felt excited. He followed the crowd's gaze and looked over. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the great Chu nation. Chu Chaoyun carried a sword on his back and always had a calm expression on his face. It did not look deliberate or pretentious. It was like this was how he should be, everything was very natural. After not seeing him for half a year and parting at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Chu Chaoyun was still the same as when Xiao Qin first met him. There was no change in him at all. Xiao Qin never doubted Chu Chaoyun's strength. Even though Chu Chaoyun had improved rapidly and defeated countless geniuses from the various nations, Xiao Qin still felt that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Qin still felt that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun. He was like an old well, the more he thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. He won again. This fellow has won 15 matches in a row. Like Suemo, Xiao Qin, and the others, he has not lost a single match. He is really a dark horse. This is too shocking. Chu Chaoyun's match ended. After putting in some effort, he defeated this swordsman from the great Chu nation. Then, he walked off the arena silently. After a few days, no one would dare to underestimate Xiaochen anymore. Even the expressions of peak people like Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Xia Xian changed when they looked at him. Night slowly fell. The first day of the arena battles ended just like that. Some people rejoiced and some people worried. Those who were lucky were very pleased. They said that they had not met any powerful people in the previous matches. They had easily dealt with their opponents and obtained most of their victories. Those who were unlucky could not stop complaining. Most of their 15 matches had been against people of Zhuomo's level. This resulted in them losing most of their matches, placing them at the bottom. Of course, these were only the minority. Most of them had good or bad luck. There were strong and weak opponents. They had relied on their strength to fight their way up. Shi Hailong stood on the tall platform and said loudly, "Don't leave. We will spend the night in the plaza. When the results of the matches are out tomorrow, we will immediately activate the ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower has to be activated before dusk." When the crowd heard this, they did not have much of a reaction. They were just going to spend the night in the plaza. There was no pressure at all. Everyone found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, they started to regulate their breathing or cultivate. Xiaochen found a place with fewer people. He did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Early the next morning, when the sun shone down, the cultivators sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and started to loosen their muscles and bones, preparing for the next day's matches. The first round of drawing lots started. Xiaochen obtained a red wooden token with the number 23 written on it. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, he would draw lots. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, Xiaochen found an arena and hung up his wooden token. Then, he quietly waited for his opponent. "I hope there will not be another cultivator who cowers before the fight." That would be nothing, Xiaochen thought helplessly. Xiao. Just as Xiaochen was muttering to himself, a familiar figure leaped onto the arena. That person looked at Xiaochen and smiled faintly. "Your luck is quite bad. Unexpectedly, you drew the feared white-robed bladesman." Xiaochen squinted his eyes and looked at this person with a grave expression. He said, "Chu Chaoyun." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to reminisce about the past. Just like before, we will each make a move. We will decide the victor in one move." Xiaochen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said, "Sure. I am very curious as well. Is your sword as sharp as before?" The two stood 100 meters apart and stared at each other. Their auras continued to gather as they stared at each other in the air. It was like a clash between a saber and a sword. There was a faint clanging sound. The air around the arena spun rapidly. The two's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. At some point in time, Chu Chaoyun's right hand had already moved to the hilt of the sword on his back. On his handsome face, the usual calmness slowly dissipated and was replaced by a dignified expression hanging on the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen's gaze turned cautious. As he gathered his aura, the state of thunder and state of massacre also started to circulate and merge quickly. Xiaochen had never been confident of defeating Chu Chaoyun. The first time they fought, he lost miserably in just half a move. The second time they fought in the fiery sect remnant in the ink forest. Due to the interference of others, they were forced to stop fighting. Ever since Xiaochen made his debut, all the people who had stepped on him, suppressed him, and defeated him, no matter who it was, were all overtaken by Xiaochen in the end. After that, Xiaochen left them far behind, leaving behind an insurmountable chasm that they could never surpass. Only Chu Chaoyun had been unfathomable from the start. Even though Xiaochen had many fortuitous encounters and spent all his time cultivating, he still could not see through Chu Chaoyun. However, Xiaochen had never feared a challenge. Long ago, when he was only a martial master, he already dared to fight with Chu Chaoyun. Now, the gap between them was shrinking. He was no longer the Xiaoqin of the past. Why would he not dare? A lofty aspiration rose in Xiaoqian's heart. His gaze became even sharper. His gaze seemed solid, as sharp as a saber's edge. Chapter 473. Look, Chu Chaoyun looks like he is about to draw his sword. In the arena battles, no one paid much attention to Xiaoqian's duels. This was because they were boring. Most of his opponents chose to admit defeat. However, once he encountered an opponent of the same level, he would immediately attract everyone's attention, and their attention would be focused on him. In the first round of selections, Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to give up after obtaining 60 consecutive victories. Even after 60 consecutive victories, he did not draw his sword. However, at that time, Chu Chaoyun and Zuemo had been assigned to the same wrestling ring. Zuemo had covered up all the glory, so no one had noticed him. However, in the second round of selections, Chu Chaoyun had fought 15 matches on the first day, and he had not lost a single match. He still did not draw his sword. Even when facing Pei Xiaoxian, no one saw Chu Chaoyun draw his sword. It was like his sword was just a decoration. The more this was so, the more curious the crowd became. They wanted to see if this person was like Xiaoqin. They were both cultivators from the great Qin nation. After they drew their swords, they wanted to see how graceful they would be. Among the crowd, Hua Yunfei and the others looked at Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyun in the arena. They looked at each other speechlessly, feeling very depressed in their hearts. Not long ago, these two people were just as famous as them. Today, just one Xiaoqin was enough to deal them a blow. Who knew, another Chu Chaoyun would appear? The disappointment of this group of outstanding talents from the great Qin nation could be easily imagined. As the two auras clashed intensely in the arena, the whirlwind that rose from the ground became even more ferocious. It slowly spread outside the arena. The whirlwind kicked up some dust on the ground and made everyone's vision blur. They could not help but squint and look carefully. Xiao! The surging strong wind suddenly stopped. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Two crisp sounds of weapons being unsheathed rang out. Chu Chaoyun and Xiaoqin made their moves at the same time. Behind Chu Chaoyun, a golden shadow suddenly lit up. The golden light was dazzling, so much so that everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. State of light. Chu Chaoyun actually comprehended the strongest state of light among the elemental states. Everyone's hearts jolted and they were extremely shocked. Xiao! Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, a sword light that was even more dazzling than the golden light shot out. The sword intent was vast and boundless, stabbing at Xiaoqin with lightning speed. The instant the golden light appeared, Xiaoqin released the state of thunder and state of massacre that he had been suppressing. Purple light spread out behind Xiaoqin. Lightning flickered, accompanied by a boundless state of massacre. The red light of the state of massacre merged with the boundless lightning. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the fight began, the states of both sides began to compete. The sky was filled with resplendent golden light and the strange and boundless purple-red light collided with each other in the arena. A series of intense explosions resounded in the arena. The stone slabs on the surface of the arena shattered into pieces and rapidly floated into the air. Xiao! Amidst the chaotic arena, two figures flashed by amidst the lights of various colors. They were so fast that the eyes of the onlookers could not keep up with them. The situation in the arena was very chaotic. Lights of various colors flickered and countless shattered stone slabs flew everywhere. The crowd could not clearly see how this extremely fast move happened. Pu-ci! Two streams of blood shot through the air. The surrounding floor was immediately dyed scarlet. However, even Jiang Zimo and the others could not be sure whose wound it was that spurted out blood. The full power of the two's attack was simply too fast. Furthermore, the arena was filled with all sorts of chaotic lights and scattered states. It was hard to see clearly. At the two corners of the arena, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had their backs to each other. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the tips of their sabers and swords. "Is it a draw?" the crowd below said doubtfully when they saw this scene. The sabers were already stained with blood. That meant that they struck each other at the same time. The two arrows of blood came from Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. It was too fast. I did not see it clearly at all. Unexpectedly, it ended in a draw. Furthermore, it was a little chaotic. I did not see how the two made their moves at all. Seeing that the result was already decided, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This move was too fast. Although it was startling to watch, they could not understand it at all. Xiao! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun turned around at the same time. A golden light and a purplish-red light filled the air and poured into their weapons. The crowd's expressions could not help but change. They muttered, "Why is it not over yet? There was such a huge commotion earlier. Could it be that they have not made their moves yet?" Chu Chaoyun's sword left his hand and stopped in midair. Then, it spun quickly. Chu Chaoyun's hands quickly formed hand seals. As he formed the hand seals, a golden light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's jade-white palms. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. The lunar shadow saber drew on a strange energy. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder roared without end. When the golden light was at its most resplendent, Chu Chaoyun parted his hands. His left hand, which was flickering with golden light, looked like he was touching a mirror in the air. With the spinning sword as the center, he quickly drew a circle. Chi! Chi! As Chu Chaoyun's hand moved down, a golden sword image appeared. When the circle was complete, a circle of sword light appeared. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun shouted. The instant the circle of sword light formed, his right palm struck the spinning sword hilt in the middle of the circle. The sword immediately turned into a beam of golden light. It carried an aura of destruction as it flew at Xiao Chen. Everywhere it passed, the golden light gathered and did not scatter. It formed a piercing, slender pillar of light. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the sky. He instantly formed his strongest move, Wukuei moves heaven. Boom! 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 The sky trembled. A scarlet divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky, carrying the might of thunder. Boundless scarlet lightning appeared in the sky. Aside from being tyrannical, this Wukuei moves heaven infused with the state of massacre also had a strange demonic aura to it. Bang! The scarlet divine Wukuei tree landed in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike as well. The divine tree moved on the ground and crashed into the golden sword light. Kaxie! In the arena, the swords shining with a golden light and the scarlet divine Wukuei tree arrived at each other very quickly. There was a crisp sound as the sword pierced through the divine Wukuei tree, leaving a hole in the trunk. Cracks spread out from the entrance of the cave. The entire skeleton of the divine Wukuei tree seemed to start cracking. The long sword that was overflowing with golden light wasn't completely unscathed either. The originally dazzling radiance had dimmed a lot. However, the speed of the two did not slow down. Their bodies and souls were still present. Their might was only reduced by 50%. Dang! Bang! There were two intense sounds of collisions. Chu Chaoyun's hands glowed with light as he struck the rapidly approaching divine Wukuei tree. The state of thunder and state of massacre exploded, turning into an overwhelming scarlet shockwave as it surged towards Chu Chaoyun. On the other side, the sword, which had dimmed significantly, arrived before Xiao Chen the moment the divine Wukuei tree knocked down Chu Chaoyun. Xiaochen shifted his feet and held his saber across his chest, blocking the tip of the sword. The surging energy of the sword immediately surged forward. Boom! Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun missed. The remnant martial technique of their opponent knocked them to the ground at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. According to the rules, falling out of the arena meant defeat. However, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. This could only be considered a draw. Xiao! Chu Chaoyun withdrew his palm, and the sword returned to the sword on his back with a ka-cha sound. After not seeing you for half a year, you are already able to force me to such a state. I hope you will still be this lucky after half a year. Chu Chaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and walked to the side. Then, he closed his eyes and treated his injuries. Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while. He did not show much dismay on his face. Although he did not completely defeat his opponent, Xiaochen had already probed his opponent's strength. He was not afraid of his opponent being strong. He was only afraid of his opponent being unfathomable. He would not have a chance to understand him. On the path of cultivation, it was not a bad thing for Xiaochen to have an opponent like Chu Chaoyun. At the very least, it would be more exciting. Incredible! Unexpectedly, the great Qin nation has two peak geniuses. This is unbelievable. The spiritual energy in that place is very sparse. With these two people around, the cultivators of the great Qin nation will not dare to make irresponsible remarks when they go out. When the crowd saw the two of them sitting cross-legged and treating their injuries, they discussed in soft voices. Xiaochen's strength was clear for all to see. Now that Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen fought to a draw, everyone had a clear understanding of Xiaochen's strength. The arena continued, and soon, the second round of drawing lots began. Xiaochen obtained the red token for number 17. He was in the first batch of competitors again. His opponent was a cultivator from the Great Xia nation. That person knew that Xiaochen had suffered significant internal injuries in his fight with Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. After hesitating for a while, he chose to fight to the death, to see if he could obtain a victory for himself. Even if he could not obtain a victory, a draw was entirely possible. That would still be a point. However, the results disappointed him. Xiaochen had just consumed the medicinal pill for treating injuries that Shi Hailong had given him. The effects were unexpectedly good. The internal injuries that Chu Chaoyun suffered from that sword strike had mostly healed. Although his combat prowess had not recovered completely, he had recovered at least 90% of it. Bang! After 10 moves, Xiaochen forced his opponent back with his saber. Then, he immediately pressed forward and executed the dragon claw fist with his left hand. He took advantage of his opponent's opening and knocked him off the arena. Thank you for letting me win. Xiaochen calmly walked off the arena under his opponent's depressed gaze. The arena battles continued in batches. A few more people wanted to gamble and chose to fight with Xiaochen. Unsurprisingly, they all lost within 50 moves. After seeing Xiaochen display his strong combat prowess once again, the next opponents, they had already verified that Xiaochen's injuries were completely healed. When they met Xiaochen, they immediately forfeited without hesitation. As the number of matches decreased, they could no longer afford to make any mistakes. As the sun set in the west and dusk approached, Xiaochen ascended the arena once again, feeling somewhat bored. This was the last match of his 30 matches. The results of the previous 29 matches had already guaranteed him one of the 20 spots. The outcome of this last match did not have much to do with the overall situation. Regardless of who won or lost, Xiaochen would be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Chapter 474. Xiao. As Xiaochen waited, his final opponent appeared. When Xiaochen saw his opponent's face, his eyes could not help but light up. He had not expected his final opponent to be Zuemo. It looked like this duel would not be as simple as he had imagined. There was going to be a lot of fighting. However, Zuemo smiled bitterly across Xiaoqin. He said, "I know you find this boring. However, it is unfortunate that I have to forfeit as well. I already have enough points to rank in the top 20. There is no need to continue this pointless fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower." Xiaoqin smiled gently and said, "It will be difficult for me to fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower. Let's consider this a draw. We have not determined a victor between us yet. Sooner or later, we will have to fight." Zuemo nodded and said, "There is still 1.5 years before the next five-nation youth competition begins. At that time, we will inevitably meet and have a good fight." The two of them shook hands and walked off the arena. They started to watch the battles in the other arenas, waiting for the second round to end. The matches slowly came to an end. Xia Xian walked over to Xiaoqin with a smile on her face. Clearly, she was very confident in her results. "How was it? There should not be any problems, right?" Xiaoqin asked. Xia Xian nodded and said, "I lost 2 matches and drew 1. There should not be any problems. However, we still need to see the final results." After the final match in the arena ended, everyone started to wait anxiously. The Heavenly Extermination Union had people in charge of the results of the various participants. Furthermore, these people were the brains of the various powers. They supervised each other and ensured the fairness of the results. The results were quickly tabulated. After Shi Hailong and the others looked through them, he instructed someone to read them out slowly. The results are out. First place, Chu Chaoyun. 30 matches. 1 draw. Winning the rest is a total of 59 points. Second place, Xiaoqin. 2 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 58 points. Third place, Ding Fengqiu. 3 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 57 points. There were no surprises. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, the people in the top 10 were all peak characters from the previous gathering: Jiang Zimo, Mu Xinya, Zuemo, Chu Mu, Ding Fengqiu, Xia Xian, and the others. The expressions on everyone's faces were still relatively calm. It was only when the names of all the top geniuses and above were announced that they started to feel nervous. At this time, it was their turn. Although it was said that there were 20 spots, the truth was that they could only fight for the remaining 10 spots. When the old man finished reading the list, Shi Hailong said sternly, "Those whose names have not been read, step back. Those whose names have been read, step forward." Expressions of pity flashed across the faces of the outstanding talents that failed to be selected. After sighing softly, they started to retreat. She looked enviously at Xiaoqin and the others who had stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that the gap between them and these people might be something that they would never be able to catch up to for the rest of their lives. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he flicked his finger, and jade pendants with mysterious talisman scripts landed in everyone's hands. "Without these jade pendants, you will not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. I have given you the opportunity. How far you can go will depend on yourselves," Shi Hailong said expressionlessly. "Open the tower." Xiaoqin shouted the order, and the 4 old men behind him started to form hand seals in front of the Tianwu Emperor statue. Pure essence flowed from Xiaoqin's arm into the statue. The Tianwu Emperor's statue started to glow with a golden light from bottom to top. When the golden light covered the entire statue, the sword in the Tianwu Emperor's hand immediately gave off a boundless sword qi and soared into the sky. Wang! Wang! A majestic and grand formation appeared in the sky above. Countless lines flickered, forming an extremely profound scene. The golden sword qi rushed to the center of the formation. Hu Qi. When the sword Qi reached the center of the formation, it immediately spread out. All the lines turned golden. When the golden light descended, it reflected on the plaza. It was a huge ancient formation. Sensing the vast spiritual energy in the formation, Xiaoqin could feel it. Everyone, including Xiaoqin, was astonished. At this moment, they felt incredibly insignificant. In the distance, the ancient tower that Xiaoqin had seen before disappeared. The buildings in front of him looked like they were being stripped of clothes. When the ancient desolate tower appeared before everyone's eyes, they were all astonished. It turned out that the ancient desolate tower was in the Tianwu Plaza. However, due to some formations forming a concealment spell, it was hard for people to find the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The stone door at the bottom of the ancient desolate tower opened. Shi Hailong said, "Let's go in." After the ancient desolate tower appeared, Xiaoqin and the others hung their jade pendants on their chests. Then, they immediately headed for the door to the first floor. Although the stone door was open, there was a layer of faint blue energy membrane flickering with a faint blue light. Qi! Qi! At the front of the group, 4 or 5 impatient outstanding talents from various places rushed in ahead of everyone else. Just as their fingers touched the Tao membrane, when they touched the energy membrane, the jade pendants with the mysterious talisman scripts on them immediately lit up, and they disappeared in a flash. It looked like the blue energy membrane had the ability to differentiate between people. Without the jade pendants, they would not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower by force. Xiaoqin was not in a rush to enter the ancient desolate tower. He stood at the foot of the tower and looked around. The tower was more than 400 meters tall and had 9 floors. Spiritual energy surrounded the foot of the tower, forming an overwhelming aura that soared into the clouds. When standing at the foot of the tower, one could feel an ancient aura coming from it, giving off a sense of pressure. Back then, the Thunder King only managed to reach the 7th floor. What exactly was in this ancient desolate tower? It filled one with anticipation and anxiety. Xiaoqin did not know how many floors he could reach. Xiaoqin took a deep breath and walked to the door. Then, he stretched out his right hand towards the energy membrane. Xiao! Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and it was like he passed through a layer of water. Then, he appeared on the first floor of the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The moment Xiaoqin landed on the ground, he felt a huge pressure. It was a psychological pressure. Instead, it was a formless pressure from the air. It was like a pair of huge hands pressing down on his shoulders, trying to push his entire body down. Caught off guard, Xiaoqin stumbled. He was nearly pushed to the ground by this pressure. After he reacted, Xiaoqin circulated his vital qi throughout his body. He straightened his back and allowed the pressure to hit him. He did not move his body at all. This is not much pressure, Xiaoqin thought to himself. As long as I do not get pressed to the ground in an instant, I will be able to resist it easily. Xiaoqin looked around. The first floor was very spacious. There were many portraits of people from the past carved on the walls. Many pairs of eyes watched the challengers. Looking up, Xiaoqin saw a layer of light. It was like a ceiling separating the first and second floors. Several cultivators flew into the air, resisting the air resistance as they slowly made their way to the light screen above their heads. Normally, they would only need a few breaths to reach that height. However, at this moment, it was extremely difficult for them to move even 1 meter. The air currents in the air seemed very viscous. The pressure they exerted was extremely huge. Who can help me up? Help me up. An unlucky fellow lay sprawled on the ground about 1 meter in front of Xiaoqin. He used his hands to support himself. This person wanted to stand up again. However, after a long time, it was to no avail. He could not help but cry out for help. The pressure on the first floor was not so strong that one could not resist it. However, if one let down their guard at the start and got pressed down, it would be extremely difficult. If one wanted to stand up by themselves, it would be extremely difficult. The surrounding cultivators were all climbing nervously. No one cared about him. Even if they heard him, they pretended not to hear him. They were all competitors here. It was hard to guarantee that if they helped him today, he would not try to bully them in the future. Xiao Qin shook his head. It was not easy to enter this ancient desolate tower. It would be a pity to give up just like that. Bang! Xiao Qin stomped heavily on the ground, and a huge force bounced off the ground. Using this force, Xiao Qin slowly flew up. The cultivator on the ground also bent his back due to the force of Xiao Qin's stomp. He looked at Xiao Qin, who was in the air, and quickly thanked him. Who? Xiao Qin's body broke through the solid air pressure and slowly rose. At first, he was rather slow. Eventually, he got used to the air pressure. Chapter 475. Xiao Qin's speed gradually increased. He overtook the cultivators who had started earlier and slowly flew to the front. Does this fellow not feel any pressure at all? Ding Fengqiu, who was at the side, said with an unsightly expression when he saw Xiao Qin slowly overtake him. Zuemo also had an astonished expression on his face. The pressure here caused cultivators to circulate their essence very slowly. He did not know how Xiao Qin did it. When the others saw that Xiao Qin was about to touch the layer of light above him, they were all astonished. They could not help but increase their speed. Xiao Qin thought for a while and understood the crux of the matter. The pressure from the pagoda actually came from the outside. It entered the cultivator's body and pressed down on the essence in the cultivator's meridians. At this moment, the body was like the outermost layer of defense. With a strong physical body, the pressure that penetrated through the skin into the body was naturally reduced. If the physical body was not strong, it would not be able to withstand much of the pressure. As a result, most of the pressure would enter the body. Xiao Qin's physical body was stronger than most of the cultivators here. Even though he started later, he arrived first. Naturally, he was in front. When Xiao Qin's palm touched the strange layer of light, mottled energy ripples immediately appeared on the light. In an instant, all the pressure vanished. Xiao Qin felt very relaxed as he slowly passed through the layer of light. Xiao! 5 seconds later, Xiao Qin's feet trembled as he landed firmly on the ground. He opened his eyes and felt that the essence in his body was purer and more powerful than before. Xiao Qin closed his eyes again and sank his consciousness into the purple qi whirlpool. He discovered drops of purple essence liquid dripping down the qi whirlpool. This speed was several times faster than when Xiao Qin cultivated normally. He was astonished and even showed signs of breaking through to peak superior grade martial king. Strange, I clearly didn't cultivate, nor did I absorb any heaven and earth spiritual qi, so why did this purple yuan qi liquid appear out of nowhere? Could it be because of that layer of light? Xiao Qin guessed. Aside from this, there was no other explanation. Xiao. After 5 seconds, the primal qi liquid stopped dripping. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and stopped thinking about it. In the end, it was a good thing and there was no harm in it. Let's see what's so strange about this floor. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and a few other members of the Heavenly Extermination Union's upper echelon looked nervously at the ancient desolate tower below the martial emperor statue. Inside the ancient desolate tower, the jade pendants on everyone's chests were like bright spots. Even though the walls were in the way, others could see them clearly. Suddenly, an elder said, "Elder Shi, someone seems to have entered the second level." Shi Hailong's eyes narrowed. Indeed, a speck of light had already appeared in the space of the second floor. He actually passed the first floor so quickly. The pressure of the first floor is at least 50,000 kilograms. I wonder who it is. Back then, not even the Thunder King was this fast. Does this mean that this person will be able to go further than the Thunder King? It's hard to say. This is just the first floor. The challenges of each subsequent floor are different. Perhaps he is just lucky. We can't come to a conclusion so early. Naturally, Xiaoqin could not hear the discussions outside. At this moment, he felt somewhat conflicted. In the second floor, there was still a faint layer of light above his head. There was no longer that pressure. However, when Xiaoqin tried to take off, he discovered a horrifying suction force coming from the ground. However, he discovered that there was a terrifying suction force coming from the ground beneath his feet. No matter how hard he tried, his feet could not leave the ground at the same time. After trying for a while, Xiaoqin still could not succeed. He could only give up and focus his gaze on the 20-odd statues in the middle. Aside from the lack of pressure, the greatest difference between the first and second floors of the ancient desolate tower was that there were many more statues. The statues were the same size as a real person. There were men and women, fist masters, bladesmen, swordsmen, spearmen, and even pure cultivators. Xiaoqin walked forward and looked at the statues one by one. Finally, he stopped before a bladesman. That bladesman wore light blue battle armor and carried a dragon-toothed saber on his back. He had an amiable expression on his face, but his gaze was strangely resolute. No one dared to look at him directly. As Xiaoqin stood before that bladesman, he looked at the distinct lines on the statue's face. The expression on the statue was very realistic. It was like he was facing a bladesman with a life of his own. There was no such thing as an unsolvable puzzle in the ancient desolate tower. There had to be a way to get to the third floor. The answer might lie in these additional statues. I might as well give it a try. Xiaoqin stretched out his finger and pointed at the forehead of the statue. Ha ha. Not bad, you have good eyes. You chose me. In that case, let me see your strength. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded in Xiaoqian's ears. Under Xiaoqian's astonished gaze, the eyes of the statue immediately lit up. The bladesman waved his left hand and knocked Xiaoqian's hand to the side. Then, his right hand moved at lightning speed and pressed against Xiaoqian's forehead. This startled Xiaoqin and he quickly retreated. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Xiaoqin landed, he discovered that he was in a chaotic space. A bladesman wearing light blue battle armor smiled at Xiaoqin. This was the statue of the bladesman that Xiaoqin saw earlier. Now, it appeared alive in this space. Winds blew and clouds churned in the chaotic space. Thunder roared, and there was nothing in the surroundings. Xiaoqin placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared at this person. How did you come back to life? What is this place? The moment Xiaoqin spoke, he felt that something was wrong. The other party was a statue in the first place. There was no concept of life or death. The blue-robed bladesman muttered, I am just a strand of soul. How can there be such a thing as life or death? What you see is just a statue of my will. My name is Bai Shuehe, a saber sage of the great Jin nations Bai clan. 7,000 years ago, the Alliance chief invited me to leave a strand of my will on the second floor. Xiaoqin understood. Rumor had it that when one became a martial sage, one's mental energy would be extremely strong. One could leave a strand of will behind for 100 years. Emperor Wu's will could be passed down for 1,000 years. The reason why the saber sage's will could survive for 1,000 years was probably because of the ancient desolate tower. My current cultivation is about the same as yours. If you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass the test of the second floor. If you cannot, your path will end here. The blue-robed bladesman said indifferently as he slowly drew the dragon-toothed saber from his back and pointed it at Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. Although the other party's cultivation was the same as his, the other party's cultivation was still the same as his. Although the other party's cultivation was about the same as his, he was still a martial sage. He still had his combat techniques and experience. It would be extremely difficult for him to last 10 moves. Bai Shuehe looked at Xiao Qin and smiled faintly. Just do your best. Don't overthink. Just don't leave any regrets. First move. Xiao. A hazy saber intent spread out from the dragon-tooth saber. Bai Shuehe took 6 steps in the air and raised his saber, attacking Xiao Qian's left hand, which was holding the scabbard. With the support of Bai Shuehe's saber intent, this simple and ordinary move became extremely sharp and awe-inspiring in his hands. This is a feint. His true goal should be to raise his saber and knock my weapon out of my hand the instant I draw it. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. When the other party made his move, his heart was as calm as still water. The other party was no longer a saber sage but an ordinary opponent. There was no such thing as 10 moves. What Xiao Qian wanted was to defeat this opponent who had the same cultivation as him. Xiao Qian guessed the other party's goal. Although he was not completely confident, he was at least 70% sure. He could take the gamble. Xiao Qian released the saber hilt with his right hand and made an extremely dangerous move. He did not draw his saber to block the other party's attack. Instead, he quickly moved his left hand to his back. The saber hilt appeared behind Xiao Qian's right shoulder. At this moment, the other party's saber had already arrived at Xiao Qian's lower waist. If Bai Shuehe did not dodge and casually swung to the right, he would be able to severely injure Xiao Qian's waist. The situation was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao Qian's expression was strangely calm. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he grabbed the saber hilt behind his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Qian drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and executed drawing the saber from top to bottom. The saber turned into a ferocious lightning flood dragon as it hacked at Bai Shuehe's face. If the other party still wanted to severely injure Xiao Qian, he would definitely be chopped in half by this saber strike. Exchanging heavy injuries for his own death was not worth it. Retreat. Bai Shuehe was extremely decisive. The moment the thought of retreating appeared in his mind, his body had already retreated several dozen meters. This caused Xiao Qian's ferocious tiger-like saber strike to hit nothing but air. The electric light scattered and turned into strands of electric light flowing everywhere. What a fast reaction speed! Xiao Qian was slightly startled. According to his expectations, even if the other party wanted to retreat, he would not be able to escape the range of his saber technique. He would definitely not be able to escape from the range of his saber momentum. After that, he would completely seize the initiative, and the violent attacks would pour down like a torrential storm. However, Bai Shuehe's reaction speed was like he did not need to use his brain. In an instant, he made the appropriate response. This was a kind of memory of the body. Only after experiencing thousands, tens of thousands of battles would one be able to achieve such experience. Bai Shuehe looked at Xiao Qian and the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile of praise. He said, "Not bad. You have good judgment, courage, and ambition. You are able to determine the purpose of my move and have the courage to gamble. In the end, you still want to defeat me. For you to have such accomplishments at such a young age, it is really rare. However, it will not be that easy for your saber technique to catch me. You'd better think of how to block 10 moves first." Spring water flows slowly, suddenly warm then cold. Bai Shuehe did not say anything. The dragon-tooth saber in his hand started to tremble, twisting and turning continuously. Layers of water appeared in the surroundings. A warm feeling spread out in the air. Bai Shuehe rode the waves through the water, heading quickly for Xiao Qian. The spring water had already melted and was so clear that one could see the bottom. However, while the water looked warm, the cold qi did not dissipate. Bai Shuihe's saber technique displayed this state to its fullest. The moment it arrived, the two different saber techniques quickly switched. Whether it was warm or cold, there were different ways to deal with them. The principle was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's dragon claw fist. Whether it was a claw or a fist, there were different ways to deal with them. However, the difference in cultivation was much higher. One was still in form, while the other surpassed form. It focused on intent, making it even harder to figure out. If Xiao Chen made a mistake and attacked blindly, he would immediately get hit and lose. Chapter 476. Xiao Chen quickly thought of a countermeasure. He became more focused than he had ever been before. The saber sage was a saber sage, a sage of sabers. Even though their cultivations were similar, the difference was clear. The water of spring had just started to melt. The so-called warmth was only compared to winter. However, compared to normal, it was still cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He finally figured out the trick to this. What, suddenly warm but then cold? It was just a trick to confuse people. Cold was cold, not cold was not cold. No matter how warm the water was in spring, how could it compare to summer? Xiao Chen smiled gently. After he figured out the trick, the confusion on his face disappeared. A fierce purple flame appeared on his sword. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body continued to spin. Pure lightning attributed essence poured endlessly into the sword, causing the purple thunder true fire to burn ferociously. Break! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, the blazing purple thunder true fire broke through the water barrier in front of him. Qi! Qi! The sound of water boiling resounded in the air, and white steam rose up. Dang! The purple fire broke through all the cold qi. With the help of Xiao Chen's fierce purple fire, it completely suppressed his opponent's state of ice. Bai Shuihe was knocked back by Xiao Chen's move. Autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Another move was broken by Xiao Chen. However, the smile on Bai Shuihe's face became even wider. He spun his saber and quickly executed his third move. A desolate intent blew a strong wind at Xiao Chen. In the wind, Bai Shuihe's saber contained a sharp intent as it clashed with Xiao Chen's saber strike. This move was very ferocious. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. The unblockable aura of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves allowed Bai Shuihe's saber strike to turn defeat into victory. In terms of aura, Bai Shuihe's saber strike surpassed Xiao Chen's. If he could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would not clash head-on. Xiao Chen decisively retreated. His figure wavered as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He turned into 9 cool breezes and flew backward. Good lad, decisive enough. In a situation where he had the upper hand, he immediately retreated when he saw that the situation wasn't right. He wasn't rash at all. Bai Shuihe praised Xiao Chen inwardly once more. With his advantage in experience, he was able to see through Xiao Chen's true form with a single glance. Moreover, he was able to guess Xiao Chen's next move. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian launched a feint attack toward where the other party's true body had gone. Swoosh! The figure flickered, and that figure quickly merged with the 9th figure on the left. The number of clones quickly decreased. Bai Shuihe thought to himself, although this young man is smart, he is still lacking in experience. This illusory move did not have much force behind it. Bai Shuihe's saber spun around at lightning speed and headed for the merging figure. The summer sky burned in all directions. How powerful was the blazing sun in summer? It was the hottest flame in the world, and it could even dry up a river. It was also the most tyrannical flame in the world. Under the illumination of the sun, it could be found no matter where one hid. When this state was infused into the saber technique, one could imagine how powerful it would be. The merging figure would probably be blasted to smithereens the moment it landed. Bang! As Bai Shuehe expected, a look of shock flashed on the merging figure's face. It barely managed to block with its saber before it was blasted into smithereens by this incomparably mighty saber strike. Seeing the disappearing figure, Bai Shuehe revealed a somewhat desolate expression. He said, "In the end, it still ended. However, I gained too much of an advantage by using my experience to defeat this youth. Uncle, it is not over yet." Suddenly, Xiao Chen's faint laughter came from behind him. Bai Shuehe's expression changed slightly as he quickly turned his head to take a look. A divine wukue tree flickering with scarlet lightning pressed down on him with tens of thousands of tons of force. At the place where Bai Shuehe's true body was, the white-robed Xiao Chen held his saber with both hands, guiding the scarlet lightning divine wukue tree. Bai Shuehe reacted in an instant. Before he could think, he had already dodged to the side. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. The scarlet divine wukue tree tilted slightly and fell. The 200-meter-tall tree fell just like that. The tip of the tree was less than a meter away from Bai Shuehe. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The surging scarlet lightning exploded in an instant. Waves of lightning surged out, attacking a large area indiscriminately. At such a close distance, no matter how fast one's reaction speed was, one would still be struck by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Bai Shuehe took 3 steps back. His current cultivation was the same as Xiao Chen's, an inferior grade martial king. He could not ignore such a strong move. Bai Shuehe received a powerful move head-on. His battle armor was blasted into a sorry state. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. However, he did not show much anger on his face. Boom! Boom! As Bai Shuehe swung his saber, he swept away all the remaining shock waves. Bai Shuehe looked straight at Xiao Chen and revealed a look of admiration. He smiled and said, "Interesting. You knew that I could see through your clones, so you beat me at my own game. The figures that merged back together were fake. Your true body never moved from the start. To think that when I was your age, I was not as accomplished as you are. With just these 4 moves, you have already passed my test. Now, let me ask you, do you still want to continue?" Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "Why not? It is not easy to meet a true bladesman. It would be too much of a pity to stop here." Bai Shuehe wiped off the blood on the corner of his lips. The smile on his face became wider as he said, "Have you thought it through? If you cannot last 10 moves, you will not be able to proceed to the later floors of the ancient desolate tower." Xiao! Xiao Chen thrust his saber forward and revealed a faint smile. He felt very proud in his heart. "As you said, I will not leave behind any regrets. Hehe, you are made to be a swordsman. Let's play a few more moves then." Bai Shuehe laughed loudly and took a step forward. He spun his saber and sent out another sharp saber technique at Xiao Chen. Boom boom boom. In the chaotic space, the two of them once again started a battle of wits, courage, and strength. Every single move was extremely dangerous, and every single move was incomparably brilliant. As they fought back and forth, they were having so much fun that it was as if they had forgotten that this was a so-called test. Bai Shuehe's cultivation was restricted, and he was the same as Xiao Chen. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Chen, he could only rely on his experience and combat techniques to achieve his goal. However, Xiao Chen's ability to react on the spot far surpassed Bai Shuehe's expectations. Xiao Chen's exquisite saber technique and exquisite state greatly surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chen was always able to decisively break it at the last moment. If he really couldn't break it, he would try his best to avoid the vital parts. While Xiaoqin endured the saber techniques, he did his best to leave wounds of various sizes on Bai Shuihe's body. Bai Shuihe forgot about the flow of time and his initial goal. The smile on his face grew wider. When he attacked, it was not to defeat Xiaoqin. This was like a senior swordsman teaching a junior. During the fight, Bai Shuihe would occasionally comment on the strengths and weaknesses of Xiaoqin's saber techniques. Naturally, the value of the saber sage's comments went without saying. Xiaoqin benefited a lot from this. Many of the problems that he could not figure out before were suddenly enlightened. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong watched the spots of light continuously appear on the second floor. However, his gaze remained fixed on the first spot that appeared. Xiaoqin had a vague guess in his heart. He knew who the first person to reach the second floor was. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure was ejected from the wall of the second floor of the ancient desolate tower. He had a confused expression on his face. That was a sign that he had failed the challenge. He could not withstand 10 moves from the wool statue and was ejected from the ancient desolate tower, losing the ability to advance further. Bang! Following that, another 3 people were ejected from the ancient desolate tower. Then, they returned to the statue with dispirited expressions. Together with the others, they paid attention to the spots of light in the ancient desolate tower. The people at the side who did not qualify to enter the tower quickly asked about the situation inside. These people could only smile bitterly and could not be bothered to explain. Shi Hailong revealed some doubt in his eyes. He said, "Strange, there are already 3 or 4 people who passed the test. However, that person has not. Could I be wrong?" An elder at the side smiled and said, "Old Shi, don't overthink this. That person might have passed the first floor so quickly because of luck. It is not as if there were no such people in the past. Indeed, it was too early for me to come to this conclusion. This is just the first floor, and I already compared this person to the Thunder King from back then." As they spoke, a few more people passed the wool statue's test. The spots of light flickered and appeared on the 3rd floor. However, the first spot of light to enter the 2nd floor did not move at all. There were no signs of movement at all. Shi Hailong shook his head and smiled at the people beside him. "It looks like I was overthinking. Let's continue watching." For so many people to break through to the 3rd floor, they are much stronger than the previous batches. On the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower, in the primal chaos space where Xiaoqin was, unknowingly, Bai Shuihe's body had turned from solid to faint. Xiao! 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 Xiaoqin broke Bai Shuihe's saber technique again. Wukuei breaks the heavens and Wukuei moves heaven struck Bai Shuihe's body continuously, inflicting severe damage. Pu Ci! Bai Shuihe vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. The blue battle armor on his body was already tattered. His figure was in a sorry state. However, he still appeared very excited. Xiaoqin was in an even worse state than Bai Shuihe. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. His white clear wind robes were tattered beyond recognition. Countless wounds of various sizes covered Bai Shuihe's body. Blood flowed out slowly, dyeing his clothes red. He looked like a person made of blood. It has been several thousand years, and no one has been able to force me to such a state. In the end, I am just a lonely spirit. I cannot last for long. You win, Bai Shuihe said with a bitter smile as he casually tossed his saber aside. He revealed a desolate expression. When Xiaoqin heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost at his limits. He had already used all his trump cards several times. If the other party made a few more moves, Xiaoqin would be at his wit's end. He would probably die in this primal chaos space. Bai Shuihe smiled and said, "Everyone who passes the test will receive a reward. For the past 7,000 years, I have given away all the good stuff. What do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you. Chapter 477. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, I want to know how you infused the changes of the 4 seasons into your saber technique. When Bai Shuihe heard this, he smiled and said, You are extraordinarily greedy. This is the Bai clan's inherited martial technique. However, you are the only one who could force me to this point in 1,000 years. As you wish, remember not to teach it to anyone else. Bai Shuihe flicked his finger, and a spot of light flashed on his fingertip. Then, it quickly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt like many things had appeared in his mind. Before Xiao Chen could think, space shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was on the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen's fingertip touched the forehead of Bai Shuihe's statue. There was an explosion, and Bai Shuihe's statue suddenly shattered. A formless will spread out from the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Soon, it penetrated the walls and radiated into the surroundings of the ancient desolate tower. Bai Shuihe's final bit of will exploded. All the cultivators within a kilometer felt like they had suffered a heavy blow to their chests. They could not resist at all. They vomited a large mouthful of blood, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. Shi Hailong and the others also felt a dull thud in their chests. They did their best to suppress their surging blood and only managed to refine it after a long time. They all had grave expressions. After a long time, someone asked in a trembling voice, Someone defeated the will statue of a martial sage. Although the will statue was as strong as the challenger, the experience and techniques of the martial sage were not inferior to the challenger at all. The only weakness of the will statue was that it could not exist for long. However, it would not be a problem for it to last at least a few hundred moves. It was almost impossible to defeat such a person. Being able to last 10 moves was already very rare. Such a person could be considered an outstanding talent. In the future, they would at least become a martial monarch. In the thousands of years of the trial of the ancient desolate tower, aside from the Thunder King, no one had ever broken the will statue of a challenger. However, such a thing had actually happened right before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? Shi Hailong's expression was grave as he stared at the speck of light that flew to the 3rd floor. He muttered, It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It must be him, the first cultivator to enter the 2nd floor. The moment the statue shattered, Xiao Chen's body automatically rose into the air and flew towards the halo above his head. The moment he passed through the halo, Xiao Chen paid attention to the changes in the cyclone in his body. As he had expected, as his body slowly passed through the halo, drops of pure purple liquid quickly dripped down from the chi whirlpool in his body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This time, it took them a full 10 seconds to pass through the halo, twice as long as the previous level. Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that it took him 10 seconds to get through the halo. Xiao Chen's bottleneck to inferior grade martial king was quickly loosening. His essence surged, showing signs of breaking through to medial grade martial king at any moment. No wonder everyone said that the ancient desolate tower was incomparably miraculous. They all fought to the death for a spot. Just the speed at which Xiao Chen's essence increased was equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. To those peak geniuses, 1 year was sufficient to leave their opponents in the dust. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground and quickly scanned the 3rd floor with his gaze. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was slightly smaller. The walls still had many carvings of the predecessors. However, there was no external force on them. There was no resistance from above, nor was there any suction from below. The halo above their heads was still there, but no one flew into the air to try to pass through it. Zuemo and the others, who had arrived earlier, all had unsightly expressions as they looked at the tombstones in the middle. Look, there is another tombstone. Someone shouted. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that the tombstone clearly said, "Here lies the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman, Shao Qin." The others quickly turned their heads to take a look. When they discovered Shao Qin, they revealed an expression that said, "You too." Shao Qin felt suspicious as he walked forward. He discovered that the tombstones all had the names of the outstanding talents who had arrived here. It looked very strange. Behind the tombstone, there was an ancient stone coffin. A serene atmosphere slowly spread from the tombstone to the entire space. Shao Chen's name was carved on it as well. He was clearly a living person, yet he had to face his own tombstone. This feeling was indescribably strange. Shao Chen asked Xia Xian, who was beside him, "What's going on?" Xia Xian had a grave expression as she said, "I'm not sure." The moment everyone came up, there would be a tombstone and a stone coffin. Some people have tried to pass through the halo above them, but they could not. It is completely different from the previous floors. Shao Chen nodded gently and focused his gaze on his own tombstone again. He said, "In that case, the test of this floor is in this tombstone." "That should be the case," Xia Xian said uncertainly. Suddenly, she saw what Shao Chen was doing. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Xia Xian saw that Shao Chen had already walked to the stone coffin behind his tombstone. His right hand rested on the lid of the coffin as he tried to open it. Shao Chen's action startled everyone. They quickly retreated. There were too many strange places in this ancient desolate tower. If Shao Chen opened the stone coffin so recklessly and met with some unknown danger, he would be in big trouble. Zuo advised, "Brother Shao, why don't you study it a little longer before making a decision? It is too risky to open the stone coffin now." Jiang Zimo also felt that doing so was inappropriate. "Brother Shao, let's keep looking. Who knows, we might discover something else." Shao Chen shook his head and rejected, "The answer is obvious. It is in this stone coffin. You all should move back first." Seeing that Shao Chen had already made up his mind, the others did not say anything more. Actually, they were also curious about what was in this stone coffin. However, they were not as decisive as Shao Chen. Bang! Shao Chen sent out a palm strike and quickly took a step back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his saber tightly. The stone coffin lid immediately flew up. Shao Chen looked down and saw the interior of the stone coffin. His expression slowly turned doubtful as his right hand released the hilt of his saber. When the others saw this, they quickly gathered around. They discovered that the stone coffin was empty, there was nothing inside. "Strange, why is there nothing inside? What are you thinking?" "It would be strange if there was really something inside," someone else immediately retorted. Bang! 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 The other stone coffins were opened one after another. They were all empty, there was nothing inside. Everyone felt that it was a false alarm and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they thought about how they were in the ancient desolate tower, they had to think of a way to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Only then would they be able to obtain more benefits. The cultivators who successfully challenged the wool statue would obtain a gift from the wool statue. There were secret treasures, battle armor, spirit weapons, and cultivation techniques. These were all good things that were hard to come by. Even if there was nothing inside, just the increase in strength from breaking through the light barrier was enough to attract people. Thus, the crux of the matter was not whether there was anything in the stone coffin but how to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Shao Chen's gaze wandered between the stone coffin and the gravestone. Gravestone, and the empty stone coffin. Suddenly, Shao Chen thought of something. He sank into deep thought and his expression slowly turned grave. "Shao Chen, how should we break through the third floor? What do you think?" Zuo, Jiang Zimo, and the others asked as they walked over. They thought for a long time but could not think of anything. So they asked Xiao Chen for his opinion. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he said softly, "It is clear that this is a grave. There is a gravestone and a stone coffin. What do you think is missing?" The answer is very obvious. When everyone heard this, they muttered to themselves for a while. After a while, their expressions could not help but change. There was a grave, a gravestone, and a stone coffin. What was missing? Naturally, it was missing a real corpse. How could a tomb without a corpse be a complete tomb? Damn it! Could it be that we have to kill ourselves and sleep in this stone coffin before we can truly pass the test of this floor? A cultivator cursed in a low voice, feeling frustrated in his heart. Naturally, the benefits of the fourth floor were very tempting. However, if everyone died, what was the point of all that? Chu Chaoyun smiled leisurely and said, "Perhaps, it is not necessary to have our own corpses." When everyone heard this, they could not help but show startled expressions. A swordsman from the great Chu nation said angrily, "Chu Chaoyun, what do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. He looked at that swordsman and said, "Whether it is true or false, we just need to find someone to test it on. For example, you. Bastard." That swordsman cursed angrily and wanted to attack. However, when he thought of Chu Chaoyun's strength, he felt fear in his heart. He quickly controlled his emotions and took a few steps back. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Is that all you have?" Chu Chaoyun's words sounded harsh. However, when everyone thought about it, they felt that it made sense. Xiao Chen was indeed right. Whether it was true or false, they just needed to find someone to test it on. If that person died, they immediately passed through the light barrier of the third floor. Furthermore, that person managed to revive. This meant that this idea was feasible. Everyone could do the same. If that person died and did not revive, it meant that this idea was not right. They had to think of another way. However, no matter what, it was important to note that the person being tested could not be themselves. Xiao. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Together with the 10-odd graves, the place looked sinister and incomparably horrifying. Some of the people who felt that they were stronger started to scan the crowd, searching for a suitable person. The atmosphere in the tower was very strange. Everyone's nerves were tense as they grasped their weapons. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard in the dark atmosphere. They guarded against each other and kept their guard up. There was no way to determine who was a friend or an enemy. Perhaps a former friend might launch a sneak attack in order to protect himself, making him the first subject of the experiment. A former enemy would only be harder to deal with than before. They might launch a sneak attack or frame you for no reason, making you the target of everyone. Chapter 478. At this moment, just a small collision would result in a huge explosion. Everyone would probably start a chaotic battle immediately, killing each other. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun. This was the person who caused this situation. This person was currently looking around with interest, appearing very relaxed. For the sake of a conclusion that had not been confirmed, Chu Chaoyun's words caused such a commotion. The human heart was really hard to predict. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored this group of people. Then, he walked back to the stone coffin. As Xiao Chen looked at the empty stone coffin, he thought hard. There was no such thing as an unsolvable situation in this world. Since the people before him could pass the test and reach the fourth floor, it proved that there was a solution to the situation of the third floor. However, what exactly was this test? It was hard to determine. Xiao Chen already had a guess in his heart, but he did not dare to be certain. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The confusion and hesitation in the depths of his eyes were gone, replaced with determination and decisiveness. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, while the group of people were still in a stalemate or discussing who to experiment on, Xiao Chen stepped into the stone coffin. Xiao Chen placed the lunar shadow saber at the side and lay down calmly. After he closed the lid of the stone coffin, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Bang! The sound of the stone coffin moving reverberated in the dark space. This caused the hearts of the anxious people to race. Boom! 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 The sound of the stone coffin was like an ignition. When the sound rang out, several people immediately attacked the targets they had already decided on. The scene instantly turned chaotic. No one wanted to be the first target to be experimented on, so they did their best to protect themselves. Soon, someone was injured. Red blood drifted in the air, stimulating the bloodlust of the crowd and increasing the intensity of the battle. When Xia Xian saw someone charging at her, she felt very depressed. She used her sword to block the other party's attack and tried to extricate herself. However, someone else immediately attacked her, either intentionally or unintentionally. This made her sink deeper and deeper. She retreated to the edge of the battlefield a few times, but every time, she got dragged back in. How could there be any true weaklings among the outstanding talents who could obtain 20 spots and reach the third level of the earth? The gap between them wasn't that obvious. Even if Xiao Chen were to fight any one of them, he wouldn't be able to guarantee victory within 100 moves. Why bother? It would be difficult for Xia Xian to rely on her own strength to escape. Like Xia Xian, Jiang Zimo, Zhuai Mo, and the others wanted to extricate themselves. However, they were trapped and did not dare to use their trump cards. If he were to seriously injure someone, the situation at the scene would become even more chaotic. He had no idea what to do at the moment, so he could only protect himself. Bang! Bang! The sounds of weapons clashing and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. Chu Chaoyun weaved through the crowd easily. Occasionally, he would send out a strand of sword qi to disrupt the situation. From a spectator's point of view, when Xia Xian and the others retreated to the edge, the attack came from Chu Chaoyun. Bang! After 1 hour, an intense explosion suddenly resounded in the third floor of the ancient desolate tower. A deafening shock wave surged out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, suppressing all the sounds of fighting. Everyone quickly turned their heads to take a look. They saw that the tombstone that Xiao Chen was in had already shattered. The stone coffin behind it slowly sank into the ground. After a while, a white figure flew into the air. Before everyone's astonished gazes, this white figure flew towards the light barrier and slowly passed through it. There was no obstruction at all. Xiao Chen passed through the barrier of the 3rd floor and arrived at the 4th floor. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at Xiao Chen, who had passed through the barrier of the 3rd floor. How can it be? How did he pass through? I did not see him do anything. Could it be that the barrier's blocking effect has already disappeared? Someone felt suspicious. He stomped heavily on the ground and crashed into the light barrier. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. That person bounced back as fast as he arrived. The swelling on his forehead was very obvious. He grimaced in pain. Who said that I can pass through it freely? It is simply impossible. It looks like Xiao Chen has indeed found a way to clear this floor's test. Earlier, I seem to have seen him seal himself in the stone coffin. Could it be related to this? One of the cultivators asked, feeling confused. At this time, no one was thinking about who to use for the experiment. After everyone calmed down and thought about the earlier situation, they realized that something was wrong. That's enough. Whether it is real or fake, we will know after we test it, Pei Xiaoxian roared and headed for his stone coffin. The others no longer hesitated. They all ran over to test it out. After all, they had Xiao Chen's successful experience. Pei Xiaoxian closed the lid of the stone coffin first. Then, he lay quietly under it. When the stone coffin was completely closed, all Pei Xiaoxian could see was darkness. He could not help but close his eyes. Soon, all the sounds disappeared. Pei Xiaoxian felt like he was in boundless darkness. He could only hear his own heartbeat. Fear appeared for no reason. Slowly, his heartbeat slowed down, and his breathing became heavier. The fear in his heart became even more intense, and he could not get rid of it. The thumping sound of his heartbeat also became weaker and softer. Am I going to die? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. Why is it like this? My heartbeat is about to disappear. Even my breathing is extremely weak. That earlier fear became very real. That was the fear of death. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he would die. It's over. My heartbeat is almost gone. I can't breathe. The shadow of death already occupied Pei Xiaoxuan's heart. That kind of fear could no longer be described with words. It reached the depths of his soul. Pei Xiaoxian wanted to open his eyes. However, he discovered that his eyelids were extremely heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. No, I cannot die. I have outstanding talent and strength. Even if I cannot clear this ancient desolate tower, I will still be an outstanding talent in the great Tang nation. My future will be limitless. I am only 22 years old. I am still young. I cannot die. I cannot die in this ancient desolate tower. Such thoughts resounded in Pei Xiaoxuan's mind. Finally, he could not endure it any longer. He used his palm to open the heavy stone coffin. Fresh air blew into Pei Xiaoxuan's face. He sat up and panted heavily. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. He felt like he had just passed by the gates of hell. He rejoiced in his heart. It was better to be alive. Bang! Before Pei Xiaoxian could get up, a huge force came from the stone coffin. This force tossed him out. Pei Xiaoxuan's body passed through the wall and landed outside the ancient desolate tower. He stopped at the third floor. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! A few other outstanding talents could not withstand the fear of death. They were tossed out one after another, losing the qualifications to continue. In this lifetime, they would stop at the third floor. Shi Hailong looked at the 7 or 8 cultivators that fell out of the tower. He shook his head slightly and sighed. The third floor is the easiest but also the most difficult. When death approaches, if you can still maintain your calm and maintain the desire to go to the next floor, you will be able to make it up easily. An old man at the side smiled and said, "It's easier said than done." That kind of death is no different from a real death. In such a situation, it would be difficult for most cultivators to maintain their composure. In the past, only 3 or 4 people passed this floor at most. I remember there was a previous batch where many people killed each other. In the end, not a single person passed. The third floor tested a cultivator's attitude toward life and death, as well as their determination. In other words, it tested a cultivator's mental state. If one's mental state was not strong enough, they could forget about going to the 4th floor. Shi Hailong counted the number of lights that reached the 3rd floor. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, 6 people went up. This is the best result in the past few years." Old Stone, that person only took 10 minutes to reach the 4th floor. I'm guessing that he's the martial artist who broke the wool statue. As invigilators, they had already experienced the trial of the ancient desolate tower several times. They clearly knew how realistic the fear of death was. This person was able to maintain his calm and break through in 10 minutes. Since ancient times, very few people could do that. Sure, Hailong's eyes narrowed as he smiled. That's him. My gaze never left him. Just watch. This person will definitely give us a pleasant surprise. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors will not be able to stop him. Who is this person? Is it Chu Chaoyun, Xiao Qin, Zhua Mo, Ding Fengqiu, or Jiang Zimo? The few of them discussed among themselves. However, until the very last moment, they could not be sure who had such ability. Di-da. Di-da. Xiao Chen's body slowly passed through the 3rd layer of light. This time, he passed through it for a total of 20 seconds. However, this time, it was twice as much as the 3rd floor. Pure purple essence liquid fell like rain. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, the purple qi whirlpool suddenly exploded. An abundant energy filled his body. Xiao Chen felt his blood surge and his strength soar. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He muttered, I finally broke through to medial grade Martial King. Xiao Chen had been cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, when he broke through to Martial King, he had absorbed too many spirit herbs. As a result, Xiao Chen's foundation was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. It was much more difficult for him to advance. This was a good thing. Being able to defeat a superior grade Martial King when he was an inferior grade Martial King was naturally a good thing. However, this was also a bad thing. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation would severely affect a cultivator's mental state, making it hard for them to calm down and cultivate. It might even result in a feeling of disgust. No matter how hard one cultivated, one's progress would be slow. In that case, what was the point of cultivating? Xiao Chen's mental state was strong. He would not have such thoughts. The only drawback was that his progress was too slow. It would be problematic if he was left behind by others of the same generation. It did not matter if they were all martial kings or even half-step martial monarchs. However, the problem was that once the other party advanced to martial monarch, their essence would undergo a qualitative change.